Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Nika Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes Beyblader. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The world of heroes is a fantastical one. This world, everyone is born with a quirk, a special power that with practice can give them the chance to be a hero. Heroes were worshipped. They were put on a pedestal like no other. The best hero in the world was All Might, a hero who always saved the day with a smile on his face. Everyone looked up to him. Villains feared him and kids wanted to become him. One child in particular wanted to grow and be a hero just like him. Izuku Midoriya had wanted to be like his hero. He had watched all of All Might's videos, bought all of his toys, and planned to follow in his footsteps. "Sorry kid, it ain't going to happen," said the doctor as he was pronounced quirkless. He would never be able to manifest a quirk, no matter what. In a world where quirks were everything, being quirkless was a nightmare. A nightmare Izuku would have to deal with now for the rest of his life. "Come on Izuku, I know what would cheer you up," said Inko Midoriya, his mother who was trying her best to cheer up her son. "Come on, let's get you a new toy, or how about ice cream?" Izuku was still too stunned to make a proper response, but in the end he nodded his head. Soon Izuku found himself in a small toy store near Musutafu Park. It was a small shop, but had a wide range of toys. "Izuku, grab whatever toy you want. I need to make a phone call." Izuku mindlessly walked through the aisles, not really looking at any of the toys. He was moving as if he was walking in a dream or a really bad nightmare. He wasn't paying attention to any of his surroundings or anyone. Izuku didn't even notice the old man he walked into. Izuku fell backwards but didn't hit the ground as the old man caught him. "Are you okay there, little man?" asked the old man, though the man could clearly see that the boy was not all right. "Hey there dog, what's wrong?" "Nothing, sir," said Izuku, politely bowing at the man. When he did, he noticed that the man had dropped something. "Oh, you dropped this?" Izuku handed the toy to the man. "Oh, thanks dog. I was trying to find something similar to give to my grandson." Though when the old man looked, Izuku was already walking away. He could tell Izuku wasn't trying to be rude, but was just too depressed. "Kid." The old man wanted to help, but it wasn't his place to. Though when he looked back at his hand, things changed. "It's glowing, it's chosen that boy." Izuku was so lost in thought that he left the store without telling his mother and just walked across the street into the park. The park was practically abandoned. There were very few people around. Izuku found a bench near the rock gardens and sat down alone. He wanted to cry, but a part of him just couldn't believe that everything he wanted was now impossible. As the tears were about to pour, he heard footsteps approach him. He looked to see the old man walking towards him. "Hey there my dude, you mind if I pop a squat here?" Izuku said nothing, so the old man sat down next to him. "So mind telling me why you're so blue?" Izuku simply said quirkless. The old man then nodded at that. "Ah, that would do it. All you youngins love your quirks, don't ya?" "I don't have a quirk myself, but I do have something. I'll be honest, I ain't one to beat around the bush, but I may have something that can fix your problems." The old man then put something in Izuku's hands. "If it likes you, you can keep it." Izuku just stared at the old man for a moment before looking at his hand. It was a toy made of plastic and metal. "A top. Not just any top, my dude," said the old man, attaching the top to a device. "A Beyblade. Come on, how about you give it a whirl?" Izuku was still in a daze and simply did as he was asked. Without really thinking about it, he pulled on the ripcord, causing the top to spin and launch off of the launcher. To Izuku's surprise, it kept spinning on the dirt. For a moment he kept his eyes on the top. For a moment he imagined the top spinning in circles if it was on pavement. Then to his surprise again, the top began to spin in a circle. He then imagined it staying in one place, and it did. He imagined it going left. It did. Then right. It was mimicking each thought Izuku was making. He could feel a connection with it. Now Izuku's mind was racing at what exactly he was looking at. The old man could see Izuku was connecting the dots. "Hey dog, try aiming it at that rock over there," said the old man, pointing at the large rock in the garden. Izuku then imagined it. The top sped up really fast and slammed into the rock at full force, shattering the rock into pieces. "What? That was pretty awesome, my dude," said the old man. "Is this some kind of weapon?" asked Izuku, worried now that he may be breaking the law. "I told you kid, it's a Beyblade," said the old man, "and it's yours now." Izuku then stopped the Beyblade, making it slow down enough for him to grab it. To his surprise, it was completely unscathed. It clearly wasn't made of high-grade materials, and yet it stood up to high speeds and hitting a rock. "What is this, exactly?" "A Beyblade is your partner," said the old man, examining the Bey in Izuku's hand. "It helps you through thick and thin. It gets stronger the more you get stronger. With it you can perform feats that would be impossible. The possibilities with a Beyblade are endless." Izuku stared down at the top, getting a new hope that he was losing. "I got so many questions, but first, who are you?" The old man blinked, realizing he hadn't introduced himself. "Sorry about that, my dude. Guess I got carried away there." "The name's Tyson. Tyson Granger at your service. Hi Mr. Granger, I'm Izuku Midoriya, said Izuku. My next question is why are you giving this to me? We just met. Easy that Bey likes you. You think those are regular toys? Nah man, those be ultra stuff right there. Bey's pick, you spin them, not the other way around. When you handed back to me, it liked ya, so I introduced ya. Simple as that. Wait, this is alive. Now Izuku was getting a little skeptical now. How? Tyson grinned. That's for you to find out, my dude. Though Tyson saw Izuku giving him a confusing look. Don't worry dog, I won't leave you hanging. As he fished through his pocket. Here is my business card for the Granger Dojo. Believe or not, I teach kendo like my grandfather before me. Izuku held the card for a moment as he now got a look at the old man who he could now see was wearing an Hawaiian shirt and wasn't exactly looking like a kendo teacher. Okay, I have a few other people teach, but the art of the blade does flow through my veins. Right, said Izuku, not really believing the funny man. Anyway, if you got any questions you can call or come by the dojo. But how about we go find your mom? Said Tyson. Mom, said Izuku, now realizing he left his mom back at the store. The two ran back to a panicking Inko. Oh, Tyson was just enjoying some tea while he watched the sunset. It was nice and relaxing. Only if it would last. The door to the dojo slammed open. You gave it to a child. Tyson sighed. I don't remember saying you can come in here. The young man didn't care. He stomped towards Tyson. Have you gone senile? You just gave away one of the most powerful Beyblades that ever existed. It's not some toy. It could change the world and you gave it to a snot-nosed brat. Tyson put his tea down. As the power of the dragon filled the room. 1. Never talks to me that way, boy. 2. Izuku Midoriya is more than a snot-nosed brat. If you would speak to him and see him spin his Bey, you could tell he is a lot more and worthy of that Bey. For a moment the young man didn't say anything. Midoriya, that's the kiddo's name. Midoriya, he said now, remembering something as if it was long forgotten. Wait, do you? Tyson then realized he was already gone. I see. Then maybe it was destiny that led you to that Bey, Izuku. Oh, Izuku has been spending all of his time studying and figuring out his new Beyblade. He has discovered so much, and the more he learned, the more he could feel something inside the Beyblade. He was beginning to understand what Tyson was saying, that there was something living inside the Bey. Though the biggest thing that he discovered was all that he could do with it. He was successful kicking trash can around with it, and if he focused really hard he was able to make a large dust devil. He was excited because he could tell he was scratching the surface. If I work hard, I wonder what else I will be able to do. So I gotta keep practicing. Izuku launched his Beyblade, sending it through an obstacle course he made in the alleyway of his apartment building. He was measuring his speed and strength by hitting trash at the end of the alley, but first he had to get through the maze of trash cans. His Bey whizzed through the cans and hit the trash bag with enough force to splatter against the wall. Whoa, that had a lot of power. If I can control this, then I can send the bad guys packing, said Izuku, smiling with hope. Who the fuck did that? Yelled a voice at the end of the alley. A man came into view of the alley, revealing a man in a white suit with a pissed-off look. Izuku could see some garbage slime on his shoulder. Were you the one that did this? Izuku began to shake in fear. Even though Izuku found a new power, he was still a 4-year-old kid. Sorry. The man whistled. Boys, we got a little piece of shit to clean out. Soon 4 more men came into the alley. All of them looked mean and were willing to hurt Izuku. Now brat, do you know how much money this suit cost? Izuku was too scared to say anything. Well, do you? No sir. Figure a brat like you wouldn't know. Brats don't understand what we adults do. You kids just keep playing hero. Well, let's show you what happens when you try to play hero. The men start to get close to Izuku. Izuku pointed his launcher at the thugs. Stay back. I'm warning you. The 5 of them stopped and stared at Izuku for a moment. They all began to chuckle, trying to hold in their laugh, but soon all 5 of them began to bust out laughing uncontrollably. Haha, look at this kid. He's so scared he's going to fight us with a toy. Stop it. I'm going to pee. Izuku's face began to turn red with anger. Just a toy, you say? Then take this. Let it rip, sending the Bey flying. I got this, guys, said one of them as he put up a small barrier. The Bey collided with the barrier, and for a moment the thugs thought it was going to bounce off, but instead it stayed there, slowly cracking the barrier. Wah! The barrier broke and the Bey hit the thug in the face, laying him flat out on his back. What said the remaining thugs? The moment the Bey hit the ground, it began dancing around the thugs at high speeds. The thugs tried to follow it, but it was too fast. Then it bounced, hitting a thug in the foot, tripping him. The leader was getting angry. What are you fools doing? It's the one child. But the top thingy. The leader grabbed a pipe from the ground. It's his quirk, you morons. It must be the cause for this thing's movements. If we attack the kid, then this is all over. Izuku began to sweat as they discovered that he himself was weak. And oh indeed, brat, said the leader as he raised the pipe and brought it down directly on top of the Beyblade. Oh and no, yelled Izuku. Whoa boss, how did you hit it? See, the boy is controlling it. The moment I told you to aim for him was the same moment this top thing slowed down. He then used the pipe as a golf club, sending the Beyblade past Izuku. Izuku watched in horror as his Bey landed motionless on the ground. "No, not gonna lie, brat. That was impressive," said the leader as the two other thugs picked their friends off the ground. "Maybe in a few years you might have been able to become something. Though I can tell letting you live now will only be bad for business." Izuku was now shaking. For a moment he thought he could take them out, but now he could see he was nothing more than a scared kid that was way over his head. "Please, how are you begging? Please someone help," yelled Izuku, hoping someone would come. The thugs were grinning while Izuku was crying, but as if a miracle from the heavens, red lightning struck right in front of them. "Quit your whining, kid." Izuku had to rub his eyes not only from the tears but also from being blinded by the light. When he could see, he saw a man wearing a black sleeveless shirt, black pants. His hair was white with a red streak in it and he looked very angry. "I don't know who you assholes are, but this kid is with me, so beat it before I beat you." The thugs were frozen for a moment, but it did not last. "Well, what are you waiting for? Get him." They all charged the newcomer. Wrong choice. El Drago. In another blast of light, Izuku witnessed a red flaming dragon appear and send all of the thugs flying. In a single moment, this man had taken all of them out. Izuku couldn't tell how badly hurt they were, but he could tell that they weren't getting up anytime soon. The man wasted no more with them and turned his attention to Izuku. Your name is Midoriya, right?" Yes sir," said Izuku as he grabbed his Beyblade. "Who are you? You don't look like a hero." The man huffed in annoyance. "The name's Ryuga. We need to talk, brat, and I better not hear any more crying out of you." That night changed Izuku's life forever. It opened his eyes to the world and made him train twice as hard to master his Beyblade. "Oh, all right boys, it looks like we're home free," said the driver. "You sure, boss? I haven't seen any heroes chasing us, or cop cars at all. How about any of you see anything?" "Nope, nothing on this side. See, we're home free," he said as they cheered before suddenly all the tires on the car popped. "What the?" As the car skidded to a halt. "What was that?" As he and his men got out of the car. They looked around them, seeing no one on the highway but them. "Hey, do you guys hear that?" said one of them as they all tracked the noise to something spinning on the ground. As they went to examine it, it dashed straight at the car, going under it before turning into a tornado, sending the car flying through the air. All of the criminals ducked out of the way from the falling vehicle. The car landed upside down, being completely unusable. It looked like it was thrown off of a cliff. "What the hell was that?" yelled one of them before the top spun around all of them really fast before dashing off the road into the bushes. "Seriously, anyone see what that was?" Sirens then blared as the police closed in on them. "Shit, grab the guns and the money quick." They scrambled for the cash to try and make a quick escape. "Hold it. Freeze," said an officer getting out of his vehicle, with more police behind him. "Shut it, you pig," yelled one of them, pointing his gun at the cop only to find something wrong with his weapon. "My gun is all chewed up." The other criminals all found their guns had been cut by some sort of chainsaw. They all quickly surrendered. "Oh," a man fired his machine gun into the ceiling. "All right, everyone stay calm and you all get to go home today," said an armed robber as he and his gang were robbing a grocery store. "Now get to the ground, and unless we tell you personally, stay there. We're going to go one by one to get any valuables you may have. If you don't hand them over, we will have a problem, and trust me, you don't want that." Everyone complied, and soon all the robbers had begun to strip everyone of their valuables. Things were going smoothly, no problems, and so far no heroes or police. "Looks like those new toys we bought really do jam emergency signals." Finally, a nice easy operation. Suddenly something broke through the window, moving so fast no one could make out what it was. It bounced through the aisle, hitting every gunman. The gunman wasn't fast enough as the object hit their guns, disabling them, and after hitting the guns began hitting the gunmen in the head hard enough to knock them off their feet. It slammed them into the aisle racks and hit them hard enough to where they could have sworn to see the stars. The leader quickly grabbed a hostage. "I don't know what you are, but you better think twice or this lady here is going to get it. Please, I have a son," pleaded Inko as she cried in fear with the gun to her head. The object stopped in front of the man. "It's a top." For a moment, though, he thought he saw the eyes of a demon from the toy, before it disappeared. It then hit him so hard he flew out of the building with every bone in his body broken, but miraculously still alive. Oh, Maruko was finally having an eventful day. "You dumbass ain't getting away that easily," as she began to speed up her hops after the white van. "God damn it, bunny bitch is after us," said the one in the back. "Relax, man, we have a hostage," said the man in the passenger seat as he turned to the girl who was tied up. "I've done this a few times, so don't sweat, rookie. If she comes near us, we'll simply put a bullet into this girl's leg. Say what's your name, sweetheart." He ripped the tape off of the girl's mouth. "When my dad gets here, he's going to kick your ass." The man smirked. "That's quite the mouth you got. But tell me something, why the hell do you think we grabbed you?" "Huh, it's because your daddy is making life very hard for a few friends of ours, which isn't very nice of him. But as you can see, I'm trying to be very nice here, so how about you tell us your name, sweetie, before I become very unnecessary." "Is unnecessary even a word?" asked the driver. "Can it? Keep your eyes on the road and make sure we don't hit anybody," said the man. Well, sweetie. The girl glared at the man hard but couldn't deny some part of her was scared. She gave in. Itsuka Kendo. Hey, she's getting closer, said the guy in the back, seeing Maruko gaining on them. Oh, for the love of, said the man as he leaned back and grabbed Kendo. I need to ask for less green help next time. He opened the back window and pointed his gun at Kendo's head, making a clear sign if Maruko tried anything then Kendo would get hurt. Maruko didn't like it but backed off a little. The man smiled. See, rookie, it's that simple. As Kendo was facing the window, she saw something chasing them. The top. The man looked back outside, seeing the infamous toy top gaining on them quick. Shit, that thing's here. The man was now somewhat concerned as he didn't know where the person controlling it was. He didn't know if he would even hear him. Hey, back off if you don't want this girl hurt. You're going to move that ass of a top away from here. The top then disappeared out of sight. The man smiled for a moment, thinking he had done it. Boss, it's up front now, said the driver. The top was now in front of them. The top began to glow green as the ground around it began to turn into sand. Soon the whole road was a giant sand pit. The driver tried to slow the van down, but when it hit the sand pit it began to sink as if it was in water. Maruko landed in front of the sand pit only to watch the last part of the sand pit sink underground. Shit, what happened? Maruko waited for a moment to see if anything was coming out. For a moment she thought they all just bit the dust when suddenly the men were sent flying out of the sand, landing right in front of her. Okay, I did not see that coming. Wait, where's the hostage? Kendo slowly opened her eyes to see someone was carrying her. She remembered hitting the sand and then someone grabbing her and pulling her from the sand. It was the same person carrying her now. The person then gently put her down on a nearby bench. The last thing Kendo remembered seeing the back of a green hoodie and the top landing in their person's hand as he walked away. Oh, the water hose duo were having a terrible day. They managed to run into the nastiest criminal they have ever seen in their hero careers. The man had already killed over 30 people that day and he was thirsty for more blood and guts. Their guts, to be more precise. They had managed though to lead the man to an abandoned train yard. Oh, come on, is that all you two can do? Said the villain Muscular. That intern I killed had more bite than you two. Come on, show me something. There's no one else here, so go all out, don't hold anything back. The water hose duo couldn't help but feel that this was their end. Mizu, I'm going to distract him. When I do run, I am not leaving you, said Mizu. You're my husband and I am not going to leave you here to die. He already broke one of my legs and we can't make Kota an orphan, he said, so please run. Muscular just looked at them in disappointment. Really? Ugh. I thought you two could be something. Oh well, if it makes you feel any better, I'll still kill you if you run. As he jumped at them, he wrapped his fist in his muscle fibers, ready for the kill. Time to die. A flash of light cut between them, cutting Muscular's arm fibers. What was that? They all looked over to see a top spinning on top of a train car. It's the top. Muscular now was pissed. Are you kidding me? I would love another hero to kill, but I get the fucking vigilante that's too much of a coward to even show his face. This is bullshit. At least come out and fight me like a man. No response came. Fine, I'll just break your toy then. The top then moved again. This time it cut Muscular's leg. The villain tried to catch it, but it was too fast. It then cut his shoulder, then his chest, back, continued to cut Muscular with each strike and began to pick up more and more speed to where it was moving too fast for anyone to see it. It was as if an invisible swordsman was cutting Muscular. This is horse shit, he yelled as he now realized he was losing. This thing keeps cutting my fibers faster than I can make them. At this rate I'll pass out from blood loss. Muscular now reached a new peak of anger. No, I ain't losing to some toy. As he wrapped his fist with fiber and swung his arm in an upcut. Whether it be by luck or skill, he was able to hit the top and send it flying into the sky. Yehhhh, screamed Muscular in victory. See that no way some fancy toy would beat me. Now where was I as he remembered the water hose duo in front of him? He grinned as he began to approach them, though he noticed that they weren't paying attention to him. He then looked up behind him, seeing a blue light coming down from the sky, like a meteorite entering the atmosphere. No way. Muscular then covered his body with as many fibers as possible. The top landed on Muscular in a blue ball of fire with so much force that the dust all around the area kicked up, and for a moment the water hose duo thought a bomb went off. When the dust settled, they could see a massive new crater in the ground with Muscular laying motionless in the center with the top spinning on his chest. The top then jumped off of him and dashed away. The water hose duo could only watch as the top disappeared into the night. Hey, I don't know who you are, but thank you for saving us. You think he heard you? Asked Mizu. I don't know, but I owe them big time. They just saved us and took down the villain. Mizu thought how close they both were to death and how close Kota was to becoming an orphan. Hopefully someday we can return the favor. Oh, okay, said Naomasa, who along with several police officers were in a meeting. We still have no idea what this top thing is, as behind him a picture of the top was shown in super slow-mo. This thing has been doing our job for nearly 10 years now and we still have no idea what it is, who is controlling it, or even how it works. This is troubling, said Detective Tanuma. Nearly 10 years and still nothing. Not even sure what quirk it takes to make this thing work. Well, maybe it's more than one quirk, said Officer Sansa. It does have a variety of powers. The chief of police Kenji Tsuragami scratched his dog chin. Let's just go over those powers one more time, shall we? Maybe that will help us out. Unlikely, said Tanuma. Naomasa ignored that and continued. Well, even though it appears to be a spinning top, it is capable of doing a lot more than that. We can confirm that it is able to move faster than the average eye can see and is able to cut steel with ease. Other powers include fire, making water appear, earthquakes, turning the ground into sand, making tornadoes, electrical storms. We think it can also mess with gravity, and part the sea. As the projection showing the top saving people from a sinking ship by parting the sea all the way to the coast. We sure this thing ain't a god, said Tanuma. Let's keep the ideas on the ground with reality. What it is in the end matters very little, said the chief. Whoever has been controlling this thing has been making it do acts of vigilantism. That is against the law. We must find this person and arrest them no matter what. Even though he or she has been helping others, we can't ignore the fact that the law is being broken. As police officers, we must fix this. A middle school boy was on his way to school when he saw that there was a crowd blocking his path. Can you believe it? That guy just went full villain like that, said a man. Right out in the open too. Aw man, I'm going to be late for work, said another. Hey, where are the heroes? Asked one girl. Suddenly the giant villain on the railroad tracks began to break the power lines, causing the top part to break off and fall near the crowd. Then a hero named Death Arms came and caught the wreckages so it wouldn't do any more damage. Stand back, citizens, let us handle this, said the hero backdraft as he made a water fence to cut off the civilians from getting close to the heroes. Several wooden branches seemed to wrap around the villain. It's Kamui Woods, cheered the fangirls. Disrupting traffic and causing civil unrest, yelled the hero. You are the definition of evil. Prepare for justice. Kamui Woods prepared his signature move, but he was too slow as the Beyblade came crashing down on the villain's head, knocking him out and causing Mount Lady to fly right past the villain. Mount Lady stood up confused. Wait, what happened? The top. As Kamui Woods tried to catch it but missed, as it went under him and hopped off the railroad tracks and out of sight from everyone else. The middle school boy from early was now walking through an alley when his Beyblade came and hopped into his hand. This boy was 14-year-old Izuku Midoriya on his way to school. Most people would say that Izuku was a troubled kid, though many would chalk it up to him being quirkless. He was quiet and barely spoke to any of his classmates. In fact, there would be some days where he wouldn't show up to class at all, though he managed to keep good grades in all of his classes, except PE. He never even showed up for PE. Many knew the fate of a quirkless person wasn't kind, and even his teachers gave up on any future for him. They all saw him as a zombie moving through everyday life, which is exactly what he wanted them to think. He went to class today, though, wearing a school uniform that was slightly bigger than normal so no one would suspect anything. He sat in his chair while reviewing his notes about his project, just in case he did make it in a strange code so no one but him could read them, or at least no one who didn't understand the constellation. All right, class, right now I'm supposed to be handing out career path papers, said the teacher while holding a stack of papers, before throwing them in the air. But why bother when you all want to go into the hero course? As the entire class erupted using their quirks. Yes, I know you all have amazing quirks, but don't use them during class. Understand? Don't lump with these losers, said a blonde spiky hair boy named Bakugo. Out of everyone here I have the top scores. Maybe one of these extras may become a sidekick to a third-rate hero, but I'll be the #1 hero you hear. Oh, shut up, Bakugo. Yeah, just because you have a good quirk doesn't mean you're better than us. Yes, I am, he said as he jumped onto his desk. That's why I'm going to UA High. That silences the class for a moment. UA, that's the top school in the country. Yeah, they have a super low acceptance rate. Teach, is that true? The teacher grabbed his clipboard. Yep, Bakugo has only written one school he wants to go to is UA. And as he looked at his board he noticed another name was signed up to try and go to UA. Midoriya. The class was stunned silent for a moment. The silence actually made Izuku look up from his notes. He looked around to see that everyone was slowly looking at him. Who's he? I forgot what's his quirk. I don't know. If I remember right, he doesn't have one. What? Yeah, he's the quirkless kid. What the hell are you thinking? Asked Bakugo as he put one foot on the back of his desk to stand over Izuku. Izuku was shocked for a moment, not out of fear but on the sheer fact that Bakugo spoke to him. He hasn't spoken to him since the beginning of middle school. It's been well over a year since they said a word to each other. Izuku raised an eyebrow. How is me going to UA have anything to do with you? Have you forgotten, Deku? I'm the future #1 hero, exclaimed Bakugo for the 100th time. I'm the only one who's going to UA here. Understand? You can see the future, cool, said Izuku calmly, completely unfazed by Bakugo's threats. Give me the next lotto numbers. Bakugo was now pissed and was about to slam his fist on Izuku's table. though to Izuku this was all going in slow motion. His reaction time was leagues better than the hotheads. Izuku kicked his leg out, hitting the chair Bakugo was on, causing him to fall and hit his head on the desk. Everyone in the class heard the slam of Bakugo's head on the desk. To Izuku's surprise, Bakugo didn't scream in pain or even say ouch. He just began to growl before grabbing Izuku's table leg with his left hand. Izuku saw what was coming and quickly grabbed his notebook and closed it before Bakugo tossed aside the desk to throw an explosive right at Izuku. Izuku then, using his notebook, caught Izuku's attacking arm before putting a sharpie to Bakugo's neck. The class was frozen in time as they saw the quirkless kid of class put a marker to the number 1 kid's throat. Bakugo broke out of his stunned state and jumped backwards. How the hell? He won't do that again. Izuku didn't react at all and just grabbed his bag and put his things away. If that's all, teach, then I'm heading home. Bakugo was now ready for a full-blown fight. Hey, where are you going? Get back here. I have something to tell you, Bakugo, said Izuku without turning around. Bakugo was silent as he waited for some declaration for a fight or him saying he was going to outdo him. Before you leave school, you should probably wash your face. Huh? Bakugo was confused as he watched Izuku leave. What? Dude, your face, said a classmate trying not to laugh. Here, said a girl handing him a mirror. When Bakugo looked at it, he saw what Izuku did. He gave him cat whiskers. Bakugo stared at his reflection as rage began to build up inside him. His rage stopped for a moment as he also saw a solid black line across his throat. It was a sign that if Izuku had a real knife, he would have killed him. After realizing that, his rage came back and he broke the mirror in his bare hands. My mirror. Oh. Izuku walked back to his house to get changed and to begin another one of his walks, which usually consisted of him going to some tall landmark and looking for crime he could launch his bay. He changed out of his uniform and into his hoodie as he hid his bay and his launcher inside his hoodie so no one could see it, then grabbed his fingerless gloves and double-checked his gear and bay. Before he left, he saw that his mom left a note and was going shopping. Let's hope she doesn't get into trouble again. Izuku has been wandering around Misutafu, looking for some action but found it really boring. Man, I guess I should have just used this day for training. Nothing's happening here. Deku, screamed Bakugo. Izuku looked over to see him and his posse approaching him. I finally found you. Bakugo, you were able to clean your face, that's good, said Izuku with not a care in the world. Maybe I can use him for practice. Now I should just go and see if old man Tyson is willing to spar. You're going to pay for what you did to me, you quirkless asshole, said Bakugo as his cronies had Izuku surrounded, though none of them moved, not just because of what he did in class, but also because they could see plain as day that there was no fear in his eyes, only boredom. Maybe I should ask Mercy about those part ideas I had, though I should deal with this first. Izuku yawned, which just pissed Bakugo off even more. Look man, I don't care about your ego, so I'm just going to go. Oh hell no, sighed Bakugo as he went off on one of his rants, but Izuku ignored it as the police became active in the area. Izuku saw several police and heroes arrive in the area. They weren't stopping anyone and it looked like they were looking for something, though it was clear that it wasn't him. Pay attention when your betters are talking. Hey Bakugo, maybe we should leave it for now. Heroes are watching, said one of his lackeys, which received a glare from him, though Bakugo quickly realized that he was right as the place became filled with heroes for some reason. Even so, his anger and pride wouldn't let him leave. He needed to send a message to Deku. He grabbed Izuku's collar. We ain't finished yet. Izuku could feel something was wrong here. His instincts were going off on full blasts. An attack was coming. He turned his head, ignoring Bakugo, looking left and right but couldn't see anything, nor from above. That's when he realized too late. Below, the ground below the group of kids erupted by a giant mass of green slime, blew open the street, capturing Izuku, Bakugo, and all of his minions. Nobody move or else these kids get it, said the giant sludge villain. Oh, All Might in his skinny form finally made his way to the crime scene to see several heroes surrounding the giant sludge villain, none of them able to make a move as he now had hostages. How the hell could I fail this badly? He said as he saw that the villain was using one of the students' blasts to keep the other heroes away. He also saw that in the mass of sludge there were other boys, some conscious and a few that were unconscious. Damn it, I'm pathetic. I have no time left. If only I caught him before he slipped away in the sewers. Though inside the sludge something was happening. Izuku was waking up. For a moment he was wondering why he was stuck in some sort of sludge before he remembered that the ground busted open and one of the rocks hit him in the head, knocking him out. No way am I going out like this. As he could feel himself running out of air, he began to use all of his strength to push himself to the outer edge of the blob he was stuck in. Come on, almost there. Izuku pushed his head out of the villain's membrane and took a massive breath of air. When he did, the villain noticed and tried to push him back in. Hey, all hostages, stay inside me. The sludge stopped when he felt a chill run through him. Izuku was glaring at him, which made him truly feel fear. Go to hell. As Izuku was able to rip his arm free and was able to throw something on the ground, In slow motion, the villain saw what he threw and couldn't believe his eyes. That's the top. The second the Beyblade hit the ground, it began to spin fast. Tanku, Leon-style lion gale force wall, a symbol of a tanuki, glowed for a moment. The base spun so fast it generated a massive tornado, sending the slime and all of his hostages flying in the air. Izuku cancelled the tornado before the hostages got too high to survive. Izuku was able to land on his feet as the others just crash-landed around him. He looked to make sure everyone got out. You're going to pay for this. The sludge villain reformed himself. You're the top. You're the guy who's been using that top thing. He was in shock, and so was everyone else who was watching. One, it called a Beyblade, and two, let me show what it can really do, said Izuku as his Bey landed in front of him. Tanku, Wahlberg style. The tanuki symbol glowed for a moment before the air around it became chilly. Pity hahaha. Nova Rog ice shards then appeared around Izuku as his Beyblade sent a wave of ice at the sludge villain. The sludge villain tried to get away, but the ice was too fast and froze him solid, turning him into a giant sludgesicle. Izuku Bey flew back to him. That will teach you, as he caught it. Though as he did, he remembered something. He slowly turned and saw the crowd of people, heroes, police were all watching him, including reporters and cameramen. Oh crap. For nearly 10 years, Japan has had an interesting question, one that haunted a few. For years, everyone has seen the top spin around and save the day. A top with powers and abilities that were impossible to explain. This top shows up out of nowhere and saves the day and then disappears without a trace. No one knew who controlled it or why it does what it does. This top has changed so many lives, from the police, heroes that had to deal with its aftermath, the civilians it saved, the truth scientists tried to uncover, and most of all, the villains that it stopped. And at the moment, all of these people were glued to their TVs as they heard the news. The top has been identified. Oh, guys, get in here right now, screamed Ragdoll. Soon the rest of the Wild Pussycats and the Water Hose Duo and their son rushed into the living room of the Pussycats rescue cabin. Quick, take a look at the TV. What's wrong? Did the TV special get cancelled? Asked Pixie Bob. Soon all of them were watching the news, and the Water Hose Duo both dropped their jaws as they saw the news. The only one slightly confused was their son Koda. Mom, Dad, what's going on? His parents looked at each other for a moment. Neither of them told him how close they were to death a few months ago. That boy on TV is the one that saved us. We have to do something to help him out, said Mr. Izumi as he grabbed his phone. He saved our butts. He doesn't deserve to be locked up in some prison. Mrs. Izumi put a hand on her husband's shoulder. I completely agree, but what can we do? I don't think you guys have to do much, said Mandalay as they all saw the TV. Oh, that's the boy that saved me, said Momo, staring at the TV screen in the back of her limo. She remembered when she almost died 7 years ago. Her family's mansion was attacked by a group of villains, and it ended with the mansion on fire with her stuck inside. She tried to escape, but she had inhaled too much smoke and was losing consciousness. Before she did, she saw the roof was collapsing and it was falling towards her before she heard someone yell Tiger Claw. The collapsing roof was then torn apart by something fast, and the next thing she knew, someone was carrying her out of the burning building. She later learned that her parents were saved by the vigilante that fights with the top. He was her reason to try and become a hero. To meet him someday. He's my age. As she stared at his photo on the screen. Oh, all of the teachers at UA were stunned as they looked at the TV. They were originally in a meeting until all of their phones blew up telling them that the top has been identified. Hey Aizawa, you were asked to hunt down the top, right? Asked Mike. Did you ever see him? Is he really a kid? Aizawa was silent for a moment. I was asked to look into the top case 6 years ago, and we could never figure out who was controlling the thing. My quirk couldn't do anything to it, and it was too fast to catch. Howard Loader scratched his chin. Well, who would have guessed a kid was controlling the thing? I wonder if they'll let me take a look at the top. Nezu began to clap. Everyone, as interesting as this is, we need to get back to the meeting. Oh, the heroes weren't the only ones watching the news. Stain sat in his hideout in a trance as he watched the news. He slowly brought his hand up to his cheek as he ran a finger over the long scar on the side of his face. The scar Izuku gave him 4 years ago, back when he went by Steindal, when he was hunting down Yakuza members. While this makes things interesting, you better sharpen that top of yours, cause I'm ready for a rematch. Oh, Koichi and Kazuho along with the others in the vigilante gang were watching the TV. This doesn't look good for Izuku. Well, shouldn't we do something? Asked Kazuho. Nah, said Soga. He's always been able to get himself out of tight situations. He'll get himself out of this, so relax. Though clearly on all their faces they didn't calm down at all. Look, if you're that worried, just call that number he gave you. Koichi flinched at that. Kazuho on the other hand thought that would be a good idea. Yeah, we can call that one guy. Izuku said we could call him in case of an emergency. Koichi began to scratch his cheek. Well, Izuku said to call him in a life or death emergency. I don't think Kai would take this that well. Koichi then began imagining him facing Kai again. He might actually hurt me this time. That guy is scary. Don't bother, said Knuckleduster as he walked into the warehouse. I just got done talking to Granger. He said everything is under control. We just have to wait and see. Oh, Overhaul watched the news with some interest. He hadn't personally run into the top himself, but he has heard stories and the abilities of the top. The abilities are what interested him the most. Chrono, he said, getting the attention of his right-hand man. Once things calm down a little, try and procure the files on that boy. There might be something interesting there. Oh, Rikiya Yatsubashi or Redistro was grinning from ear to ear as he looked at his television in his office. He ended his office meeting early to watch this, and it couldn't give him more joy. He pressed a button on his desk. Miyashita, cancel my meetings today. Something unexpected has just occurred, and if any of the investors ask, this could be big. Yes, sir, said his secretary over the intercom. Redistro then pulled out his phone and began to make a phone call. Curious, please tell me you're going to report on the boy. The vigilante that was just revealed, said Chitos Kazuki. Who do you think I am? Of course I'm on this one. This is the biggest thing to happen in all of Japan. The only thing that could possibly top this would be another world war started right now. Though I'm guessing if you're calling me that means you like this boy. Redistro couldn't help but chuckle. It's clear this boy has been using his quirk for a long time. Probably since he got it. You could say he's been liberated for years. Curious knew where he was going. Don't worry, I'm going to get an interview with him, even if it kills me. Though, Shigaraki was glued to his TV as it showed the footage of Izuku freezing the sludge villain. He was studying the kid, analyzing each of his moves. Other than that bay of his, he clearly has some physical skill as well. Sensei, he said, calling out to his mentor. Yes, Tamura, I've heard of the boy as well. In your opinion, what do you think? He's skilled. Clearly he's been practicing for years. Though I can't tell what foundation he has. This footage isn't enough to go on. Has he gone through the arrangement? To be honest, I don't know, said his sensei, surprising him. Our records are a bit scattered 10 years ago. His bay aside, his name is Midoriya. Midoriya. Tamura hummed as he recognized that name. Well, this could be a problem. Indeed, I believe now is the time for you to get your arrangement done. Yes, sensei. Oh, the police chief Kenji was able to get his car into the Mustafa precinct. When he got there, he was greeted by fellow officers. Tell me we have him in custody. As he entered the building. Yes, sir, said the officer. He came quietly with us and gave little to no trouble. He's cooperating. Good. They made their way into the back of the building. Then do you have the top in lockdown? The officer was nervous for a moment. No, sir. What? He wouldn't let go of it, sir. Even Death Arms tried to pry his hand open, but he wouldn't budge. Though the boy did say he would cooperate, but he would die before handing over his Beyblade. That's what he calls the top. We were, however, able to secure the device he was using to launch it. Beyblade, huh? The chief of police didn't like the idea that the vigilante has access to his weapon. Did he say anything else? Yes, sir. He made a request that he speak with All Might. He wants to speak to All Might. Yes, but he never gave a reason why. The police chief was silent as they went into the monitoring room, where he saw other officers watching the boy through not only monitors but a one-way glass. Inside the room were several detectives and heroes that were there on the scene when Izuku was brought in. On the other side of the glass he could see Izuku Midoriya cuffed and chained to the interrogation desk. Ah, Chief, you made it, said Detective Naomasa. So this is the vigilante who has been active for 10 years. As he looked close at the boy, he's still a child. Do we have any information on him? Naomasa took a deep breath before reading off the information. His name is Izuku Midoriya, age 14. 14? You mean to tell me this boy has been a vigilante since he got his quirk? No, said Naomasa a bit quietly as he held a folder. He's quirkless. What? That can't be right, said Death Arms. There's no way that kid is quirkless. He was able to stop me from prying that thing from his hands, and unless he has a strength or grip quirk I could have gotten it. He's right, said Kamui Wood. I tried to use my branches to take it and he wouldn't let go. I would have used more force, but I was afraid I would hurt him. That's what his records say on his birth certificate, his elementary school and middle school records. He has shown no sign of a quirk factory at any of his doctor visits. Even his own mother, who I just got off the phone with just before you arrived, sir, she said that he doesn't have a quirk at all. Also, I sent a few officers to go pick her up. She should be here shortly. The chief looked at the boy, who was sitting in the chair looking at his Beyblade. Has anyone gone in and talked to the boy? Yep, said Detective Tanuma. We've had quite a few officers go in there and try talking to him. He hasn't given us anything, other than basic information like his name and birthday. The only things he's asked for is some food and to speak with All Might. Why All Might? Has he given any hints or reasons to speak with him? Everyone in the room either shook their heads or said no. Maybe for publicity, said Mount Lady. I mean, let's be honest here, the kid's kind of a big deal. He's going to have like 1 million or so interviews when this is over. Maybe he thinks talking to All Might help him somehow. Kamui Woods didn't believe this. You think he did this for publicity? He's been doing this for years and you think it was to become popular. Hey, I don't hear you coming up with ideas. She shot back. Both of you stop. We need to be professional here, said Death Arms. The chief thought for a moment. The boy is clearly acting logical. I think it would be wise to hit him with the facts first, and when he sees that his options are limited, he should hopefully cooperate and tell us what we would like to know. Naomasa scratched his head. Okay, so how should we proceed, sir? Oh, Izuku was calmly waiting for the police to do what they do before they finally cave and brought him All Might. In fact, if it wasn't for the cuffs, he would have rather enjoyed the peace and quiet, though it didn't last long. As the police chief, "Hello, HHH," screamed Izuku, startling everyone. For a moment there was silence as Izuku stared at the chief. "Oh, you're not Hokuto." The chief of police quickly regained himself. "No, I'm not. My name is Kenji Tsuragami. I'm the chief of police and I've come to have a word with you. You wouldn't have a relative named Hokuto, do you?" "No, I don't. To be honest, I'm a little surprised. With my dog head, no one has ever mixed me up with another person before. Does this Hokuto person have a similar dog quirk?" Yeah, pretty much. Who is this Hokuto person?" Izuku was calm now. "Can I get some food? I haven't had anything since lunch." "Young man, do you have any idea how bad of a situation you're in right now? Seriously, I'll be good with a candy bar right now. You know, just something to hold me over," said Izuku, not answering the questions. The chief of police then snapped his fingers. When he did, several officers came in with several folders labeled top on them. They came and kept staking the folders one after another. "These are just the files that are here in this precinct. This is only a fraction of what we have. Do you know what this means?" Izuku looked over at the stack of papers. "It means that you guys need to go digital." The chief decided to ignore that comment. "It means that you've broken the law several times, involving yourself in police investigations, interfering with the work of heroes, and several hundreds more counts of vigilantism." Izuku was silent for a moment as a look of confusion appeared on his face. "Oh, okay, I get it. What I believe you're trying to say is thank you." "Thank you. You're welcome." The chief said nothing and his dog face remained passive. "Young man, I know you're in a difficult situation, but please try to take this seriously." "Oh, I am," said Izuku, now relaxing a little. "I helped you guys out, saved lives. I mean, if you ask nicely, I'll happily take a job for you guys." A small tick mark appeared on the back of the police chief's head, but he remained calm. "That isn't being serious." Izuku nodded a bit. "Okay, fine. Can I ask a serious question then?" "Go ahead. Why do we call it tuna fish?" The room was silent, so was the side room as they heard the question. "I mean, tuna is already a fish. We don't say beef, mammal, or chicken, bird, so why do emphasize the fact that tuna is a fish?" The police chief sat there and blinked a few times as his brain tried to reboot from the question that came from the depths of space itself. Finally, he came back online and slowly put his hands on the table. "Clearly, we aren't going to get anywhere like this." As he stood up, "Well, we would get somewhere if you brought me All Might." The chief stopped for a moment. "You want to see All Might that much? Why? Do you believe he will be on your side?" "No, I need to speak with him." "Why? Bring him here." "What's it about? How good is your smell?" asked Izuku, clearly trying to change the subject. "Can you smell bullshit? Are you always this talkative?" "Well, for 10 years I've been fighting from a good range, so I never got a chance to talk, and I think I like it." "At least tell me why you won't tell us." "Easy, I don't trust you," said Izuku as if it was an obvious fact. "I don't trust you or anyone else here." "You don't trust the police?" "No, I trust the police. I trust them to protect and serve." "I don't trust you, and I definitely don't trust you people with the knowledge I have." "Yet you trust All Might." Izuku laughed. "No, I don't trust All Might. To be honest, I rather not rely on the guy. But there is one thing about him I trust. His hate." This caused the chief and all those hearing to pause for a moment. The chief looked at the boy to see if he could find any hint that he was screwing with him. "His hate." "Yes, his hate," said Izuku as he simply stared back at the police chief. The police chief kept looking back at Izuku before leaving the room and heading back to the monitoring room. When he entered, he was met with several confused faces looking at him, including all thinking the same question. "What does that mean?" The police and heroes began to discuss what to do next. The police chief assured the heroes that they were no longer needed here and should go back to the streets and leave the boy to them. Naomasa then got a message on his phone. "Chief, his mother is here. Follow me," he said as he left the room. They walked down the hall until they saw a tall, thin woman with green hair seating in one of the waiting chairs, with a few officers talking with her, trying to keep her calm. Inko Midoriya. As she heard her name, she turned to him. "I'm Kenji Tsuragami, the chief of police. We have some questions we would like you to answer." Inko nodded. "Of course, but please tell me, is my son okay?" "Don't worry, he's just fine. He came willingly," said the chief, calming her down. "I'll cut right to the chase, ma'am. Did you know what your son was doing?" Inko shook her head. "No, he's always been quiet. I had no idea what he'd been up to. I just thought he found a new sport or dojo to hang out at." "Hold it, what do you mean by sports and dojos?" "A few years ago I was held hostage at gunpoint when I was out grocery shopping. Afterwards, me and Izuku began to take self-defense classes and began to work out. It helped to get us both in shape. and I thought it helped get his mind off of the things that were happening at school. And what might that be? The bullying, exclaimed Inko. My son is quirkless. All throughout elementary school he was constantly teased and bullied for not having a quirk. He always brushed it off, but I could tell something was wrong, and I thought that getting him out of the house was helping. I never expected him to do something so dangerous. Inko's eyes began to fill with tears. I'm so sorry for my son's actions. Can I please see him? Of course, ma'am, said the chief as he thought it might be a good idea. Hopefully if he sees you we might be able to get something out of him. The chief led Inko to the interrogation room where Izuku was. Izuku, yelled Inko as she hugged her son. Izuku tried to return the hug as he could with his hands still chained to the table. Are you all right? You're not hurt, are you? Izuku smiled. No, Mom, I'm fine. Really? Inko then looked her son right in the eye. Izuku, please tell me what's going on. Since when did you have that top and why are you doing all of this? Izuku's smile faltered for a moment. Mom, I owe you of all people an explanation of what's going on. The police chief and everyone in the monitoring room were on the edge of their seats as they thought they were about to hear something about his reason or where he got the top. Mom, right now I need you to please do something. I need to speak with All Might, so could you please go outside and tell the reporters all for one and one for all. Naomasa felt a chill go down his spine. He looked to see that while he may know what's going on, his fellow officers were quite confused. All but the police chief. Chief, get All Might here now. Oh, fortunately All Might was in the building. He was downstairs as Toshinori Yagi pretending to be working for a hero's agency just in case they needed to be called, cause right now there was the infamous vigilante upstairs. Then he got a call from Naomasa saying the kid knew about All for One and that he requested to speak with him. Toshinori then made a quick bathroom trip before heading upstairs as All Might, the #1 hero. When he made it upstairs, he was greeted by several police officers and Izuku's mother, Inko, who was also greeting him and apologizing at the same time. Don't worry, miss. Your son has helped a lot of people. I'm sure he's a good kid. Right now he just needs a little help. He made sure to reassure her before stepping into the room where he saw Izuku looking at his bae before looking up and seeing All Might. Hello there, young man. I hear you have something you wanted to tell me. All Might, said Izuku with a smile before for the first time here putting his Beyblade down on the table. They made me wait quite a while. Now we can get moving. As he stood up, before anyone realized what he was doing, Izuku quickly whipped his hands so fast that they made a cracking noise, then his cuffs fell off. All Might then could see that Izuku's thumbs were now wiggling as Izuku dislocated both of his thumbs simultaneously to get the cuffs off. Izuku then slammed both of his thumbs on the table to relocate them again. Okay, let's go. As he grabbed his bae, All Might then realized something else. You could have left whenever you wanted. Yeah, but it would just be easier at this moment to have you come to me, said Izuku as he made his way to the door. When he got to the hallway, he was instantly surrounded by the police. Really? You're not going anywhere, said the police chief. You've broken the law. You can't just do whatever you want, young man. Please, he's just a boy, yelled his mother, who was being held back by a few officers. This caused Izuku to look down at Tenku and think if he should prove these idiots wrong. Though as if reading his mind, All Might acted. Hold it, all of you. Officers, please let Mrs. Midoriya go. The officers looked at the police chief for a moment. Don't worry, you can leave the boy to me. I'll have him back before too long. The chief thought for a moment. Very well, All Might, but we will be tracking your location. Keep an eye on the boy or we will bring him back ourselves. And you, he said, pointing to Izuku. We know who you are now. You won't be getting away. Izuku gave him a blank look. You might be eating those words. Just make sure my mom stays safe. He then turned to his mom. Sorry, Mom. I promise I will take care of all of this. Izuku, said Inko. Right now a million thoughts were flying in her head as she didn't expect any of this to happen at all today. She had no idea what to say to her son. Part of her wondered if she really knew her son now. So she turned to All Might. Please bring him back, safely. All Might gave her his trademark smile. Of course, there's no need to fear because I'm on the job. Come on, All Might, said Izuku, now making his way down the hall. The faster we get this done, the better. Though as he did, he passed a window giving him a look outside. But the outside was a huge crowd of people, with a majority of them being reporters and news crews as they waited outside for something. What are all of these people doing here? Hey, All Might, you might want to do something about your fans. They look a little restless. The adults stared at the boy for a moment. Detective Tanuma stepped up to Izuku. Hey, genius, they're here for you. Izuku looked back with a blank face before his eyes went wide. What? Why would they be here for me? You're the vigilante, kid. Well, I know that. I just didn't think this many people would care. You've stopped like 100 criminals and saved a dozen more. How can you take that so lightly? Asked the detective. I was just doing the right thing. That's all, said Izuku, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. It made the adults realize that this kid really wasn't looking for fame. This just caused All Might to give off a hearty laugh. You know, I'm beginning to like you, young man. All Might then could feel his body give way. Come, let us move, or else the press will be all over us. Soon both of them were on the roof as All Might put Izuku on his back as he took to the skies. Oh, All Might landed on a building not too far from the police station. So now that we are alone and away from prying eyes and ears, tell me, what do you know about All for One? As All Might got to his knees to let Izuku off, Izuku didn't move and stayed on his back. Dagaba Beach. Go to Dagaba Beach, that's where I left the evidence. It will be easier for you to understand everything if you see it rather than just hear the words from my mouth. These made All Might curious. Very well, hold on tight. It didn't take All Might long to reach the beach. When he landed, he was met with the stench of the junkyard that had piled up on the beach. Hiding your evidence among garbage. Clever. Izuku jumped off. It's not hidden there. As he began walking to one of the trees in the parking lot of the beach. I wouldn't leave something so important in a bunch of garbage. Someone might find it. As Izuku then to All Might's surprise kicked the tree hard enough to break it open, revealing a small box. Well, that was impressive. Nice kick. So you hid it in a tree? Nope. As he opened the box, showing a strange device All Might didn't recognize. It looked like a wrist brace. This is a spare wrist launcher. Since the police took my main launcher, I'll just use this. He then put the launcher on his wrist and then attached his Beyblade to the bottom of it. Then with a quick swing of his arm, the device extended, launching the Beyblade into the air over the ocean. Tanku, Grand Seta style, part the ocean. The Beyblade hit the waster, and for a moment nothing happened until the water began to part, creating a path to a small sunken boat at the bottom of the ocean. Izuku jumped on the boat and lifted a compartment up, revealing a giant trunk that had a high-tech lock on it. Izuku pulled it out of the boat and it began to beep. 1 second, let me disarm the alarm before the box explodes. It will explode, said All Might, surprised. Izuku pushed a few buttons. Nope, not anymore. As the beeping stopped and he grabbed one handle of the box. Mind helping me with this? We can look through this up at gazebo on the pier. All Might jumped up and landed on the pier. Izuku then called back Tanku. Izuku then opened the trunk, revealing several papers that were completely dry along with a laptop and a dozen flash drives. Izuku pulled out the computer and plugged one of the flash drives in. He then waited patiently as All Might began to go through the files on the computer. All Might began to be shocked at what he was seeing as he looked through the computer, to the point he completely forgot about his time limit. He was completely focused on the computer as he began opening file after file, video after video, some of which sickened him to his core. Izuku took the time to clean Tanku, and he watched as several police cruisers began to pass the beach. Izuku could tell several heroes were nearby, so were several police officers. Though it mattered little to him, as he knew from All Might's face he could cut a good deal from all of this. All Might then shut the laptop. There is some serious evidence here, young man. I have several questions. For starters, why didn't you go to the police for this or find me sooner? I tried that once, said Izuku, remembering the first time he was in a war zone. All for One has spies everywhere. When I tried the first time, people came after me. A friend had to pull me out. After that I went deeper, and when I found out how closely my father was tied to all of this, I decided to try and figure it out on my own. Does your mother know about any of this? Izuku was quiet for a moment before shaking his head. How could I tell her? How could I tell her that my father sold his soul to the devil? The same devil that screwed up your body. How could I? Young Midoriya, do you know where your father is now? Izuku took a deep breath. He's most likely dead. For as long as I could remember, he would hardly come home. Only about once or twice a month. That was until about 4 years ago. I haven't seen him since. That's when letters started coming. I put them under a microscope and found out they weren't handwritten. They must have used a good printer to mimic his handwriting. I even recorded his last phone call, which was over 3 years ago, and ran it by Dizzy and Mercy. They're AI computer programs, and both say that the audio is fake. Izuku looked off in the distance. I've known for years that he's a bad guy. He helped experiment on people, innocent kids, even myself, and I've come to terms with the fact that his deal with All for One has gotten him killed. Though part of me does want to avenge him for that. I guess you could say that was another reason I didn't want to tell anyone. I wanted to get some payback for my old man. I can understand that one. I lost someone to that man. She was like a mother to me. All Might could only stare at the boy in front of him. All Might could only imagine what this boy had to go through, the pain he's had to keep in, the destiny he tried to deny, to be a hero and not the weapon. Young Midoriya, you have been through a lot, and I've barely scratched the surface of everything you've done and have here. I promise you protection for you and your mother, but I will need to take this evidence in. I know some people who can be trusted with this, though I have to tell you, you need to tell your mother about this. She deserves to know what has happened to her husband. She needs to know what you've been through. Izuku wanted to argue against it, but he knew it was time to come clean to his mother. He's known for a while he needed to tell her, but he couldn't do it. He tried to tell her, but every time he just froze. Okay, he said quietly as he nodded slowly. Okay, I'll tell her, but I have a few conditions. Of course, said All Might as he began to pack the folders and laptop back into the trunk. We can discuss them when we get back to the police. We have to get them on board or else you might have problems. We don't need to tell them everything, just enough to get them to understand the severity of the situation. Izuku nodded. I'm curious though, what was your original plan anyway? Easy, right before the UA entrance exam I would somewhat crash UA to get your attention and make a deal with you and Principal Nezu. It's why I specifically asked for you. You're a big name and with you on my side, I know I can get a better deal than if I just outright gave them the info. You are one terrifying kid, you know that. All Might paused for a moment, though that plan of yours might be the best solution here. Oh, they quickly returned to the police station with a huge crowd still there, though a majority of them now were just news crews and people trying to get answers. Answers they would never fully hear. When they arrived, All Might took the police chief aside and gave him a rundown at what happened and informed him that Izuku did have solid reasons to do what he did. While he did that, Izuku took his mother aside and began the toughest conversation of his life. His mother sat quietly throughout the whole conversation, but he could see the utter horror in her face, especially when Izuku showed her the evidence that his father and her husband were truly gone, and that he wasn't a good person. To say she was in shock would be an absolute understatement. After everyone who needed to know about the situation was caught up to speed, they began to plan for the future. It has been 2 weeks since the biggest revelation of the decade. That the infamous Top, the vigilante that has been breaking hero records, is a 14-year-old kid. A lot has changed since then. For a lot of people this meant something big. To Bakugo this was nothing more than the biggest pain in the ass he has ever felt. He couldn't even imagine anything so enraging than the fact that Deku was the vigilante. For the past 2 weeks he has been hounded by reports asking about Deku and not him. He was supposed to be the star. He was the one who was going to become the next #1 hero, not Deku. Deku was supposed to be quirkless, so how the hell was he able to do all of this? What the hell is that Top? Okay class, everyone take your seats, said the teacher as he walked into the classroom. You all heard the bell, class has started. Oh, Shidos Kazuki was not a happy reporter. For 2 weeks now she has been trying to find any and all information on Izuku Midoriya, and has found almost nothing. After Izuku was revealed to the world, he and his mother dropped off of the face of the earth. They were clearly under some sort of police protection, and no prison or juvenile detention center has received any new residents, so they haven't put him in jail yet. Inko's job hasn't taken her off of their staff, and their apartment is still under the Midoriya name. Shidos had just walked out of Izuku's school, confirming that he's still registered as a student and has gotten no notice that he has left or transferred schools. She stomped her foot. This makes no sense. Where are they? Her assistant cleared her throat. Ma'am, maybe we should look for a new story in the meantime. We could always just have a freelancer keep an eye at the school. No offense, but when was the last time you did a field report? Shidos had to take a deep breath. It's been a while, she admitted. I just thought when those fools at the station told me they couldn't get anything, that they were just sending amateurs. Though it looks like there really wasn't anything to find. Sai, looks like I owe them an apology. Look out below, came a booming voice from above them. They both look up in time to see something crash into the ground not too far away from them. We are here. Are you insane? I could have walked to school on my own, said another voice. As the dust settled, the two women could make out two figures, a giant and smaller one. Soon they saw All Might and Izuku Midoriya. I can walk on my own. I don't need you being my personal taxi. Now young Midoriya, you know the deal. From home to school you have to be accompanied by a hero, said All Might. You can't go anywhere else, and no crime fighting, understood? Izuku gave All Might an annoyed look. I don't remember agreeing to an escort. No, but your mom did. Shidos was watching the banter with shock and joy as if it was a gift from the heavens. Hold that apology, as she quickly grabbed her phone and set it to record audio. Excuse me, my name is Kai. Sorry, got to go, said Izuku as he quickly ran towards the school. Everyone watched, including those in the building, as Izuku jumped over the school fence and ran towards the building but not to the entrance. Izuku then surprised everyone by jumping up all the way to the 3rd floor classroom. He landed on the windowsill and then jumped over everyone and landed in his seat. Sorry, Teach, All Might took too long. That's when his class erupted with questions. Why the hell did I agree to this? Outside, All Might was giving a hearty laugh. That boy truly underestimated the impact he had on the people. Excuse me, All Might, if I could please get a small word from you, said Shidos, changing her target. All Might turned to jump away. Sorry, dear citizen, but duty calls. So you're endangering a school. This stopped All Might as he turned back to Shidos. The biggest vigilante has just been revealed, and for some reason he's being allowed to attend a public school. All the while villains are chomping at the bits for revenge. Are you okay with that, Mr. All Might? All Might took a closer look and recognized the reporter. I know you. You're that big-time reporter Kazuki, right? Indeed, said Shidos as she held the phone out. With the introductions out of the way, would you mind answering a few questions? If I don't, well, silence is also an answer to some questions, even the ones about the safety of all the people in the school, she said with a grin. All Might could see where she was going. He's had to deal with quite a few reporters in his day, but he could tell she was different. You're good. Shidos knew she had him now. I wouldn't be where I am if I wasn't this good. Now tell me, what is the situation with Izuku Midoriya? I am not at liberty to discuss the details, but I can tell you this. The school is being watched by several heroes, police and me. So if a villain is stupid enough to try anything, they will be arrested before they even come close to the school. Now if you'll excuse me, I must be off. As he jumped away, Chidos's smile never left her face as she put away her phone and walked to her car. Her assistant was worried that she might be angry, but Chidos just raised a hand. This isn't a bad thing. Ma'am, this encounter told us that the boy is still going to school and has somehow cut a deal with the police. This tells us we can come back later for a word with the boy, and it gives us a chance to learn more secrets. She began to hum with excitement. This is making me curious. Though, Izuku was starting to regret his decision to return to school, as he was now hiding from his fellow students as he ate his lunch on the roof of the school. He took out his bay and looked at it. Hey Tanku, do you think I made the right move, coming back here like this? He paused for a moment. Me neither. Maybe Nezu knew something we didn't. So you would like to attend school here? Asked Nezu as he and Izuku were talking in his office. Yes, sir, said Izuku, who was dead tired. I know I've broken a lot of rules, but that doesn't change the fact I want to be a hero. I want to help people, and well. Nezu sipped his tea. Don't worry, I understand. As a test subject myself, I understand the urge to go against your oppressor's will. I know you want to do the right thing. And do you think you can do the right thing here at UA? Yes, I do. Before he yawned. Sorry, are you all right? Izuku shook his head. No, there's been a lot of changes and my mom isn't taking them well. She's been staying bed a lot and barely eating. Nezu was silent as he looked. Not at the vigilante, but at the boy, whose life has been twisted by the actions of his father, but one who is still trying to do the right thing. Midoriya, do you think working with us will help? Yes, I think it will help get things back on track. Not only with me, but hopefully it will allow for enough of a fresh start for me and my mom, while continuing to pursue my dream. Very well, I will help you. Izuku perked up a bit. But it requires you to agree to a few things, one of which was to graduate middle school without committing any more acts of vigilantism. I thought that the whole not fighting would be a challenge, but dealing with my classmates might be worse. He looked to see Tanku glow a little. Yeah, this can't be that hard. In a blink of an eye this will all be over. That's when he heard the bell ring. Alright, it looks like it's time to go back to class. Oh, Midoriya, front and center, yelled the coach. Well, he really was the PE teacher, but Izuku never bothered to learn his name, but nonetheless he stepped forward. Do you have any idea how many classes you've missed? Yes, or I should say it would be easier to tell you how many times I've shown up for your class, said Izuku, not really caring as he counted down the seconds until school was over. I've only ever shown up for class on the first day of school. That's right, Buttercup, you've only shown up once, screamed the coach. I don't care who or what you are, boy. You show up to class, understand? Yes, because legally I have to be here now. For some reason this just made the coach angrier, trying to be the funny guy, huh? Well, it just so happens today we are doing a few tests. Griot. Izuku wasn't intimidated in the slightest. Hurry in, put your gym cloths on, and prepare for a world of hurt. Izuku left for the locker room. Let this be a lesson for all of you. This is the punishment for thinking you can use your quirks like a delinquent, he said to the class. They could tell he wanted to make some sort of example out of Izuku. That kid may be able to be a vigilante, but he hasn't been doing anything but rely on that top of his. I'll give him his first real workout of his life. He then heard the locker room door open. All right, or you will. He and the rest of the class were shocked silent by Izuku and how fit he was. He wasn't bulky at all, but there was almost no fat on his body whatsoever. This caused the class to drop their jaws. All of the girls blushed and some boys. Okay, so what are these tests? Asked Izuku. The coach collected himself. Pullups. Izuku was keeping up a solid pace for 10 minutes before the coach told him to stop. Mile run. Izuku broke the record. Push-ups. Second verse same as the first. Long jump. Didn't even touch the sand. Bench press. Izuku was easily lifting his own weight, only feeling slightly sweaty when he made it to 1,000. What the hell? How the hell are you doing that? Is that your quirk? Izuku began to wipe the sweat off. No, I just had a crazy teacher. Izuku made it back to Tyson's dojo. Our huff we huff done. I told you his training was intense, said Tyson. An old but very fit Chinese man just grinned. Sorry Izuku, we still have one more part left, said Ray. Live combat. Izuku looked up a little confused. Am I fighting you or Tyson? Oh no, you're not going to fight us, said Ray with a cat-like grin. I sent letters to those 2-bit temples saying that they were pathetic and that you challenged them. They'll be the ones hunting you down today. Izuku slowly turned to Tyson. Yeah, sorry about that, my dude. He's somewhat gotten a little crazy in his old age. An explosion blew away the door. My door. Which one of you insulted the Bailin temple? Said a man in purple traditional Chinese garbs. Ray gave Izuku a thumbs up. Have fun, kid. He made sure I was in shape and all those monks he threw at me helped as well, said Izuku as he remembered fighting them off. Though on the plus side they did teach me some of their martial arts. The coach begrudgingly conceded and moved on. Though, the first day back at school ended and Izuku made a beeline to the exit, not wanting to be there any longer than he had to. Though he soon found his path blocked by several annoyances, including but not limited to Bakugo, heroes, and a legion of reporters. For the love of, they were all trying to get his attention. Izuku tried to move around them but was cut off by Kamui Woods. Dude, I haven't done anything. Please move. I have orders to make sure you get home, clarified Kamui. You are going home, right? I would love to. But as you can see the exit is kind of being blocked, said Izuku pointing to the crowd. So either help me get through or we go around. Take your pick. Kamui Woods could see the problem going through the crowd. Okay, fine, as he extended his branches out to Midoriya. I'll carry you out of here. No. Before Kamui could say anything, Izuku jumped on his shoulder and jumped into the air before using his grappling hook to swing him over the crowd and onto the roofs. When Kamui caught up to him, he saw Izuku making a phone call. You knew this would happen, didn't you? Oh, hello, Midoriya. So how did you like your first day? Said a laughing Nezu. What the hell, man? Seethed Izuku into the phone. You knew this crap was going to happen. Why? Why am I putting you through this? Well, that's simple. It's a test. A test to see if you can keep that bay of yours in check and to show you just how much of an impact your actions have. Izuku looked down at the crowd. Message received. I still don't see why everyone is freaking out about this. Wow, when we spoke before I thought you were being somewhat modest. But you really didn't think people would care if they found out you were the Vigilant. I didn't think it would be this big. I thought a week of laying low would be enough for things to calm down. This is going to be a pain. Most likely, but remember spin the bay and no UA. Yeah, I know. No bay outside the practice zones or without the permission of a pro hero, said Izuku before saying goodbye to Nezu. Okay, Kamui, you see any paths that are somewhat clear? Kamui then led Izuku, trying to avoid the press. Oh, but father, it would be for just a moment, pleaded Momo to her parents. Currently her and her parents were on their way to an early dinner with some forging business partners that her parents wanted her to meet. Yaoyorozu Mito was getting tired of this. Momo, I know you want to meet the boy who saved your life, but we have other responsibilities. Not to mention I think it's a bad idea. Your father's right, Momo, said Yaoyorozu. This boy might have helped a lot of people, but he still broke the law, and from what I heard he acts like a delinquent. I don't think that's someone you should be hanging around. But Momo couldn't finish as the limo suddenly lurched to a sudden stop. What was that? As the family looked outside they saw a big rock man breaking cars. Where are you, brat? Shouted the rock villain. Come out, I know I saw you. Hold it right there, villain, said Kamui as he landed on a car in front of the rock villain. You've disrupted traffic and are trying to harm the citizens of this fair town. You are the definition of villainy. Surrender now or I will be forced to arrest you. Do you really need to give a speech every time you fight someone? Asked Izuku from the sideline. It's kind of cringy. This earned an angry Kamui telling him to move away. You, yelled the rock villain as he pointed at Izuku. I've been looking for you. It's time for a rematch. I need to pay you back for what you did to me. I'm good, said Izuku as walked to the side. What? No, fight me. Can't. Blame Woody over there. It's Kamui Wood. And no, I'm not giving you permission to fight, said Kamui Woods as he turned to the villain. Your opponent is me. Screw you. As he threw a car at Kamui, Kamui was able to dodge it with ease and began to use his special move on the rock villain, but the villain grabbed the extending branch and tossed him away. You are nothing but a second-rate hero. Kamui pushed himself up. Why you? Aim for the legs, said Izuku calmly, though this got the attention of the villain as he began to throw vending machines at Izuku. Izuku showed some incredible acrobatic skill as he dodged the vending machines. I suggest you hurry before there is more collateral damage. Kamui Wood dashed back at the villain, aiming at his legs, causing him to trip. By the time the rock villain was picking himself up, Kamui had already wrapped him up in so many branches that he couldn't escape. Justice prevails. Well, that could have gone better. I guess I wait now. As Izuku turned to find a place to sit, when he realized there was a girl staring at him, with stars in her eyes. Ooh, hi. You're Izuku Midoriya, said Momo, shaking with excitement. I've wanted to meet you for so long. You saved my life years ago. I did. As Izuku noticed the fancy dress she had on. What are you, that girl from the burning mansion? Yes, my name is Momo Yaoyorozu. Izuku visibly flinched at the name Yaoyorozu. I just wanted to thank you for helping me and my family. Yeah, no problem, said Izuku, trying to think of a way to get out of this. Momo could see this. Is something wrong? Did I say something? No, it's just my luck. Momo, said her father. Brat, yelled the villain as he broke free and rushed Izuku. I'm going to smash you. Izuku was about to grab Momo and jump away when a giant flail came flying and hit the villain, sending him flying. Oh, for the love of, what are you doing here, Junior? Momo followed the chain to the flail's owner, and to her surprise she recognized the person. Robert Jurgen. The third at your service. Only my father and grandfather call me Junior, use my real name, said the European noble as he handed his flail to his butler. Honestly, Izuku, why do you insist on calling me Junior? Izuku shrugged. Well, I met your grandfather first, and knowing 3 people who have the same name can be a bit hectic. But that aside, what are you doing here? Excuse me, said Kamui Woods after wrapping up the villain again. Young man, you can't go around interfering in hero work. Robert took out a brick of cash and tossed it to Kamui Woods. Here, keep the change. Robert, said Izuku as he felt a headache coming. You can't just throw money at your problems all the time. It doesn't work that way. I understand, but for the pointless ones so far it's worked. He clarified as he signaled one of his butlers to deal with the hero. As for why I'm back here in Japan, Enrique invited me. No, why is Enrique here? Yelled Izuku as he heard the name. Why do you have a problem with him again? Asked Robert as his security began to block the crowd. Wait a minute, you don't mean Enrique Conzern, do you? Interjected. Momo was surprised at what she was hearing. Of the Conzern family. Indeed, Miss Yaoyorozu. Though I have to say I'm surprised that you and Izuku know each other, said Robert as another limo rolled up. You would be surprised how much of a small world it is, said a tall blonde man in a fancy red suit coming out of the limo. Those who have done great things often know others of the same value. Mito Yaoyorozu dropped his jaw. Julian Conzern. Julian looked to see Mito. Oh, hello Mito, I wasn't expecting to see you till dinner. Mito came and bowed to Julian as a show of respect before shaking his hand. Yes, I wasn't expecting you here either. How do you know this boy? As he gestured to Izuku. Izuku was looking left and right now. Where's your nephew? Julian's face soured as he was wondering that himself. I don't know, he's around here somewhere. Again, I do apologize for his actions last time he was here. That was no way a member of the Conzern family should act. It's one of the reasons I was happy he invited Robert. Do you know where Enrique is? Robert shook his head. Sorry, he ran off when we arrived into town. His text said he was going to find his Japanese lady friend. This caused the group to sweat drop, while Julian slowly shook his head. Just keep him away from me and we'll be good, said Izuku. Still, I feel bad with the way he acted. Will you be joining us for dinner? Asked Julian. No, I'm kind of under house arrest and need to be heading home, he said, pointing at Kamui Wood. So I apologize, but I have to go now. Tell your mom I said hi, came a voice behind them. Izuku's face turned to anger as he turned to see Enrique Conzern. Tell her I wish she could join us. Enrique, he growled before he noticed something. Enrique had a huge black bruise under his left eye. What happened to your face? Enrique brought out a mirror. My cheek. This caused both Robert and Izuku to laugh. Julian sighed and then came and pulled his nephew's ear. Oh, uncle, what was that for? What did you do, young man? Enrique began to sweat. Oh, nothing, just a speed bump with my new girlfriend. I'm not your girlfriend, yelled a girl from the crowd. She had orange hair that Izuku saw somewhere. This creep came out of nowhere and began hitting on me and my friends and wouldn't leave us alone. As she said that, Julian's anger rose as he grabbed Enrique's head and forced him to bow. I do apologize, miss. On behalf of my nephew, I deeply apologize. He will be punished for this. Izuku kept looking at the girl, which she noticed and froze for a moment. Do I know you? You look familiar. Kendo quickly recognized Izuku. You saved my life a few years ago. I got kidnapped and you saved me with a sand pit. Oh, you're the Kendo girl. Good to see you're doing all right, said Izuku after he remembered the kidnapping incident. Sorry about the sand. It was the best I could think of. Oh no, it's fine and I thank you for the save. No problem, as Izuku checked his phone. He then turned to the Europeans. Sorry, but I really do need to get going. You know how to contact me, as he said his goodbye to the group before leaving. Though Enrique was the one with the final word. Tell your mom I sigh OOOWWW. Uncle, stop pulling my ear. Mr. Conzern, said Momo, getting his attention and allowing Enrique to free himself. How do you know him? It's a long story. Not too far away, a certain reporter was watching with the biggest grin. You got that right. Every word, said her cameraman. This keeps getting bigger and bigger, said Chitos. Ma'am, who are those people that Midoriya was talking to? Asked her assistant. They're a part of the wealthiest families in Europe, she said, shocking her crew. This boy is our golden ticket. Oh, so how do you know those guys? Asked Kamui Woods. Izuku stopped at the next rooftop. Oh well, long story short, their grandfathers came to find an old friend who helped them a long time ago and hoped that he could do the same to their grandchildren. I think I helped Jonathan and Olivia. Junior is getting there slowly, and Enrique hits on almost every single girl inside. I swear I can put a skirt on a tree and he'd try to flirt with it. Is that what he did with your mother? My mother, my aunt, and several girls at my school, said Izuku. I swear one of these days a girl is going to rip his dick off. I see. Kamui Woods still had more questions, but he quickly learned asking too many questions is not a good thing with Izuku. Better have him just say something than ask. Anyway, we need to get you home before the police chief yells at me. Izuku didn't move as he was looking out over the city. Hey, let's go this way. Why? There's a purse snatcher. Kamui Woods tried to follow Izuku's sights but could see anything. Where? It's only a few kilometers away. As Izuku took out his grappling hook and took off. Come on, you have hero work to do. That day Izuku was able to get Kamui Woods to skyrocket in the rankings. Though, Izuku made it to his new apartment. Him and his mom had to move to a more secure building after everything that happened. Lucky Izuku knew some people who owed him some favors and got a good deal. He entered the apartment and saw his mom sitting in the kitchen. Hey mom, I'm home. Welcome home, she said quietly as she was looking at a few papers. What you looking at? Asked Izuku, but he had an idea of what it was. They're the last police reports they gave me about Hisashi. They searched the building we thought he worked at and found it was empty. There is nothing proving he's still alive. It proves I really am a widow, she said as tears began to leak out. Izuku sat down next to her and gave her a hug. I'm sorry mom, I should have told you sooner. Inko shook her head. No Izuku, it's my fault. What type of wife am I not to know that my own husband is gone? I should have realized that those letters and messages were fake. I should have known something was off about his job. I should have known when he took you on those trips that something was happening. I should have known that something was happening with you, she said as she turned to her son. I didn't even realize that you were going out each night, or on your daily runs. I should have known you were doing something. Mom, none of that is your fault, said Izuku trying to comfort her. I never told you, and as far as you knew, Dad was just an everyday office worker. That still is no excuse. I have failed as a mother and a wife, said Inko, causing Izuku to be silent for a moment as he tried to think of something to say to cheer her up. But that doesn't mean we can't do better. Izuku looked back to his mother. I want to do better, Izuku, and I want to be a part of your life. So please talk to me. I can't stop you from doing everything, but I want to at least know about it. So I shall make a promise to you right now. I will be a better mother. All I ask is that you please talk to me. I want to know my son. Izuku could feel his eyes beginning to water as well. Okay mom, as he was forced to wipe his eyes. I'll tell you everything. For the first time in a long time, the Midoriya household felt that it was on the right track. Oh, you're telling me that this boy knows both the Jurgen and Konzern families, said Ridestro as he spoke to Chitos. Yep, I have footage and everything, she said as she played the clip. This boy has connections to some very high places. No wonder the police are giving him such leeway. He most likely has some dirt or some sort of inside. Chitos, somehow I want to speak with him as soon as possible. I'll make it happen. The next 10 months for Izuku were fast for Izuku. Every day Izuku would wake up and go to school accompanied by a hero and afterwards escorted home. Though most of the time taking a detour or a different path so the heroes could arrest any of the idiots that tried to arrest him. The worst part was avoiding the press. They hounded him constantly and quite a few of them were more persistent than he would like. After he got home he would hang out with his mother, upgrade some of his parts, or spare with All Might. All Might actually became a saving grace for Izuku as he was pretty much the only hero that would give him permission to use his Beyblade. On the weekend he was given permission to use training areas for practice. Though unfortunately he would also have to deal with the police and their endless questions. Ever since he had given them the information about his dad, they have been working non-stop to not only confirm the information, but also to follow them to see if they could find any leads. The only one he actually liked to talk to about all of this was Nezu. He felt a bit of a connection to Nezu. Also, he was the only one that actually was able to keep up with Izuku without too much explanation. Though 2 incidents did happen over the months that did have some impact. Though, Izuku was waiting for Death Arms to get done talking to the police so that he could get home, when a reporter noticed him. Izuku Midoriya, I've found celebrities easier than you. I'm Shidos Kazuki, I know, said Izuku, finishing her intro. You've been following me for a while now. That's because you're still one of the biggest stories around and everyone wants to know about you. The mysterious top, a vigilante that technically was never seen for nearly 10 years. Not to mention your age, that alone could be a page-turner, explained the reporter. But you don't want to talk, do you? Izuku then gave her a stare. You're talking to me yet you know I'm not going to say anything. So that means you have something for me or you want to make some sort of exchange. Shido smiled. You are smart. As she dug through her purse, pulling out a small letter. An exchange for an exchange. She held the letter out for Izuku. Apparently I've been chasing you too long and my people are practically begging me to find a different story, because you aren't talking and neither are the police, because of your agreement. So I was able to get an interview with the CEO of the Detonaret Corporation. Though his odd price was to give you that letter. Izuku looked at the envelope in his hand. He asked you, a reporter, to give me this letter. Well, he said if he sent one of his assistants they may scare you off, and it gave me an excuse for one last chance to ask you some question. As she pulled her phone out and hit record. So Izuku Midoriya, can you at least tell me what's on your mind? Or what you're going to do about that letter? Anything. Detonaret, as Izuku remembered where he had heard that name before. He thought for a moment. I'm not going to read this. Chitos kept a straight, but inwardly she was screaming with fury and rage. Yo, Death Arms, we got to go somewhere. Huh, Death Arms was now getting tired with these surprises. Okay, and where do we need to go? As he separated himself from the police. Need to meet with the CEO, said Izuku as if he was simply going to the convenience store. Wait, what? Hey, could you call the guy up and tell him me and Death Arms are on our way? He asked Chitos. Izuku, as Death Arms got Izuku's attention. What the hell is going on? My orders are to make sure you get home. Yeah, well, this is needed. Trust me. Look, kid, I hate to tell you but no can do. I don't even have my car right now. Oh, don't worry about that. She's driving us. As he pointed at Chitos, confusing everyone. An exchange for an exchange. A drive to Detnerat, and on the way you get an interview. Chitos stood there wide-eyed for a moment before she brought her fingers to her mouth and made a loud whistle. Then in a flash her assistant appeared. Get the car, get the car, get the car. Death Arms saw this and groaned. You know, I'm really starting to regret taking this job. Oh, don't say that, said Izuku, seemingly trying to reassure him. The worst part has yet to come. Soon Izuku found himself in the back of Chitos's car having an on-the-go interview with Death Arms riding shotgun and Chitos's assistant was driving. Izuku made sure she understood that he couldn't answer some questions as it was classified with the police, but he would try to answer as best he could. Chitos didn't like that, but she took anyway as she was now the first person to interview Izuku. During the drive they talked about his activities, the people he knows, and even some of the people he's fought. She wasn't able to get as much as she wanted, but it was a lot more than anyone else had gotten. Though their time came to an end when they arrived at a big corporate building. So this Detnerat Corp, as he looked up at the building. It's big. Yes it is, said Chitos. I've called ahead. Yatsubashi's assistant will meet you and lead you right up to him. Hey kid, do you know this guy? Asked Death Arms as he remembered Izuku mentioning in the car ride he knew some powerful people. Nope, I've barely heard of him, clarified Izuku. Do rich people ask to meet you often? No, though when they do, it's usually a pain in the ass, said Izuku, earning looks from the others. Though when I don't show up it's usually a lot worse. Chitos coughed, getting his attention. I see Yatsubashi's assistant, as she pointed to the man with a panda-looking head. This is where we part ways. If you have to do an interview anytime soon, call me. As she gave him her card. Izuku and Death Arms watched as she and her assistant drove away. Lucky brat, Death Arms said under his breath, though loud enough for Izuku to hear it. You want it, as he held out the card. Come on, let's get this over with. As he and Izuku followed the assistant up to the CEO's office. It didn't take them long as the assistant was able to walk them right through security without any form of check or search. Soon the two found themselves in a big lavious office that screamed CEO. In the center of the room was a desk where a man, Rikiya Yatsubashi, was sitting with a big grin on his face. Welcome, Midoriya, it is an honor to meet you. As he got out of his desk to walk around and shake his hand. I honestly wasn't expecting you to show up, let alone to meet me today. Neither did I, said Izuku honestly. I hope you didn't clear your schedule for me. Oh, don't worry about that, he said as he noticed the hero in the room. He knew he was coming but still didn't like it. Oh, my apologies, and you are? Death Arms, as they shook hands. I'm the hero assigned to this kid for today. Well, I don't mean to interfere with your work, but if you would like to take a break, my assistant here can show you where the break room is. Death Arms narrowed his eyes at the CEO. I think I'll stay. Whoa there. I wasn't trying to say I was going to do anything shady, said Redistro. How do I get rid of this moron? He can stay, said Izuku, getting their attention. He'll make sure we stay on topic cause I do have a curfew I have to keep. Of course, said the CEO. Please both of you take a seat. As Izuku sat down he made sure to notice and analyze each and every detail of CEO's actions. So what is it that you wanted to meet about? You want information on the Hiwatari family and Biovolt? Or how about the Zagart Labs? The CEO froze for a moment. He looked at his assistant who was equally shocked. Do you have info on them? That's usually the first thing I get asked, said the boy, which made the adults wonder what the hell was this kid's life. But you did send a messenger, so please tell us what's going on. While I will not deny this is somewhat business related, me and few others did notice how you interacted with a few big name people, and with everything you've said so far it's clear I'm not the first exposure to the corporate world you've had. To be honest, there's much I would love to discuss with you, mainly about your future, not only with hero work but also about your place in our society, said the CEO as he waited for Izuku's reaction. If you don't mind me asking, what do you think of our society? Death Arms raised an eyebrow at the question, but didn't interrupt as he was also curious at what Izuku was going to say. Izuku said nothing as he took out his phone. Do you mind if I get your contact information? This caught Rikiya off guard. Of course, but may I ask why? You're getting political. This honestly confused the CEO. Oh, you don't have to make that face. I can already tell the reason you don't want Death Arms here is because while the conversation itself might not be bad, the topic might get you in some hot water. Even though our society says government and business are separate, they often rub elbows with each other. You either want to make a deal with yourself or for a friend, and this letter was a long shot that actually worked. To be perfectly honest, I'm not the high society type of person, but I can't deny I'm most likely going to be involved in it for a while. So I'm willing to play ball, just not right now. I can't walk on these bridges right now, but I also don't want to burn them, if that makes any sense. Oh, it makes perfect sense, said Yatsubashi. To be honest, that works perfectly for me. I do admit I wasn't fully prepared for your arrival. It's all right, said Izuku as he got up. We can finish this another time, when I'm not being watched like somewhat of a list celebrity. Of course, said the CEO, happy by the turn of events. They quickly exchanged information before he watched Izuku and Death Arms leave the building. Either I'm really dealing with a kid or something else happened during that talk. I'm going to have to keep an eye on him, that's for sure. Oh, okay, said Death Arms as he was driving Izuku home. He called his sidekick to bring him his car. Mind telling me what the hell that was about? I may not be a salaryman, but even I could tell that was not normal. I wanted you there so I wouldn't launch my bay into his face, said Izuku with anger in his voice. I went there today to confirm he was related to Destro, the former leader of the Meta Liberation Army. Death Arms was now alarmed. Wait, you mean the guy who was ahead of those fanatics that wanted to get rid of the laws? Yep, said Izuku as he pulled out his phone. Mercy, analysis report. I can confirm that the DNA taken from your data ring shows that it had a 50% match with Chikari Yatsubashi Aka Destro, said his French AI companion. What the hell is that thing and what is a data ring? Mercy is my French AI. Found him when me and Ryuga were searching one of my dad's old buildings. He recognized it as the old AI used in an experiment, but when they deemed the experiment a failure, they just shut him down and left him, and he didn't want to be left there, and I couldn't keep asking Dizzy as she and Kenny live in America. So I asked if he wanted to help me out and he said yes. That gives me way more questions than answers. Well, to answer your other question, a few years back I was hunting a villain that had a quirk that could poison people. He went around and poisoned crowds of people without them knowing about it until it was too late. Deep in his poison was his DNA. Since I was still a kid, they ignored me if I bumped into people. So with Mercy's help I made this ring that not only monitors my vitals but also scans for others. It also doubles as a spare ripcord if I need one, as it unraveled into a ripcord to use with his launcher. What the hell's with the gadgets, you James Bond now? Please, said Mercy. Bond wishes he had moi. Well, when you get tossed into the dark criminal underworld at the age of 4, you learn quickly and take every advantage you can. Death Arms began to shake his head. Okay, what does that have to do with the CEO guy? Destro and his Meta Liberation Army for years tried to stop laws controlling quirks, even experiments or the production of equipment that would restrict or alter someone's quirk. Though being the hypocritical organization they were, they stole a lot of the research and tried making it their own to help make them stronger. This research went missing when they all got arrested. Well, most of them got arrested. Some escaped arrest, and that research wasn't seen until my dad got his hands on it. And since my dad got his hands on it, I went looking for it and I think I just found it. Death Arms followed where Izuku was going. You think the CEO was the guy who gave it to your father? Kid, that just sounds insane. For one, if that guy is related to Destro, that doesn't mean he is a criminal. True, but then tell me why Detnerat has been buying out remote locations and been purchasing the remains of villain equipment under the table. I didn't just start suspecting them today. Also, Monster Death Arms, said Mercy. Why does a clothing company have security rivaling a government facility? And a cyber network that is off the grid. You hacked them, yelled Death Arms. Watch the road. Izuku yelled back as Death Arms almost swerved into the other lane. Kid, do you have any idea how many laws you've broken? Mercy, would you like that list numerically or alphabetically? Responded the AI. Death Arms didn't know what to say. He wasn't used to dealing with a kid like this. This is ridiculous. You know I have to report this, right? I've already told Nezu. And Mercy just sent the data to the police, said Izuku as he held his phone up for the hero to see. If Death Arms wasn't currently driving, he would have been losing it. Let me guess you're wondering what the hell I'm doing. Death Arms didn't respond as he had given up. My agreement also states that if I ever get into a situation that involves my history, that I have permission to investigate. And even if they don't allow me to continue past today, I have a few friends that can cover that. Death Arms raised an eyebrow. Friends? You might meet them someday. Oh, turns out that day wasn't too far away as the second incident happened. After the incident with Teternetko, the police decided to undergo an investigation, though it wasn't as big as Izuku wanted, but he was able to have his friends to help, especially after they helped a dozen or so more investigation. Izuku was currently watching as Mount Lady had some trouble with a biker gang. She had volunteered to be his escort, but Izuku could tell she was trying to get more attention, though part of him knew she was trying her best. Hey, you might want to switch from being big and being small. Mount Lady was ignoring this as she tried to continue to stomp on one of the bikers that had a quirk that allowed him to bounce physical attacks back at her. The stoom backfired as it sent her backwards off balance. Lucky she was able to shrink back down to her normal size before causing collateral damage. Don't worry, kid, I got this, I'll protect you. Izuku really wanted to say something along the lines, yes, sure you are. But he couldn't deny she nailed the reassuring smile. If she actually tried, she could be a good hero. So instead he gave her a thumbs up. Okay, keep up the good work. If you need any help, don't hesitate to ask. You're the ones that's going to need the help, said one of the bikers as a few bikers surrounded Izuku. Shit, said Mount Lady as she saw this. Kid, don't say it, said Kamui Woods as he and Death Arms showed up. The heroes have arrived. Time to start knocking heads, yelled Death Arms as he began punching bikers. Hurry up and kill the kid, yelled a biker to the ones surrounding Izuku. Izuku held Tenku in his hand as he sighed. Sorry buddy, looks like we're doing this a different way. He then jumped over a few of the bikers. Hey numbskulls, follow me. As Izuku walked down an alley after him, yelled one of the bikers as they disengaged the heroes and chased after Izuku. They chased Izuku through the allies until they found him sitting on top of a box in a dead end. Gotcha now, Brad. You're going to pay for smashing our rides and crashing our hideouts all across town. You guys are morons, said Izuku, not at all scared. You have less intelligence than a rat. The bikers did not like that. What did you say? I found all your hideouts. Do you know how I did that? I'll give you a hint, it's why I dragged you here. The bikers were confused by this and looked around, seeing nothing in the alley. What the fuck are you talking about, boy? I have friends, said Izuku as the heroes arrived behind the bikers but stopped when they began hearing something all around them. Friends that inform me what's going on all around town. They find criminals for me and I pay them back with food like cookies or candy. The bikers began to turn their heads, scanning all around them as they could feel that they were now surrounded. What's happening? Izuku looked at Tenku in his hand. You know, I don't know why, but ever since I got Tenku, I've just felt a connection with them. They've become good friends. The trash can lid was launched off of the can, causing the bikers to stare at it as a small fuzzy head popped out of the can. A raccoon. The bikers began to laugh. I can't believe we got scared of a small raccoon. They continued laughing until they saw the raccoon point up. They followed the raccoon's finger upward where they saw the fire escape. The rooftops and windows all filled with raccoons. Raccoons. Yep, said Izuku as the raccoons swarmed the bikers, engulfing them in a sea of black and gray as they scratched and clawed at the bikers. The heroes stood petrified by the sight of the horde of raccoons. See, I told you someday you'd meet my friends. All three heroes turned to Izuku with eyes as wide as dinner plates. Kid, what the hell? Asked Death Arms. These are my friends, said Izuku. Raccoons are everywhere. With their help, I can keep track of any villain who is trying to get away or any civilian that's in need of help. Even if my eyes are good, I can't keep track of everything alone. That's where these guys come in. You trained an army of raccoons, said Kamui Woods. Is this your quirk? How? Izuku tilted his head as he thought of a good response. I didn't really train any of them. They just listen to what I have to say, or at least to what Tenku says. Hey, are they going to be okay? Asked Mount Lady. Oh yeah, they'll be fine. You got this, Sly. A raccoon stood up on top of the pool and gave Izuku a thumbs up. Yeah, they'll be fine. The one raccoon stepped out of the crowd with a phone under one of its arms. Oh hey Otto, is something wrong? The coon then showed the phone. On the screen was the map of the city with a flashing red dot on it. We need to go, right now. He yelled at the heroes with urgency in his voice. The heroes snapped back to reality. What's wrong? The crawler's in trouble. Oh, Koichi was not having the best day. What started out as a usual night just helping people find directions became a life or death match of cat and mouse as he saw an office explode in one of the business buildings. Koichi saw a man jump out and run along the rooftops with a briefcase, and it seemed like this was a job for the crawler. He activated his quirk and gave chase and cornering the man inside a warehouse. But before he could even get a good look at the man, he vanished. Now Koichi was trapped in a warehouse with a guy shooting at him from above. This guy is good. As the crawler dodged several bullets, rolling and returning fire with his shooty go blam, though the shoots only went through the roof. Where the hell is he? I can't tell his location at all. What's wrong? Came the man's voice. Having trouble. Do you need your mommy? Koichi tried to follow the voice. Where is he? How come I can't find him? So you're a vigilante, huh? Said the voice. Huh, that's a riot. I thought you were some hero. Looks like I don't need to hold back then. I didn't want the heroes getting wise to me, but now I can off you without worry. Koichi was now borderline freaking out. Then he heard a familiar sound, the rapid spinning of gears. You're a blader, as he limboed under the flying Beyblade. Huh, you know my weapon. You must be friends with that damn boy, said the man as he started getting angry. Of course you are, but that will make killing you so much better. Koichi was putting every trick he had to dodge the Bey as it bounced and jumped around the warehouse. This wasn't the first time he had tangled with a Bey, but this was the first time he could clearly tell this Bey was shooting to kill. This is bad, I need to stop it. If only it would stop bouncing. Koichi kept his eye on the Bey and waited for his chance. After several minutes it came. The Bey charged at him straight while staying on the ground. Gotcha, as he put both hands on the ground. The bay then began to grind to a halt before digging straight into the ground. "What? You ain't the first blader I've fought," exclaimed Koichi. "Lucky for me my quirk works well against Beyblades." "Oh, does it now?" said the voice. Link's extend. As the bay glowed and jumped out of the ground, it flipped before bouncing off of the ceiling before heading straight at Koichi. "Kill him." "Oh no you don't," as a grappling hook was launched intercepting the bay before hitting Koichi. The crawler looked and saw his friends. "Knuckleduster, Popstep, you guys came for me." "Of course you idiot," said Popstep, "we ain't going to let you fight alone." Crawler the vigilante turned to see Izuku and the three heroes behind him. "Well look, you decided to show," said Knuckleduster. "You sure you ain't too famous to help us out?" "I couldn't leave you guys behind," said Izuku as he saw the bay bouncing around. "That bay, Johans, a man in a white coat with a yellow cap. Well look what the cat dragged in. I should have known you were the vigilante around town after I saw you palling around with that annoying a whole day chai. How the hell are you here? Last I checked you should be rotting in a South American prison." "Oh, I called in a favor from the Garcia family," said Johans with a laugh. "Honestly, they act like cats with catnip for even a little bit of dirt on Jenga. They hate him more than cats hate water." Mount Lady staring at the guy in disbelief. "Okay, what's with this cat guy thing?" "Hey, I have a name you know," said Johans. "His name is Johans," explained Izuku as he loaded his bag. "He's a criminal that specializes in finding and stealing ancient artifacts. Also, I'm going to need permission right now to fight." "Why?" Johans grinned. "Let me show you, Lynx." His bay shot out of the shadows at high speed at the heroes. The heroes ducked for cover and dodged as the bay began bouncing around the warehouse. Death Arms stuck his head out to confirm what he saw. "This guy is using a top. Beyblade, said Izuku, Johans, and the vigilantes. "Whatever," said Death Arms, dodging from another attack. "I thought you were the only one with one of those things." "I never said that. Now give me permission to fight so I can take this guy out," yelled Izuku as he got ready to launch. Mount Lady began to grow. "Don't worry, I got this." As she got so large, she went through the roof, causing the heroes and Johans to run and avoid the falling debris. "Oops, sorry. Mount Lady, what are you doing?" asked Kamui Woods. "Ending this quickly," she said as she lunged at Johans. Johans looked insulted. "Do you really underestimate me that much?" Link's Johans's bay shot up at Mount Lady, hitting her arm and slicing it open, causing her to scream in pain. "Mount Lady," yelled the heroes as they saw the bay spin around her arm like a corkscrew, cutting it in the process. Koichi reacted first, launching himself into the sky, timing his hit just right, intercepting the bay on her arm and blasting it off with his quirk. Mount Lady fell as she shrunk down, to be caught by Kamui Woods. "Mount Lady, are you alright?" Mount Lady slowly tried to raise her arm, but was in too much pain. "My arm, damn this hurts." And everyone could see her arm was shredded. "Shit, that was a bad idea. I may have to tap out." Johans raised a bag as his bay landed in it. "Oh, don't tap out yet." The bag with his bay began to expand rapidly. The fun is just getting started. The bag now was his size and looked ready to burst. "Eat this, Schrodinger's bay." The bag exploded as several dozen bays were launched at the heroes. The bays came flying and bouncing off of everything, and some almost hit the heroes. Knuckleduster started to intercept some of the bays with his fist. Crawler did the same with his air shots, and Kamui Woods was covering the others with his quirk. "Hey," shouted Izuku, getting their attention. "Unless I fight, we're going to get screwed here." "Damn it," said Death Arms. "Fine, I give you permission to fight." Finally, Izuku jumped in the air and let it rip, as his bay launched, intercepting the other bays. "Tanku, go." Tanku began to glow as it became faster, hitting bays left and right, shattering them into shards before they faded away. Popstep used her mic, whacking stick, and hit a few of the bays, shattering them. The same with Knuckleduster and Crawler. "What are these?" "They shatter on contact." "It's his quirk," said Izuku as he dodged a few bays. "His quirk is a weird one. I don't really get it myself, but it allows him to somewhat bend the laws of reality." "Bend the laws of reality? You're kidding." Tanku then in a blur of speed destroyed several more. "Ever heard of Schrodinger's cat?" Crawler paused as he remembered hearing it in a lecture. "Wait, you mean the whole dead cat bow thing?" "Yep, as far as I can tell he can mess with objects as long as no one can see the object being messed with. Though the objects created or messed with aren't as durable as the original," said Izuku as his eyes darted back and forth between the bays on the ground, trying to find the real one. The one that wasn't acting like the rest. The one that was just bouncing from place to place and not attacking. "There, Tanku." Tanku bounced off of some bays as it made a beeline to the one Izuku was targeting. They collided, causing Lynx to fly back to Johans. "Found you, Lynx." Johans growled in frustration, though quickly calmed down seeing that Lynx was still spinning strong. "You're going to pay for that? Huh." Johans looked to see Izuku was gone. He darted his eyes left and right but couldn't see him. "Hey, where did he go?" Lynx then got hit again by Tanku. "Lynx, time to move." He wasn't able to finish as Izuku punched him in the face, causing Johans to stagger for a bit. "Why you?" as he whipped his hand out of his sleeve, showing bladed claws on his hand. I'm going to cut you up like a cat toy. Izuku didn't say anything as he got into a fighting stance and signaled for Johans to come at him. Johans began to try and slash at Izuku, who dodged each strike and then countered the last one, but Johans dodged himself and used it to strike at Izuku's arm. Gotcha, ting what? Johans then saw Izuku was holding something that ran across his arm, a tonfa. Here, take a closer look. As Izuku began to go on the attack, he expertly wielded his tonfa, spinning it back and forth, hitting Johans several times. I got to thank Garland for the tonfa lessons. Shit, Lynx, as he tried to get his bay for backup. Tanku stopped Lynx and sent it back to where the heroes were. Crawler, stop it. Way ahead of you. As Koichi used his quick to control the friction of the ground, making the bay go to a grinding halt. Lynx, and knew as Johans was distracted, Izuku took the opportunity to hit his arm right into the path of Tanku, destroying his cat claw. My weapon. Izuku then gave him a tonfa backhand, sending him to the ground. Johans looked up at Izuku. This isn't over yet. Lynx, show them your claws. Extend. Lynx's base then extended upward, giving it enough power to escape Koichi's trap. Lynx then began to glow bright yellow. The light began to grow and take shape. The shape of a giant cat, yelled the heroes at the sight they were seeing. Is this the first time you've seen this? Asked Knuckleduster. Tanku shot up, blocking Lynx from attacking Izuku. Johans saw this and saw a moment to escape as he made a dash for the exit. Oh no, you don't. Tanku vortex. Tanku glowed and began to create a small tornado. Ha, I'm too far away. That won't get me, thought Johans. Izuku then jumped over the bays that were locked in combat. Tanku then disengaged and jumped right behind Izuku, tossing Izuku with the small tornado. He's using the tornado as a big jump. Johans could do nothing as he saw Izuku coming right at him with tonfa in hand. Izuku spun with the tornado, giving him more momentum. Lights out Johans. As he hit Johans with his tonfa, knocking him out. Izuku did a flip to help catch himself from landing face first. He looked over to make sure Johans was down and then looked to see Lynx spinning out. Looks like that's it. You guys okay? We're fine, said Knuckleduster. Crawler here only has a few cuts on him, and Mount Lady's arm is the worst injury we got, but it looks like it should recover quickly. How the hell do you know? Yelled Mount Lady. That thing hurt like a bitch. I won't be able to wear t-shirts now. You'd still look fine, said Kamui Woods. It will heal, but you should go easy on the arm. Injuries aside, I got a few questions, said Death Arms. For starters, who are you guys? Koichi and Kazuho flinched a little. Knuckleduster just grinned. The Fists of Justice. This caused Koichi, Kazuho, and Izuku to facepalm. What? Oh, meow, meow, came a feminine voice. It looks like the little Jerry's got the best of the big Tom cat. They all looked up to the hole in the roof Mount Lady made to see a woman standing in the moonlight. She was wearing a yellow top and gray skirt, both with cat paw print patterns on them. She had a choker with a bell on it, long brown hair, and looked to be in her mid-20s. Looks like Madi will have to come and save the day again. Hey, who's she? Asked Kazuho. Excuse me, ma'am, are you by chance a hero? Asked Kamui Woods. Madi is Madi, she said as a Beyblade dashed on the ground, hitting Lynx up in the air for Madi to catch. And Madi is here to get Johans back. She has a Beyblade too, yelled Mount Lady. How many of you guys are there? We can ask that later. Surround her, yelled Death Arms. Madi put a finger on her cheek. Madi sees an old guy, a scary guy, a cute boy, and a woody guy. She looked right at Popstep and Mount Lady, a flatty and a fatty. Both Mount Lady and Popstep got massive tick marks as their anger grew. Who are you calling flatty? Fatty. 7 against 1 is not good odds for Madi, as her bay began to circle, causing a smoke screen to cover everyone. Izuku and Koichi used an air blast to clear the smoke. When they did, they saw Madi on the roof again, this time holding Johans in the briefcase. Madi will take her leave now. Be careful, boy, and bye, cute guy. As she jumped away, Izuku, Crawler, and Kamui Woods jumped to the roof, finding no traces of them. That ain't good, said Izuku. He wanted to give chase to see if he could track him, but was told against it. Shortly afterwards, Ingenium showed up and said that Crawler, Popstep, and Knuckleduster worked for him, getting them out of trouble. Izuku would owe him for that. Izuku would try later to find out anything more about Johans and Madi, but couldn't find anything. But soon his 10 months were up and he found himself standing in front of his future as he looked at Uasuke. We're here, Tanku, it's about time. Ochako was nervous now. She knew the competition would be fierce. She was so distracted she hadn't realized she accidentally tripped over someone who was crouching down. Whoa, as she fell, but she didn't hit the ground as she was caught by someone. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's fine, I guess that's what I get for crouching down, said Izuku before he crouched next to the bush again. Ochako instantly recognized who she was talking to. Wait, what are you doing? Izuku looked back up to Ochako. Oh, I'm just feeding this little guy here. Ochako bent down to see that in the bush was a little raccoon eating dog treats. A baby raccoon, she said with joy as she began to fawn over the cute raccoon. It looks adorable. That's when Bakugo decided to ruin the moment. DIKU. as Bakugo walked up behind him, getting their attention. Stop playing with the trash panda and prepare to die today, cause the one that's getting into UA is me. Izuku just gave Bakugo a blank stare, not bothering to respond, and Ochako on the other hand was staring back at Bakugo wide-eyed at his words. This is a hero school. Bakugo gave Ochako a death glare. I know that, he shouted, scaring her and causing the raccoon to run off. Because when I graduate UA, I'm going to become the #1 hero. I will be the next All Might. I'll be better than him. So remember that, you damn extra. As he walked off to UA. That's Bakugo for you, said Izuku. Come on, we should head inside as well. Ochako nodded and followed Izuku inside. Oh, Izuku sat down, ignoring the glare he was getting from Bakugo. Present Mike appeared on stage and began going through what the entrance exam would entail. Izuku already knew that they would be fighting machines and that their overall score would be determined by how many they could destroy, but he also suspected there would be more to it than just destroying robots. Doesn't matter either way. I will go in with the best of my abilities and see how well I do. Excuse me, said a voice, getting everyone's attention, including Izuku's. On the handout it clearly shows 4 types of robots we will be facing. If this is an error and an embarrassment to UA. Also, as the boy turned to Izuku, you shouldn't be here. A vigilante like you who has no respect for the law should be in a place for heroics. Leave now. In the middle of the boy's speech, Izuku took out a piece of paper and began to write something down on it before folding it into a paper airplane. He then proceeded to toss the paper airplane to the side, which then curved around the hall before landing right in front of it. Ada picked it up and began to read it out loud. To my new fan, Izuku Midoriya, I don't want your autograph, I don't want. Ada stopped for a moment as he saw there was more written down. Turn the page over, he did. Now could you please sit back down and stop reading this page out loud like a moron? You're embarrassing yourself, all of which Ada read out loud in front over one. The rest of the hall began laughing. Even Present Mike couldn't help but chuckle a little. Ada, on the other hand, was not amused and was getting angry. Ew, enough, shouted Present Mike, causing some to cover their ears. One kid, that 4th type is an obstacle that you should avoid if possible. Also, please sit down. Izuku is here to take the test like everyone else, okay. Ada begrudgingly nodded before sitting back down. Well, that wraps up this show, so get out there and go plus ultra. Oh, Izuku was standing outside of test area beta, doing some stretches as he waited for the test to begin. Some of the other applicants tried to talk to him, which he politely declined unless they asked for advice, and he happily gave his opinion on how to use their quirks. It was actually kind of nice until the boy from earlier showed up. As he grabbed Izuku's shoulder, Izuku had to resist the urge to throw him. What do you hope to accomplish here, trying to ruin other people's chances of getting into UA? Izuku looked at the guy with an emotionless look. Who are you again? Ada was taken aback by this. I'm the guy who you humiliated. My name is Tenya Ida. Now, that got Izuku attention. Tenya Ida, wait, you're Ingenium's little brother, Izuku said with shock clearly in his voice. You're kidding. Tenya striated himself a bit as his brother was mentioned. Indeed I am, and don't talk about my brother as if you're friends. Izuku was still staring at Tenya in shock. This guy with a stick up his ass is related to Tensei, the guy who helped me and the other vigilantes out. He's one of the most chill heroes I know. How in the world is he related to this robot? Begin, shouted Present Mike over the speaker. Izuku instantly jumped over the crowd and started running in. Izuku then saw several robots coming at him. Alright Tanku, let's put on a good show. Let it rip. Izuku launched his bay as it went straight through 3 robots in front of him. Izuku reached down and grabbed a shard from one of the robots and then jumped on a 4th robot using the shard to cut its wires, shutting it down. As he landed, he saw a 5th and 6th charging at him. He jumped on one of them, causing the 6th to commit friendly fire, destroying the 5th, but it didn't get Izuku as he jumped at the last second and then ran and slid under the 6th, ripping and cutting out the wires, disabling it. Alright, take down 3 in less than 2 minutes, not bad. He looked to see Tanku destroying 2 more. 8, not bad. More were showing up. Not even 5 minutes in and we're already on a roll. Let's go. Look out, yelled an applicant behind Izuku. Izuku quickly sent Tanku, creating a small vortex, pushing one of them out of the way. Oh thanks. Izuku ran and grabbed 2 more before they were hit by robots. Geez, how many lawsuits does UA have? Izuku put the 2 down as Tanku blew up the robots. They may be training robots, but that doesn't change the fact that they can be dangerous. Be careful and stay on your toes. Izuku looked to see Ochako having to save a few other people as well. Looks like I'm not the only one helping others out. He then looked to see Tenya angrily crushing robots. Wow, he's angry. Though I think I should be following his lead. Hey, you guys watch out for each other and try your best. As Izuku went back to destroying robots. Oh, in the monitoring room, the heroes, teachers were watching the exam with great interest. Though they could not deny there was one student who had their attention more than the others. Wow, that kid is a lot better than I expected, said Midnight as they watched Izuku. Yeah, said Snipe. I thought he would solely rely on that Beyblade of his, but he's holding his own all by himself. They all agreed. Even Eraserhead was impressed. You can't be a hero if you're a one-trick pony. Even if you take out the points he got from his Bey, he still has plenty of points, said Cementos. I don't think he even needed his weapon for this exam. Maybe, but he is using it to get quite a bit of hero points. As Nezu pointed to the screen where they saw the Bey making tiny tornadoes to catch and move other students out of the way of danger. Honestly, for a small top it is quite powerful and useful. Hey Nezu, why is he taking the regular exam? I thought you already passed him, asked Present Mike. Nezu smiled. I did. It was clear before he took any of our other tests that he was more than ready for UA. But when I told him that he declined, saying that he wanted to get into UA like everyone else and that he didn't want any special treatment, Tashinori smiled. That boy may have a few issues, but he does have a good heart. I think he will make a fine addition to UA and a fine hero. Well, let's see how he handles this. As Aizawa hit a button on the console. Oh, Izuku stared at the destroyed robots at his feet. If I counted right, my score should be somewhere in the 60s by now. He then heard some of the other students counting their own scores. They all have scores below 50, huh? I guess I have more than enough. EOOOM, what now? He looked to see a giant robot towering above the city coming right at him and the other applicants. Oh well, didn't see that one coming. Ah, help, yelled one applicant. Izuku looked over to see it was Ochako and that she was right in the path of the giant robot. Izuku also saw that all of Tanku yelled Izuku as he grabbed a ball out of his pocket. The ball split open, his Bey then hopped inside. Izuku closed the ball and got into his pitching stance. He then raised his leg all the way up. Tanku, Triggle, fiery fastball. Izuku dropped his leg and threw the baseball launcher over 120 miles per hour at the giant robot. Halfway to the robot, the ball exploded as a giant firebird launched out and went right through the giant robot's head, destroying it in the process and sending it backwards away from Ochako. Ochako was in so much shock and awe she didn't notice Izuku walking up to her until he was right next to her. You saved me. Of course, Izuku grabbed the rock and with a grunt lifted it off of Ochako. I wouldn't be much of a hero if I left someone. He then held his hand out for Ochako to grab, which she did. He was careful not to move her too hard with her leg still injured. How bad is the leg? Not bad, but Ochako stopped as pain shot through her leg. Ah, she yelped a little. Izuku went to support her more. No, I need to keep going. I need to get more points before it's too late. Everyone stop, the test is over, came Present Mike's voice over the loudspeaker. Ochako went stone-faced at the sound and collapsed to her knees. No, I only had 32 points. Izuku smiled and put his hand on her back. Don't worry, I'm sure you did fine. From what I could tell, the average everyone else got was around 20, so I believe you have a passing score. Really? She said with tears in her eyes. Yeah, I'm positive we both will be attending UA, he said, reassuring her. Does that young lady need medical attention? Asked Recovery Girl as she approached the two. Oh yes, said Izuku as he helped Ochako up. When he did, he quickly raised his hand as well, catching Tanku, who hopped back, which caused a few oohs and ahs. It's her leg, ma'am. Ochako stuck out her leg for Recovery Girl to see. Oh, that's not too bad, but I'll fix you up. Recovery Girl gave Ochako a kiss on her leg, causing it to be healed almost immediately. That should do. Ochako moved her leg around, checking if it really was better. Wow, what did you do? It's my quirk deal. It allows me to quicken the healing process, she explained. It also keeps parents from suing you guys, added Izuku. Just how many lawsuits have you helped UA avoid? Recovery Girl was silent for a moment. Too many. None of the teachers wanted to admit it, but Recovery Girl was a godsend to them. Thanks to her, they have avoided quite a few legal issues that have come up, including ones for the entrance exam. Anyway, you both are good to go. Now if you excuse me, I have to go check on the other students. Izuku and Ochako watched as Recovery Girl left to go check up on other patients. Afterwards, Ochako and Izuku walked back to the bus. Hey, you going to be okay? Oh yeah, my leg is doing fine now, said Ochako, forcing a small smile. I guess all I can do right now is wait and see if I passed or not. I'm sure you'll do fine, said Izuku as he checked his phone and saw Mercy left him a message. Mercy would do this when they were in public. He asked if Izuku wanted him to hack into UA and monitor the scores, if not change them. Izuku thought about it for a moment, and the mere act of him hesitating this question made him question his own morals. Ochako snapped him out of it when she tapped his shoulder. Izuku, are you okay? You took out your phone and kind of just left Earth for a moment. Izuku's mind raced for a moment to think of a solid excuse, and not that he was contemplating breaking into UA's network. Oh, I was just wondering whether to ask you for your number. Achako's face slowly went red at this request. No one has asked for my number the first day we've met, especially not a guy. What do I do? She thought. Now her mind flew as she began to fluster. She didn't get back down to earth until Izuku poked her. Oh, sorry, sure, we can exchange numbers. They began to exchange numbers while Recovery Girl was watching. She smiled as they left. I ship it. Oh, the next week flew by without any issues, and like he had predicted, he had passed the UA exam with flying colors. And he may have had Mercy take a little peek into UA's computer to see if Ochako passed. She did, and they went out to celebrate their passing of UA. I can't believe it, we passed, said Ochako, still ecstatic about passing the entrance exam. I can't wait to start school and soon after be a real hero. Izuku chuckled at her excitement. They both were walking down the sidewalk heading to a small cafe for some coffee. Lucky Izuku was able to convince the heroes watching him to ease off for a moment. You're really excited, aren't you? Yeah, I'm surprised you're not. I am. It's just I've already celebrated with my mom when we got the letter. Oh, is she happy that you got into UA? Yeah, said Izuku as he remembered how his mom acted when they got the letter, which she was happy for, but that didn't come close to her reaction when Izuku told her she had made a friend that sent her through the roof. It took All Might coming to say congrats to Izuku to get her to calm down, though she is more excited by other news. Not too far away, just around the corner, was Inko and All Might. Inko stuck her head around the corner to see her son entering a cafe with his new friend. Look, there they are. All Might was starting to feel a little uncomfortable. Yes, there they are, but why am I here exactly? Well, you're the only one that is able to convince the other heroes to give Izuku some space, and so far you're the only one that will actually work with Izuku instead of making him a dog on a leash. Also, you and Izuku respect each other, she explained. That didn't make All Might feel any better. Okay, so why are we here? This girl is the first friend Izuku has that isn't a vigilante, hero, or related to the last two. I need to make sure with my own eyes that she is a regular girl and not some sort of secret warrior or alien, said Inko as she signaled for All Might and her to move closer. All Might followed her but couldn't help but feel that he was going to ruin this. One, he was still in his big form and was just wearing a big coat, sunglasses, and a hat courtesy of Inko. He didn't think this disguise would work long. Look, Miss Midoriya, I understand you are worried about young Midoriya, but as a big boy, he can handle himself. Oh, come on, it will be fun, said Inko as she moved closer to the cafe. Hesitantly, All Might followed her. All Might tried to be stealth, but stealth wasn't his strong suit. In fact, it was a skill he was lacking. Not to mention he had the problem that his time limit was being wasted here. All Might had to figure out a way to get out of this without being rude. Maybe I can deter her from this. All Might cleared his throat, getting her attention. If you don't mind me asking, since when were you so interested in your son's social life? A solemn look appeared on Inko's face. I've always been worried about my son. I'm his mother. But when he was told he was quirkless and that he shouldn't become a hero, it destroyed him. And for a brief moment I was so worried. But then right after that he got a new hope, one that he said he didn't want to tell me until he got it down. I didn't understand then, but that's when he got his Beyblade, and for a while I thought everything would be okay. And then one day he came home looking like a husk, like his world got shattered all over again. That was the first day he missed school. After that I started asking his teachers what was going on, and that's when they admitted some of the students had been messing with Izuku. After that I tried to help Izuku when I could, and that didn't work all that well, and then I was held hostage at gunpoint and my own son came to save me. Well, I didn't know it was my son at the time, but it did help us. It kept us close, and then we got into self-defense and working out together. That still didn't improve him getting friends, and now finally after so many years he has a friend. One that has nothing to do with his past or from the school that rejected him. Inko paused as All Might processed the information. I need to make sure this is a good friend. I need to be a good mother for once. You are a good mother, said All Might, trying to comfort her. I didn't know my son was a vigilante or the fact my husband was a mad scientist. Giving him a real look. I can't change the past, but I can do better. Not to mention I need to get out of the house. You guys may be keeping me safe, but it's kind of boring to stay in all day. So today we're spying. Saying the last part with a bit of excitement. All Might gave her a blank look. You know, I can see where Izuku gets it from. Oh, Izuku can safely say he was actually enjoying himself. For a while he thought when he blurted out to Ochako about getting each other's phone numbers that it might have turned into a mistake, but Ochako has been really chill. She hasn't annoyed him with questions like everyone else, and she's been nice. The only problem right now was the odd looks everyone around them were making. He could tell that all around the cafe they were looking at them, or to be more specific, at him. Are they all really looking at us? Asked Ochako as she noticed it. Izuku sighed. Yeah, sorry about that. I still can't believe the amount of attention I'm getting. It must be rough having a celebrity status, said Ochako as she drank her coffee. Yeah, to be honest, I never thought I would get this much attention if people knew I was the vigilante helping everyone out. I thought everyone would be surprised for a minute and then move on with their lives. Has it been that bad for you? She asked. Izuku thought for a moment. Kind of. I wouldn't say it's the worst that could have happened, but it has been a bit of a pain, said Izuku as he took a sip of his drink. I'm more surprised that this is the first time you've asked. Ochako stopped for a moment. Well, it might be a little weird, but for the longest time I wanted to become a popular hero and have big interviews and all of that. But when the reporters kept saying you wouldn't comment or give interviews, I remembered my parents saying how it must be a hassle for you, and I didn't want to add to that. Though to be honest, I have questions, but I'll wait until you want to tell me. She finished with one of the sweetest smiles Izuku had ever seen. Izuku couldn't help but feel grateful for having Ochako as a friend. Ochako, you are a fantastic person. You know that. Ochako blushed at the compliment. Aw, thanks, Izuku. Izuku thought he should let her ask a question if she wanted to, but then he heard a small squeak. Izuku and Ochako looked up to see a raccoon eating sushi. Ryoichi, what are you doing here? That raccoon is eating sushi, said Ochako, staging at the raccoon wide-eyed. For a moment Izuku thought her eyeballs would pop out. Wait, you named him Ryoichi? No, that's the name he gave himself. I got a few questions. That's fair, said Izuku. Hey Ryoichi, what are you doing? He asked the raccoon who was sitting above them. The raccoon then pointed to the window, and for a quick moment Izuku saw what Ryoichi was pointing at. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Ochako followed where he was looking and saw a woman and a big man outside talking. Who are they? My mom and an idiot. Izuku stood up. Let's go say hi. Oh, okay, just one more second and then we'll head back, said Inko as All Might tried to convince her to go back to the apartment. She looked back into the cafe and saw the two kids were gone. Hey, where'd they go? All Might looked. They were there a minute ago. What are you two doing? Said Izuku right behind them with Ochako standing right next to him. Izuku, said Inko as her mind began to race. She began to think of excuses to explain why she was here. All Might saw this and sighed. Greetings, young Midoriya, and hello to you, young lady. Hello, said Ochako as she bowed. Nice to meet you. Ochako trailed off as she got a good look at the man. Her eyes then went wide as she recognized the #1 hero. Izuku put a hand on her shoulder. Yeah, that's him. But if you could please keep it quiet so we don't have to deal with a fan mom. Izuku then turned back to his mom. So why are you here? You weren't following us, were you? No, we just happened to see you guys while we were ... and Co just had an idea. While we were on our date. As she grabbed All Might's arm. All Might nodded. Right. Wait, what? As All Might's eyes opened wide, someone could have mistaken him for having a weird eye quirk. He turned to see Inko smiling and then turned to see Ochako's eyes were also wide and Izuku. While Izuku looked like he'd seen better days. Anyway, sorry for taking some of your time. We'll be going now, said Inko as she pulled All Might's arm. He was in too much shock to think and just went with it. See you at home, Izuku. Ochako watched the two leave before turning to Izuku. Your mom is dating All Might. Izuku didn't respond. Izuku. She looked to see his face was frozen and wasn't even moving. She couldn't even tell if he was breathing. Izuku has stopped working. Oh, I'm so sorry, said Inko, bowing several times at All Might. I don't know what happened. I just panicked and said the first thing that came to mind. All Might put his hands up. No, it's fine. It just caught me off guard is all. I really didn't see that one coming. Yeah, neither did I, said Inko, finally taking a breath. Sorry, I hope your wife won't mind or anything. Wife? All Might raised an eyebrow. Oh, I'm not married. I don't even have a girlfriend. What? Said Inko in shock. But you're the #1 hero. You're loved by everyone. How do you not have a girlfriend? All Might scratched his cheek a bit as he began to get a little embarrassed. Well, being the #1 hero takes a lot of time, and having a relationship as well has proven difficult. All Might felt a bit of regret as he thought it was too late for such a thing. To be honest, I haven't been on a date in over a decade. Inko smiled. Hey, come on, she said as she grabbed his arm. I dragged you out here, so how about I pay you back with dinner? What do you say? All Might was a little surprised by this. Why not? I could go for a good meal. As they walked off to get some food. Maybe it isn't too late after all. The next week went by fast, so did the relationship of All Might and Inko Midoriya. Izuku was trying not to think about it too much, because it kind of was weird. 1, his mom was dating again, and 2, she was dating his childhood hero. A hero he still looked up to, the #1 hero. 3, he didn't know how long it was going to last, especially with All Might's secret identity. Part of him wondered if he should tell his mother about it, cause he didn't want her feeling betrayed, not only by him not telling her such a big secret. When they told each other no more lies, or when she finds out All Might ain't always so buff. Izuku was in his room doing his usual routine of cleaning Tanku and making sure he was in the best condition possible, when suddenly the door to his room was practically busted open. By the time Izuku turned around, he had his launcher in hand and Tanku loaded, but didn't fire as he saw who it was. All Might, as he saw the hero in his skinny form. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be on a date with my mom? Tashinori ran up to Izuku. Yes, and you told her about my true form and my quirk. As he began shaking Izuku. Why'd you tell her that? Izuku broke free of his shaking. What are you talking about? I haven't told her anything. Then how did she know? The computer. They both looked to see Inko standing in the doorway. When I asked you to see Hisashi's research, because I wanted to know what he did. There was a section on All Might and his fight with that big supervillain, remember? Toshinori looked at Izuku as he blinked, realizing that he gave away those secrets to his mother months ago. Oh, oops, oops, repeated All Might. Kid, that my secrets you gave away. Izuku looked at All Might. All Might, I want you to repeat how my mom figured out your secret. She learned it from the computer that had your father's research. All Might went wide-eyed as he realized the situation. Villains know my secret. They know I'm weak. You're just figuring this out now. Really? Izuku sighed as he turned to his computer. Mercy, show All Might the record of the data traffic. We said the AI as he brought up the files. From the data we've collected, the information of your true self hasn't been shared outside of a select few, and the information that is given says that you were slowly recovering. So they don't know that the damage was that severe. In fact, some of the files suggest that you have made a full recovery. All Might looked at the files. So my secret is safe. All Might blew a sigh of relief before he lowered his head. I'm sorry for overreacting like that. I'll see myself out. Inko stepped in his way. Wait, don't leave. It's my fault. I assumed you knew that I knew about you, so it's not your fault. I shouldn't have thrown such a curveball without being more clear. Toshinori began to wave his hands. No, it's my fault. I overreacted and insulted Izuku. The blame's on he yelped as Izuku lightly tossed one of his notebooks at All Might's head. There, we're even. Now if you want to apologize to my mom, go and get dessert or something. All Might was about to object. Go or I'll have the raccoon steal your socks. Now go. After that, All Might and Inko's relationship got even better. They started going on more dates, especially since All Might could go out in his skinny form, and now he was coming over each night for dinner. Izuku still found it weird, but it did make his mom happy, and soon Izuku would start at UA. Though, Izuku stood at the gates of UA holding Tanku. The first day of my new school year, let's go, Tanku. It didn't take long for Izuku to find his classroom, and it was a lot easier since he heard a familiar exploding voice. This might be a problem. Izuku opened the door to see Bakugo and Ida arguing because Bakugo had his feet on his desk, though they both stopped as they turned to see Izuku in the doorway. Yep, this is going to be a problem. At that, everyone turned to look at him. Everyone knew who he was, and one of them wanted to see him again. Izuku Midoriya, said Momo as she got out of her desk and walked up to Izuku. I don't know if you remember me, but Momo Yaoyorozu, as Izuku remembered her. I saved your life and ran into you about a year ago. Yes, I didn't think you would remember. It was a crazy day and you're pretty. Made it, said Ochako loudly as she made it to the classroom. Man, this place is big. I almost got lost. Oh hey Izuku, as she went to her friend. How's it going? Pretty good so far, just catching up with Yaoyorozu here. As he gestures to Momo. Momo blushed a little before she looked Ochako up and down. Who is this? Girlfriend? No, but she is close with Izuku and she is cute. Ochako was doing the same thing as well. This girl could be a supermodel. I could see her in a commercial with a celebrity. Just calm down and relax. Ochako took a deep breath. Hi, I'm Ochako Uraraka. Momo smiled. I'm Momo Yaoyorozu. Pleasure to meet you. Uo, things are getting good, said Mina as she saw the sparks. What do you mean? Asked Kirishima. I hope things don't get so crazy and they start a fight, said Gyro. What? Said Denki. Why would they fight? They look like they're getting along just fine. Mina waved at them to sit down. You boys don't worry about it, just let us girls handle it. Hold it, yelled Ida. As heroes in training we should not be entertaining this at all. The class was silent and confused by the statement. Entertain what? Asked Zero. This, as he pointed at Izuku. Izuku saw this coming and was just bored of it. We have a known vigilante here. Someone who has broken the law for years, and we're supposed to just allow him to come to a prestigious hero school like UA. How are any of you okay to have this criminal in our school? Momo stepped up to Ida. That criminal saved my life and my family when a group of real villains attacked my home. I would be dead if it wasn't for him. Yeah, said Ochako. Unlike you, he came and saved me before that giant robot squished me. You ran, he didn't. That was an exam robot, stated Ida. There's no way a school like UA would have let anything happen to you. Second of all. Enough, said a man standing at the door. All of you quiet down and sit down. I'm your homeroom teacher, Aizawa. Now I want all of you to settle down. The class went silent. Good. Now put on your PE uniforms and meet me on the field. Pointing to the uniform on the teacher's desk. Straight to the point, said Izuku, grabbing the uniform on the desk. I can work with that. Though, soon all of the students of Class 1A were outside in their PE uniforms standing on the training grounds. All right, time to put your quirks to the test, said Aizawa as he tossed a ball to Izuku. You got the highest score on the entrance exam. Throw the ball as far as you can. You may also use your equipment as long as you stay in the circle. Izuku wordlessly stepped into the circle. All right, Tanku, let's put on a show. As he dropped his bay. By the time the bay hit the ground, it began to spin at full speed. Izuku then tossed the ball straight upward. He then bent down before jumping high in the air and twisting in the air. His bay also hopped in the air right next to him, going a little bit higher than him. Izuku then backflipped, bicycle kicking Tanku, launching the bay right at the ball. Tanku hit the ball with enough force to send it flying. Everyone watched the ball hit UAS fence. Whoa, awesome. So that's the power of the top, huh? Aizawa saw this and put up his phone. 1152 meters, not bad. For years your teachers have told you not to use your quirks in the hopes you are all treated fairly, but that will not help you as heroes here. Today we will be putting your quirks to the test. The class was getting excited about being able to use their quirks until one girl spoke. Wow, this sounds fun. Fun, you say? You probably all see hero work as fun. Well then, the person with the lowest score today will be expelled from UA. At this there was a massive uproar from the students. This not only got Aizawa annoyed but also Izuku. Shut up, yelled Izuku, surprising Aizawa and silencing the class. 1. Here at UA teachers have more flexibility than other schools. 2. We are trying to become heroes, and being a hero takes a lot of work, and it's not all about fame and fortune, so if you're not willing to put in the work, then get out and give room for someone who will. Everyone let Izuku's words sink in, and most of them steeled themselves for the trials ahead. While others were questioning themselves, 2 on the other hand were getting angry. Bakugo for feeling Izuku was talking down to him, and how would you know? Ada, don't pretend to be some hero. You've done nothing but undermine the work of a hero with your vigilantism and your countless times you've broken the law. Honestly, do you hear yourself? You sound downright hypocritical. You should. Enough, said Aizawa, ending Ida's rant. We don't have all day, so let's get started with the tests. Soon the tests were underway. Everyone was giving it their best as the fear of being expelled made them work even harder, though some weren't worried at all as they knew their skills were above the others. Izuku was one of those students, as even though he didn't use Tanku in every test, his physical skills were enough to where he was confident that he would do just fine. Though as the other students were doing the ball test, Class 1A had a visitor, a furry one. Everyone was in the middle of the ball throw test when Gyro, with her hearing, heard a squeak close by. Hello, raccoon. After saying that, the other students also noticed a raccoon holding a piece of paper in its paws and standing not too far away from the group. Achako lit up at the sight of the raccoon. After hanging around Izuku, he met several of the raccoons. Though when she stepped forward, Gyro stopped her. Hey, what are you doing? You can't just walk up to a wild animal. But that's not. Achako was going to say she knew the raccoon, but another student decided to step forward. Don't worry, ladies, said Minda as he stepped forward. I'll protect you, as he gave them a cocky grin. With this they will all see my hero side and love me. This is the start of my harem. The girls just sweat dropped at the boy. Even the raccoon made a face that asked if Minta was serious. The animal raised an eyebrow and looked at Izuku while pointing at Minta. I have no idea, I just started here today, said Izuku as he walked up to the furry animal. Whatcha got there anyway? The raccoon handed over the paper. Izuku took the paper and unfolded it. Huh, interesting. What is it? Asked Achako as she tried to look at the letter. What characters are those? Is that Manchurian? Asked Momo, looking over Izuku's other shoulder. Yep, looks like a friend of mine is in town from China. He looked at the raccoon's outstretched hands. Sorry, I got nothing on me, but I'll get you something special later. The raccoon then made some hand gestures. Porn dog, you got it. Izuku then put the letter in his pocket. He then saw the whole class looking at him. What? Dude, you just had a conversation with a raccoon, said Kirishima, still wide-eyed with the others, except for Achako, who at the moment was scratching the raccoon behind the ears, and the raccoon was loving it. Yeah, they've helped out a lot. They're pretty awesome, said Izuku, completely serious as he knew firsthand how useful his furry friends were. And they're adorable, added Achako, who was still scratching the coon. Minta couldn't believe this. You use those stupid things. The raccoon turned to Minta, not enjoying the scratches anymore. You use a bunch of rodents that swim around in the trash. He then started laughing. That's so lame. The great vigilante has to rely on a bunch of stupid squirrels. Izuku saw this and slowly backed away. I was going to warn you, but you went too far. Everyone back up. Minta stopped laughing. Huh. Achako began to pale as she saw it. Momo followed her sight and dropped her jaw. Izuku tugged her sleeve to move her back. 1. I consider them friends, not pets. 2. They've helped me more times than I can count. 3. I'm not responsible if you piss them off. You reap what you sow. The class just stared at Izuku in confusion, until Aizawa looked behind them. What the hell? The class then turned around to see a horde of raccoons. Ew, Midoriya. The class began to move away from Minta as the boy began to sweat. You screwed up, said Izuku, getting Minta's attention. If there's one rule about these guys is never ever call them squirrels. Minta turned back to the horde. I'm not afraid of ... of a bunch of coons. The biggest raccoon, which was double the other size, stepped forward. He reached behind his back and somehow pulled out a full-sized baseball bat. Minta's eyes doubled in size before looking at Izuku. Izuku saw this. Okay, I'll do something. Hey Slag, don't kill him. The raccoon known as Slag looked at Izuku and nodded. Good luck, as he gave Minta a thumbs up. How is that helping? Before running off as the raccoons began to chase him around the school. Don't worry, he'll be fine. Okay, I got questions for starters. Why did you call him Slag? Asked Zero. That's his name. Wait, said Toru. You've named them, all of them? Oh no, they named themselves. I thought it was kind of rude to work with them and not know their names, and just giving them numbers didn't feel right, so I asked if they had names. They were confused for a moment before they each brought me a scrap of paper with a name on them. Some of them were foreign names. They're a lot smarter than you think. Aizawa gave Izuku a tired look. Great. A problem child with a bunch of raccoon friends. Sigh. Alright, let's get back to the tests. Oh, they soon got done with the test, with Izuku getting first place, shocking everyone with his athletic ability. He didn't care though. With all the training he had, he knew he would pass. Not to mention Mercy had checked on the teachers before and had already figured out Eraserhead's tactics. He enjoyed watching everyone's face when he heard that the whole expulsion trick was aroused to get everyone to work hard. It made Minda very happy, especially since he came in last place. Soon the day ended and everyone was about to head home. Some of the girls were talking and exchanging numbers in the classroom. Wow, today was crazy and it's just the first day, stated Mina. So you agreed. I know, it makes me wonder what else they have in store for us. Well, at least we're not alone, said Ochako. We have Izuku and I think he can handle everything. Yes, said Momo as she grabbed her things. By the way, how do you know Izuku? For a moment Ochako and Momo's eyes locked. Really, you guys are starting this already, said Gyro. Both Ochako and Momo were caught off guard. Yeah, I mean, he's not the only big shot here, said Toru. Take a look over there, as she pointed her sleeve at Todoroki, who was walking out. He was one of the students who came in on recommendation. I also hear he's the son of the number 2 hero Endeavor. Wait, seriously? Asked Gyro. Yeah, he is pretty cute, said Mina. But he does have that scar. One moment, said Toru as she took out her phone. Just flip one half onto the other half and tada. As she showed them a photoshopped photo of Shoto, which copied his nun-scared side and flipped it over his scared side. It showed him with white hair and no scar on his face. All the girls took a look at the photo and had to admit he still looked good without the scar, but this made Gyro ask a question. Hey Toru, when did you take the photo? Toru began to fidget a little out of embarrassment. Oh well, you see. She didn't finish as she felt a hand on her shoulder. Izuku. He wasn't looking at her at all. That photo. Toru showed him the picture. Oh, I was just messing around with Photoshop is all. Izuku stared at the photo as if he had seen it before. Is everything all right? Izuku saw that the girls were looking at him. Yeah, hey Ochako, he said, getting the girls' attention. My mom just wanted me to make sure you got those recipes. Oh yeah, I got them this morning, she said with a smile. Momo looked at Ochako wide-eyed. She already knows his parents. Cool, then. Izuku then saw something was happening outside near the gate. Wait, what the heck is going on outside? Oh, man, today was brutal, said Denki. You have no right to speak, said Minda, who was dead tired. I was the one being chased by a horde of vicious raccoons. Dude, chill, you were the one to piss them off, Zero pointed out. And they didn't really hurt you. They mostly just scared you. Hey, how was I? Minda stopped as he saw something that made him forget all of his pain. His eyes almost burst out of his sockets as his nose began to bleed. The guys followed his eyesight and saw a goddess, a total babe. The babe in question was a Chinese woman wearing a Chinese dress which accentuated her features. She was currently sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed, meditating right outside the UA gates. Soon she began to attract more of a crowd as several students saw her, making the boys drool and the girls envious. Perfect long black hair, killer boobs, slim waist and legs for days, said Minda as he drooled some more. Who is that woman? Asked Kosai, a student from Class 1B, when he saw one of his classmates do a quiet facepalm. It was the Chinese exchange student. Hey, do you know her? Really? Those who heard this turned to see Izuku walking up. He sighed before reaching down for a rock. Everyone was confused for a moment. Izuku then threw the rock and his target was the woman's head. For a moment every thought the rock would hit her hard, but her hand moved like lightning, catching the rock inches from her head. The woman opened one eye and smiled. Nice throw. In one fluid movement she stood up, put one hand over her fist and bowed. It's good to see you again, Izuku. Izuku bowed back. It's good to see you to Mei. He knows her, thought everyone in the crowd, while Minda began to cry blood. He knows too many hottas, it's not fair. Mei, shouted a voice. Everyone turned to see Kendo with her mouth wide open. You're Mei, the women's Chinese martial art tournament winner, 5 years in a row. That Mei blushed a little. Oh wow, I didn't think anyone here would recognize me. Is that why there's a crowd? No, said Izuku simply, as he knew the kind of attention Mei would attract. I've heard of you, said Ojiro as he remembered. You're from that temple, the one that refused for years to participate in any competitions until 20 years ago, and ever since then you guys have been sweeping the competition. Oh, so some of you do know about my temple, said Mei, happy for her and her friends to be recognized. That's good to hear. Wait, Izuku, are you a student of Mei's temple? Asked Kendo. Somewhat. Izuku was never a proper student of the Balin temple, but he did learn from the masters there. Kendo looked at Izuku in awe. I had no idea we had someone here like that. Actually, you have two here, said Mei. This caught Izuku by surprise. Wait, who else? Izuku instincts flared. He tossed his bag to Kendo as he turned around and put up his hands in time to block a powerful axe kick. Rin. The Chinese boy grinned. Sup, Izuku? As he kicked off of Izuku's arm, jumping back. Since when have you been here? Asked Izuku, surprised that he was here. Mei raised an eyebrow. Wait, did you not know he was here? Sorry, something came up and I didn't have time to track you down, explained Rin. I'm a transfer student here at UA. You're one of the transfer students. Izuku was still a little surprised. He is, said Mei as she stepped forward. And I came here to speak with the both of you. She then looked around to see there was still a bit of a crowd, somewhere a little less crowded. Of course, said Izuku as he held out his hand for Kendo to hand him his bag back. But she didn't move. Kendo, can I have my bag back? Kendo didn't move for a moment as she was lost in thought. Can I please have a fight with you? Yelled Kendo to Mei, surprising the woman. I would love to test my skill against a master such as yourself, so will you please do me the honor of having a sparring match with me? Mei stared at Kendo, looking into her eyes. Mei thought for a moment. Hey Izuku, is there a space around here we can use? Izuku thought for a moment. Yeah, I think the beach should be clear today. Will that work? Perfect, come on. Oh, alright, are you two ready? Said Mei as she stood in between Kendo and Izuku. When they made it to the beach, Mei said she came here to make sure Izuku was still in top shape, so she decided the best way would be to make him spar Kendo. Izuku and Kendo both nodded. Begin. Both Izuku and Kendo charged at each other. Kendo threw the first punch, but it didn't land as Izuku dodged and went for a low kick. Kendo backed away from the kick, but Izuku kept up the pressure as he aimed a few punches at Kendo's stomach. Kendo used her big fist to block the blows. His fighting style is strange. He's sticking low to the ground. Though Kendo was surprised when Izuku jumped for a high kick which hit Kendo in the shoulder before twisting for another kick. Now high movements. Mei was pleased with what she was seeing. He has kept up with his training, and that girl isn't too bad. She might be able to keep up with our training. Mei didn't take her eyes off of the fight. If you want to, you can come down and watch. Rin looked at Mei. Mei-sensei, what are you? He then heard footsteps from behind them. Huh, sorry, I was curious, said Ajiro as he walked towards them. It's alright, this is a good fight, said Mei, who was still watching the fight. Ajiro was now watching the fight as Kendo used standard karate and similar martial arts, while Izuku used a strange fighting style that he was unfamiliar with. Is that your temple's fighting style? No, that's his own fighting style he developed, clarified Mei. His style is based on speed and mobility, mainly striking from above or below. He developed it so that he could fight while keeping up with his Bei, though when he needs to he will switch fighting styles if he needs to hold his ground, which is a lot easier than you might think since his style is based off of the crouching dragon. So switching to the basic dragon style is pretty natural, though we like to call his style the Tanuki form. I wouldn't recommend learning it though, as it requires very odd movements not typically found in normal kung fu. Ajiro agreed with her words as he saw Izuku fight. Izuku jumped and kicked, and when Kendo would block he would land in a handstand and spin for another kick. Kendo would try attacking again, only for Izuku to redirect the attack and intrude into her space. It's like capoeira and silat mixed together with a hint of karate and kung fu. Mei side-eyed Ajiro. Impressive, you know your stuff. You study martial arts as well, right? Asked Rin. Yeah, but I don't think I hold a candle to either of them. Kendo is amazing, but Izuku has been toying with her this entire time, said Ajiro as it was clear that Izuku was controlling this match. Mei hummed for a moment. I wouldn't call it toying, but yes, Izuku is the superior fighter between the two. Kendo didn't hear any of this as she was more focused on the fight she was having, but she could tell she was on the losing end and he wasn't even going all out. He isn't going all out, and yet it doesn't feel like he's underestimating me or toying with me, and he is focusing on the fight. He actually might be enjoying the fight. Okay, then time to go all out, she thought as she enlarged her fists. Grand slam as she slammed both of her fists down at Izuku. With the timing it should have hit Izuku, but he smirked before charging, planting his right elbow into her gut before she could bring her fists down. The hit sent Kendo to the ground. Damn it, you're good, said Izuku as he extended a hand for her. She took it. You got some real talent, though you should work on stance changes and for opponents that move a lot. Clearly you've fought a lot of people in a dojo but haven't faced many outside where there aren't any rules. Kendo blushed at the compliment and took the advice to heart. She made sure to write it all down when she could. Thanks, but you're even more amazing than I thought. When you saved me all those years ago, I thought that you were a distance fighter, but clearly you can hold your own in a fight. I still have a long ways to go until I'm able to give you a good challenge. You shouldn't sell yourself short, said Mei. You did well and I can see great potential. You will make a fantastic hero and a great martial artist. Izuku nodded in agreement. Yeah, and you gave me one hell of a workout. Kendo glowed at the compliments. So then will you be able to teach me? I've heard nothing but great things from your temple and I would love to learn it. Mei thought for a moment. Well, I don't think I'll be staying in Japan that long, but while I'm here I am more than happy to teach you a little. Kendo smiled from ear to ear, and Ajiro was hoping he could get some lessons as well. Can I join you as well? I may not be as skilled as Kendo, but I still would like to learn. Rin cracked his knuckles. Oh, don't worry, your test starts now. Mei stopped him. As much as I would love to see another fight, we are running low on time. So I'll give you another test. Mei took a few steps back. It's simple, block, said Ajiro as he raised an eyebrow. Izuku and Rin knew exactly what was going and ducked for cover while Izuku grabbed a confused Kendo. Ajiro then realized they were getting out of the way and got into a fighting stance as he got ready for whatever Mei was going to throw at him. Mei didn't get into a fighting stance. She stayed standing, relaxed, not doing anything until her right leg disappeared. Ajiro's instincts kicked and he moved his tail in front of him as he felt a massive wall of force hit him. He tried to hold his ground, but the wall forced him back several feet, and for a moment he thought he was going to be knocked to the ground, but luckily for him the force dissipated. Ajiro then slowly lowered his tail and saw Mei with her right leg raised. She did that with a kick. She's strong. Well, was all Kendo could say at the sight of the kick. He actually withstood the kick, said Rin, as someone who had been training with Mei for years knew that was a feat in itself. He may have some potential after all. Izuku nodded in agreement. Indeed. Well done, said Mei as she lowered her leg and took out her phone. Alright then, if you and Kendo want to take some extra lessons, I won't mind teaching you guys a thing or two. Really? Yelped Kendo. Yes, please. They quickly exchanged contact information. That's when Mei said that she needed to be somewhere with Izuku and Rin. Hey, wait a moment, said Kendo. Izuku, can we fight again someday? Izuku gave her a grin. Of course, just give me time, and if I can, I'll be up for a spar. Kendo's face turned slightly red. You bet, and I'll give a good fight next time. Ajiro saw this and turned to Rin. Hey, how does he do it? I have no idea. Trust me, a lot of us have tried to figure it out, but we've come up with nothing, said Rin. Soon afterwards, both Ajiro and Kendo left, leaving Izuku, Rin, and Mei. Oh, Tyson was currently sitting in his family's dojo cleaning his family's blades. Even Tyson would admit he is not a master of the sword like other people, but he would make sure that his family's heirlooms were kept in good condition. He then heard the doors open. Oh, why, welcome back, little miss. Oh, Izuku too, I see, and I don't believe I've met you, young man. My name is Hiryu Rin. I'm from the Balin Temple, sir, and it's an honor to meet you. As he shook Tyson's hand. I've heard so much about you, Mr. Granger. Tyson laughed. Well, it's nice to meet you, young man, and please call me Tyson. Mei raised an eyebrow at this. Rin, is this the first time you've met Tyson? Rin visible stiffened at this. Rin, you said when you would get to Japan you would contact Mr. Tyson first. He is one of the few people who knows the temple and the closest one to the school. Rin looked down at the ground like a child trying to avoid their parents' gaze. I just got busy moving to a new country, sorry. Mei saw the way Rin was acting and knew what this was about. Rin, as she said the boy's name quietly. Izuku didn't like being in the dark. Okay, can someone please tell me what is going on here? Why is Mei here, and what does that have to do with me and old man Tyson? Mei will be staying here in one of the guest rooms, said Tyson. She's here to help with Rin's Beyblade training. Beyblade training, said Izuku, shocked. Rin has a Beyblade now. Mei shook her head slightly. He's been chosen to inherit. No, yelled Rin. Rin was now shaking where he was standing. He looked on the verge of crying. He can still use it. Everyone was silent for a moment. Mei stepped towards Rin. His arm is almost useless now. He can still launch his Bey. They've made single-handed launchers before, argued Rin. He stopped, waiting for someone to say something else, but Mei knew it would be better to let this out of his system. Look, I'm not trying to brush off my responsibilities. I'm still going to be a great hero even if I don't have a Bey. He needs it more than I do. I'm not saying you're trying to get rid of your responsibilities. You're afraid. This caught Rin off guard. You're afraid that you won't be able to fill the massive shoes he's left you, but none of us are asking you to take his place. That would be impossible. All we're asking you to do is take care of his Bey. You're the only other person that can use it. But it's not mine, said Rin as he looked down at his feet. I can't. Yes, you can. He and everyone back at the temple know you can, and the Bey has chosen you to be its new user. There's no one else in the temple who can do it, only you. Rin was still silent. You're not alone. Me, Izuku, and Tyson are here to help. Still Rin didn't respond as he was too lost in thought. Mei sighed as she reached to the back of her belt. When I leave back to China, I won't be taking this with me. She then held up a Beyblade in her hand. Izuku recognizes the Bey. That's Rock Zirafa, Dashin's Bey. Izuku then remembered the martial artist Blader, the now head of the Balin Temple. Izuku remembered the monster of a fighter he was, but that just brought a big question. What happened to Dashin? Nothing, said Rin, who was quick to reply. He still is the Grandmaster and still has many years left in him. Rin, shouted Mei. Dashin will be the Grandmaster of the Balin Temple for years to come, but that has nothing to do with Rock Zirafa. Rock Zirafa has only reacted to you and Dashin. And right now it can do more in your hands than it can in Dashin's right now. Please, Rin, you're the only person who can use it. Rin looked down at Zirafa and was quiet. I'm not worthy. For a moment no one said anything. Izuku felt too out of it to say anything proper and Mei was getting to her wits' end. Tyson had another idea. Wacko, yelled Rin after Tyson hit him with a bamboo sword. What was that for? Tyson decided to keep whacking him, though each whack was weaker. Will you quit your downing? Honestly, what are trying to be, the unworthy hero? Come on kid, I know you ain't down with the guy you look up to retiring or becoming broken. Tyson saw Mei's look. Not saying he is, but you're doing him more of a disservice denying him his wish. And his wish is that you man up and take the bay for a spin. Look, I get you don't feel like you're ready, then get ready for it. You might not be able to spin it like your homeboy Dashin today, but with some help and a lot of training you can make it there. Rin thought over Tyson's words. Okay, I'll take rock Zirafa. Mei smiled as she saw progress. Nope, said Tyson. Mei looked at Tyson like he was crazy. What? Tyson started laughing. You ain't there yet, kid. When you spin rock Zirafa, I want you to spin as well as you know how to fight. So you ain't taking it out of this dojo until then, or unless I say otherwise. You and Izuku will be fighting. So that's why I'm here, said Izuku. Tyson nodded. Okay, so we do this like every day. After school or something, right? Okay, said Rin. I'll come here right after school tomorrow. Tyson slapped his training sword on the ground. What are you talking about? Starting now. Huh, said the three others. You heard me. In agreement with your temple, I get to help with training, and we are starting now. Welcome my dudes to boot camp, said Tyson as a blue aura surrounded him. You're going to be begging for UAS training when I'm done with you. Rin was now sweating as heard legends of Tyson Granger, but he also heard that he was laid back and not some sort of drill sergeant. Rin looked over to see Izuku was slightly sweating as well. Should I be worried? Very, said Izuku as he grew a nervous grin. He's trained me before and it was a bit more intense than what Max had for me, but he's a lot more intense now. Tyson grinned as the Dragoon let his power expand. That's because you're older now and it's time to take the kid's gloves off. Rin turned to Izuku again. Izuku gulped. Just to remind you, Rin, this is one of the very few people that have beaten Ryuga. Rin almost shit himself at that piece of news. He beat ... the Dragon Emperor. Mei saw the two and chuckled. They may be a cut above the rest, but they still have a long way to go. She then cracked her knuckles. Well, let's get started. Izuku was having a terrible night. He couldn't sleep as there was too much disturbing noise, and when he finally did get some sleep, he began to relive a moment from his past and an incident a few years back when he was taking out a bad guy from afar. A few times he did get up close and personal, and this was one of those times. Oh, a 10-year-old Izuku with his hoodie covering his head was standing in the middle of a construction building watching the police arrest a group of hijackers that Izuku had stopped with Tanku. Well, looks like things are settled here, said Izuku as he caught his bay. And no heroes needed to show up either, so it shouldn't be too hard to get out of here without being noticed. Izuku turned to calmly head down the construction site, but stopped when he noticed something odd when he breathed. I can see my breath. When did it get so cold? Izuku looked down in time to see ice beginning to cover the construction site. Izuku jumped, and with his training he was able to grab hold of one of the steel beams above him. He pulled himself up and began running as the ice gained on him. Izuku pushed himself to get enough speed to jump to the next building. Izuku took a moment to catch his breath as he looked at the now frozen solid construction site. I know for a fact I was the only one in that construction area. Someone was aiming for me. Izuku then scanned the ground where he saw a group of 3 men looking up at the building he jumped to. One of the men was wearing a beanie, baggy pants, and an oversized jacket, making him look like a common street thug. The second guy had brown spiky hair, wearing regular pants and a plain red shirt with what looked like binocular goggles. The third one bothered Izuku the most. He was wearing a big black coat with jeans and his face was covered completely. He was wearing a face mask, sunglasses, and a black baseball to cover his head. Izuku could tell he was the most dangerous. The Google man looked up right at Izuku and pointed. When he did, the man in the coat then turned to Izuku. Even though Izuku couldn't see his eyes, he could tell he was glaring. Then Izuku saw more ice coming up the side of the wall. Izuku followed the ice and confirmed his suspicions. In the ice was a Beyblade. Shit. Izuku tightened his hood and placed Tanku in his launcher. Looks like Dad really wants me dead. Guess it's time to heat things up. Izuku made his way to the other side of the roof and waited until the ice reached the roof. The second he saw the bay, he ripped on his ripcord. Tanku, Sagittario-style Sagittario Flame Claw. Tanku glowed and then began a fiery arrow hitting the other bay directly. Izuku expected Tanku to blow the enemy's bay away, but the bay held firm. No way, it's holding. The bay stopped producing ice but began to spin faster until the power between the two bays became too much for the roof to handle. Tanku, said Izuku, calling his bay back as the roof caved in. Izuku then jumped to the next building, landing in a window on the top floor. Tanku landed next to him. Man, I hope no one was in that building. And as you can see, structurally this place is stable, but I say we just tear it all down, said a voice. Izuku turned to see 5 guys, a few in construction gear. Oh no, Izuku then saw the other bay crash through the wall, destroying the wall in the process, scaring the shit out of the workers. "What the hell?" yelled the workers as the bay moved so fast any normal person wouldn't be able to see it, as it began bouncing off the walls, turning everything it touches to ice. "It's faster now," yelled Izuku in his head as he dodged the bay, with Tenku deflecting it when it almost hit Izuku. "How is this thing so strong?" Izuku looked to see the workers and most of the room being turned to ice. "I need to get them out now." He took out his phone. "Merci, please tell me no one else is in this building." Merci in a fraction of a second hacked all the nearby cameras and watched the last hour of footage. "Yes, no one went into this building. Only those 5 came in here." Izuku put his phone away. Tenku, Leon-style lion gale forced the bay glowed before summoning a giant tornado that destroyed the top floor of the abandoned building, causing rubble to fly everywhere. Tenku slowly died the tornado down, keeping it going enough to carry the frozen workers and Izuku to the ground. "Merci, call an ambulance and tell them we got frozen people here. I need to lure these guys away. Fighting that guy is going to be messy." Izuku grabbed Tenku and ran across the street to an alleyway. He turned to see the 3 men show up, and then the man with the goggles pointing to the ground. "That guy has a tracking quirk." Izuku ran through the alleyway. "There should be a junkyard a few blocks down. I can fight him there without anyone getting involved." Izuku ran out the other side into a street with very few people. He ran across the street and hid behind a bus bench to see if they were still following him. He saw the 3 men come out of the alley, but when Izuku was about to move, he saw them begin to yell at each other. The man in the black jacket then grabbed the goggle man and dragged him back into the alley. Izuku decided to risk it and follow the men into the alley, and he saw something unexpected. The man in the jacket was holding the goggle man by the neck against the alley wall. "What do you mean you lost him?" "I'm sorry," said the goggle man, barely making any noise to his throat currently being crushed. "Hey man, calm down, we won't be able to catch the guy if we fight like this," said the thug-looking guy. The jacket man dropped Goggles, before punching the thug hard enough to hit the wall behind him. The jacket man turned to Goggles, who was holding his throat. "How did you lose him? I thought you had him locked on." "It was the tornado," he said quickly. "When he activated it, I lost contact, and when we passed the guys you froze, I thought the trail that was left was his, but after going through the alley, I realized it must have been some brat that cut through the construction site." The jacket man bent down and grabbed Goggles' shirt before slamming him into the wall. "You mean to tell me we have been chasing a dumb brat?" Izuku then rolled his eyes as he realized they didn't think that the blader they were after was a kid. "Those idiots have no idea who I am." "Hey, relax," said Goggles. "If we're quick, we can still catch him. We just need to go back to the construction site. The trail won't go cold for another 30 minutes. I can still catch him." The jacket man did nothing for a moment before slamming Goggles into the wall again. "Hey, I can't track him." He shut up as the jacket man's base started cutting the wall at Goggles' feet before cutting its way up to the man's neck. He could feel the blades getting closer to his neck. "What are you lying to me?" said the jacket man in a quiet voice. "When we first met today, you said you could track anything as long as it wasn't 20 minutes old, and now you're telling me it's 30 and your so-called ultimate tracking quirk can lose a target. Are you fucking with me here?" "No," said the man, now fearing for his life. "'Cause let me tell you something. I need to kill this vigilante. If I don't, I can't kill the one I want to kill," said the jacket man, seething with anger. "So I'm going to ask you one more time. Can you track him?" "Yes," said the man, now crying for his life and wetting himself. The jacket man brought his face close. "I don't believe you." Izuku had heard enough and launched Tenku. The jacket man saw this and dropped the goggle man. The bays collided, causing a smoke screen, though Izuku could see the goggle man grabbing his friend and running. "So these guys ain't loyal. That's good. Bastards. Well, I paid for what I got." Tenku moved back a bit. "Oh, you're not getting away that easily." His base slams down onto the ground, sending waves of ice at Tenku. "Tenku, flame salamander." Tenku turned into a flaming salamander with a sigh in his mouth. The flames coming from the salamander did melt the flames at first before the ice grew too much. "Tenku, get back." Tenku flew back to Izuku, who grabbed his bay and escaped the alley. "This guy is strong. I'm going to need to rethink my strategy dealing with him." Izuku turned the corner of the alley before sitting on a bench. The 2 he had with him were trackers. "With them gone, he can't track me. Now it's my turn to hunt him." Izuku waited. The man came out of the alley and looked around. He began shaking with rage before grabbing his hat and throwing it on the ground. "Damn it." Izuku then saw part of his face and hair. He then reached down for his hat. "If I don't get that, Midoriya will." He stopped as his phone rang. The man slowly took out his phone and answered the phone. "Hello. Oh hey," he said as his voice changed to a happier tone. No, I thought someone else was going to call me." Yeah. Don't worry, I'm good. I'll be home soon." Izuku continued to listen in on the conversation. It became clear that the man wasn't talking to his father, but it was also clear that his father did send him. trying to catch the elusive vigilante that used a Beyblade. Izuku waited and watched the man walk away. Izuku was ready and had a plan to deal with the guy, but his own phone rang. His mother was wanting him to come home. Izuku wanted to give chase, but it was getting late, and even though he had a plan, he still didn't know if it was good enough to fight the Ice Bay. Things will be different next time around, vowed Izuku. Izuku went home and spent the day with his mom. He had Mercy check to see if he could pull anything up on the 3 he met today, but he could find nothing on the jacket man. The other 2 actually turned themselves in as minor criminals. They both had tracking quirks that they mainly used to help loan sharks find those who owed them. They weren't major criminals and they weren't about to get themselves killed. They only did this job because the jacket man found them and offered them a bit of cash for their services. They didn't even get his name, let alone see his face. Izuku didn't know when, but he would find this guy again and have a rematch. The only lead he had was the guy's hair and the name of the person he was talking to over the phone. Oh, Izuku slowly opened his eyes as he felt something heavy on his chest. He looked to see 2 raccoons sitting on him holding his clock, which was ringing. Izuku reached and shut the alarm. Thanks guys, I couldn't sleep last night. As he sat up, the raccoons tilted their heads in confusion. That was horrifying. Not gonna lie, I kind of wished I slept outside with you guys. The raccoons looked at each other as if asking if he was serious. I would have if I wouldn't get in trouble for it. After Izuku told his mom about the raccoons, she let them into the apartment as long as they didn't destroy anything. Though she quickly fell in love with them and started leaving out food for them, even installing a dog door to the balcony so they could come and go. They also loved her and started giving her shining coins they found around town. They now had pocket change for days. Oh, Izuku made his way to school with a raccoon on his head keeping him awake. Everyone was confused until he made a massive yawn. Izuku then saw his classmates looking at him. I didn't sleep well at all last night. Soon class started and Izuku managed to keep himself awake, though he was struggling until he heard something familiar. I'm going through the door like a hero, said All Might. Soon the class erupted in shock as the rumors were true that the #1 hero was indeed going to be their teacher. Looks like I did a good job at making an entrance, thought All Might before seeing Izuku glaring daggers at him. Oh crud. All Might quickly brought out his remote. Greetings class, let's skip the formalities and get right to it. He hit the button revealing the boxes that had their hero gear. Grab your gear and meet me at training ground beta. He then sped off to the training ground. That was quick, said Kirishima, slightly confused. It was efficient, such as befitting a hero, said Ida. Come, we should do the same and get moving as quickly as we can. Ochako grabbed her things when she noticed Izuku's face. Hey Izuku, are you okay? If you're not feeling well, you could always go see Recovery Girl, said Momo, also concerned. Don't worry, I just didn't sleep well is all, said Izuku, grabbing his gear. Oh, while the students were getting ready, All Might was in deep thought as he waited. I didn't do anything wrong, but I think I should have stayed and at least talked to Izuku. It wasn't planned, but he should be fine, right? I didn't break any of his rules. Izuku and All Might sat at the table as they were about to have dinner for the first time together with him dating and co. So Izuku, you have no issue with me dating your mom, right? Cause I don't want to cause any trouble here. No, I'm completely fine with it. You're both adults, so you should be able to handle it. I just got a few rules for you. Rules, said Izuku. 1. Don't hurt my mom, physically or emotionally. I doubt you would do anything, but don't. 2. If things don't go well, and let's be honest here, you're a pro hero and the #1 hero at that. I don't doubt things can be stressful at times, and I don't know if you or my mother can handle a relationship under those conditions. So if this relationship goes south, end it gently. 3. If things go well, do things in order. I better see a ring before I hear you guys talking about having a kid. Whoa, then we are nowhere near that, said All Might. I think we got a long way to go before that happens. Just in case, I want a ring on her finger before there's a kid in her, said Izuku. 4. How many rules are there? Izuku paused for a moment. 4. Don't bring any work home. I don't want any villain coming here. All Might slowly raised an eyebrow. I know I've attracted quite a few here before, but we don't need extra. Several villains already tried to attack, but there were more than enough heroes watching this place to take any of those idiots down. 5th and final rule. Make sure she is happy. As Izuku got a sad look on his face. Me and my sperm donor have done a lot to her. We've put her through too much crap, way more than she deserves. So promise me she will be happy. All Might sat in his chair a little straighter. I promise. Good. I haven't done anything wrong, so we should be good, said All Might as he turned and saw Izuku coming out. Ah, young Midoriya. First one out, I see, but where is your hero costume? Izuku was wearing his normal green hoodie and cargo pants. I wore this for the past few years, if it ain't broke. Okay, said All Might before they fell in a bit of awkward silence. So about last night. Let's not talk about it. Izuku quickly replied. I had to sit through the most awkward breakfast ever, so let's just forget about it. It wasn't planned, it kind of just happened. It continued. All Might, just stop. I just want you to know I really like your mom and Trust me, All Might, I know you like my mom. I heard it last night. It was horrifying. That isn't horrifying. Love is horrifying if it's your mom, said Izuku, cutting All Might off. No one wants to hear about their mom doing the deed, okay, and no one wants to hear it happening. How would you feel if I talked about me having fun with your mom, or how about Nana? Toshinori shivered a bit at the thought. Okay, I get it, dropping the subject. Good cause, here comes the class, said Izuku as the other students came out of the tunnel all wearing their hero costumes. Now you all look like heroes, said All Might, checking all of the costumes. Now is the time we start training you to be heroes. Soon all of the students were showing off their costumes and asking All Might questions, though some noticed Izuku wasn't really wearing a costume. Izuku, is that your costume? Asked Ochako in her skin-tight space-themed costume. It's what I wore for the past few years, so it works, not to mention it's comfortable, said Izuku. You look good, said Ochako before slightly blushing. I think I should have specified the size, they made it a bit tight, she said, referring to her suit. Izuku looked up and down. He then came to the conclusion that she looked amazing. It still looks good. What matters is if you can perform well and that your suit doesn't get in the way of your work. He's right, said Momo as she came by in her costume, getting a wide-eyed look from Ochako as she saw Momo's revealing costume. What matters mainly is the fact that it works, though it isn't wrong to show off a little, she thought, hoping to get a good reaction from Izuku. Izuku gave Momo a look, using all of his willpower to not blush. Yep, she's hot. Lucky. That's when All Might decided to get the class's attention. Thank you, All Might, thought Izuku, then quickly glanced at the two girls again. These girls are going to be the death of me. Just keep calm and focus on class. He glanced at the two again. Damn. Alright class, today we are going to do some combat training with an urban battle simulation, explained All Might, earning some cheer. Tenure raised his hand. Sensei, are you sure we should jump into combat so soon? Of course, to teach you all properly we must know how much you know and can do. After that we can figure out a good pace for all of you, explained All Might. So today we will be having team battles. We will randomly split you all into 4 groups of 5. Then 2 teams will fight, one as villains and the other as heroes. The heroes win by getting to the bomb that villains have, and the villains win by holding off the heroes until the time runs out. Any questions so far? WAAAII222. All the class turned to the tunnel to see a girl with pink hair carrying a massive box on her back. Wait, she huffed. Wait, she took a deep breath. Just wait a second. As she caught her breath, All Might didn't recognize the girl from either of the hero courses. Who are you, miss? The girl took a deep breath. I'm Mei Hatsum from the Class 1H, the support course. Yep, and one student here didn't fill out a support form and didn't take any gear made for him, said Mei. Now which one of you is Izuku? Everyone turned to Izuku, who stayed silent, not wanting to deal with this. You must be Izuku. Don't worry if you lost your form, we have several, and in the meantime you can take one of my babies for a spin. No, was Izuku's quick reply. Mei's face froze for a moment. I'm sorry, but as your mechanic. You're not my mechanic. Mei was silent for a moment. As your mechanic, I'm supposed to make gear for you. I make my own gear, said Izuku, and it was true. For a long time Izuku has been learning and handcrafting his own gear. Look, if this is like a school requirement you need to fulfill, I can talk to Nezu to get you a new hero to work for. Mei was silent again. Okay, I see you're on the fence a bit. No, I'm not. Just wait until you see my baby in action. As Mei opened the box and took the object out. Feast your eyes on this. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Is that a bazooka? As he saw the massive high-tech launcher. I heard that you use an inferior hand launcher to spin the top of yours, so I made this baby which can launch it at 300 miles per hour. She held the device out to Izuku. Give it a try. Before Izuku could say anything, the launcher began to smoke and make a strange noise. Is it supposed to do that? Just some minor bugs here and there. The bazooka began to shake in her arms. Just some bugs, that's all. So if I could just see your bay, I can show you a demonstration. Izuku narrowed his eyes at the girl before walking up to her and grabbing the launcher, tossing it in the air with one hand. Before it could even hit the ground, it exploded into a million pieces. Who are you again? Mei Hatsum, inventor extraordinaire. So what do you think? Want to use my gear? She said with pride, as if no one just saw her creation explode and were currently looking at her as if she was crazy. Izuku was paused for a moment as he thought of something else. You called it bay after you called it a top. As he stared at her, the girl just stared back at him, not giving any sign that she said anything wrong. And you knew who I was before you even exited the tunnel. Mei, said Powerloader coming out of the tunnel. What are you doing? He then saw the remains of her creation. Did one of your inventions explode again? Again, repeated Izuku. It's the second day of school. Yeah, and she has already created 14 devices and 10 of them blew up, said Powerloader as he grabbed Mei by the collar. Come on, class has started and you're interrupting the hero course. But my baby and my advertisement, she yelled as she was dragged away. The class became silent as the teacher dragged the student away. All Might coughed to break the silence. Okay, that was a bit random. Now let's draw the lots on the first two teams. Team A, Bakugo, Tenya, Kirishima, Toru and Mina. Team B, Izuku, Momo, Denki, Gyro and Shiro. Momo silently pumped her fist that she was on the same team as Izuku. Achako was a little annoyed by that. Izuku was coming up with plans and strategies. Though judging from the glare he was receiving from Bakugo, he could already tell how the fight was going to go. Okay, Team A will be our heroes and Team B will be our villains, said All Might. Now let's get started, shall we? Oh, Izuku's team was standing around the bomb. Okay, anyone got any ideas of how we should do this? Asked Shiro. Well, we could try and jump them as soon as they come in, offered Denki. I think they would see that coming, said Gyro. They have someone who is invisible. That won't work, said Izuku. They have a guy who can harden, an acid user, the robot and Bakugo. He then looked at his team. We have someone who can make tape, a girl who can use sound, an electric user and a girl who can create pretty much anything. Izuku thought for a moment. Hey Denki, how exactly does your work? Denki was a bit surprised by the question. I can discharge a lot of volts of electricity, but I can't control it that well. It kind of just goes everywhere. Perfect, said Denki, a bit surprised. Wait, are you saying that sarcastically? Nope. Cause together we're going to turn this building into one massive taser, said Izuku as he explained his plan. So what do you guys think? Momo, can you make the stuff? Momo nodded. Yep, I can do it, but are you sure about the last part? I mean, why won't the taser work on Bakugo? I've known Bakugo for years, and I don't think anything short of a punch from All Might will bring that guy down. He's way too stubborn. What about the others? Asked Shiro. I can't imagine all of them together would rush in. Bakugo wants to fight me above all else, so he's going to rush in. Tenya might come up with some idea of what to do, but I doubt anyone will listen, cause the guy with the red hair will rush in after Bakugo and the pink girl will waltz in after him. Which when that happens, Tenya will get frustrated and go in himself. Our only real problem is the invisible girl. She's level-headed enough to listen to a plan, but if they all break and do their own thing, then she might sneak past us to the bomb. Gyro raised her hand. How do you know things are going to play like that? It seems like quite a bit of a stretch. Izuku smirked. I've been fighting from a distance for a long time. Reading my opponent's moves has become a bit of a specialty of mine. How they will go against our plan is another thing entirely. Gyro hummed a bit, not sure if it will be a good idea to go with the plan. Momo, on the other hand, was sold. He has more experience with us and it's the best plan we got, so I say we go for it. I'm in as well, said Shiro. I got nothing better. Denki and Gyro looked at each other and nodded. The plan was a go. Oh, okay, how's this for a plan? Asked Tenya, getting the group's attention. Bakugo was getting angry. For the last time, shut up, he said as his palms smoked. When the fight starts, I'm going after Deku. The rest of you losers can go after the extras. We need a plan, Bakugo, said Tenya, not understanding why he won't cooperate. Now come on, help yous come up with a good strategy. Battle City trial begin, yelled All Might over the speaker. Finally, said Bakugo as he rushed in. Time to die, Deku. Bakugo, wait. That's so manly, said Kirishima, just rushing into battle like, wait for me, I'm coming too. As the boy rushed after him, this all just made Mina laugh. There they go, come on or we'll miss all the fun. As she walked in, Tenya Ida began to shake in anger. I don't understand why. We are supposed to be heroes, why is no listening? Fine, I'll show them what it means to be a hero. As he ran in, wait, yelled Toru before dropping her hands. I like the strategy. Ugh, looks like I'm going to have to do something. As she took her gloves and shoes off. Oh, Gyro was listening to all of it from a few floors above. Well, looks like Izuku was right on the money. They acted exactly like he had predicted. Well, he isn't the great vigilante for nothing, said Denki, holding wires in both hands. Heads up, Bakugo just ran past trap 1 on the second floor. Kirishima just passed it as well, and Tenya ran past Mina ... 3 ... 2 ... NOW ... Denki grinned as he sent several volts of electricity down the wires. The wires were connected all the way down through several holes Izuku had made with Tenku to 2 lightning rods in the hallway Tenya was currently in. Tenya was trying to catch up to Bakugo and Kirishima when suddenly he saw that the walls were covered in Shiro's tape but burned off as several volts passed through the metal and then jumped to him, shocking him. He screamed as he passed out. Ada, yelled Mina, getting Kirishima's attention. Hey, what happened? Asked Kirishima as he turned and ran back. Above them, Gyro was surprised at how accurate Izuku predicted all of this. It was just like he said, every movement down to their timing too. Activate the second trap. Now, Denki reached and grabbed a second cable, sending a small current of electricity down. This cable went right below Kirishima, activating the small explosive below him, breaking the floor, causing him to fall. What the Kirishima? Yelled Mina as she saw him fall. She rushed to the hole to see Kirishima below, caught in a net of tape. Kirishima, are you okay? Yeah, I'm just stuck. I can't get out, he said as he struggled against the tape. This is so unmanly. At least fight me face to face. Don't worry, I'll get you out, said Mina as she was about to spray some acid on the net. No you don't, said Zero down the hall as he launched tape at her, grabbing her wrists and pulling her down the hall away from Ida and Kirishima. Sorry, but this is where you lose. That's what you think, smirked Mina as she made acid burn the tape, but her hands were still bound. Wait, this isn't tape. She then saw a metal cord inside the tape. A metal cord. It's official, thought Zero. Izuku is on a whole other level to think of something like this. Hey Zero, can you put anything under your tape and relaunch it? Asked Izuku. Kind of. It would have to be something small, and I know my elbows look like wheels, but they're different. How to properly explain this? Don't worry, that's enough, said Izuku. Hey Momo, can I get a ball thin of titanium cable? It doesn't need to be big, just 2 feet will be good. Sure. Momo produced the ball of cable in her hand and gave it to Izuku. When you run into Mina, put one end of the cable on your tape, and when you launch it, hold the ball loosely, so when you fire it will line up with your tape. The cable is made of titanium, which is non-corrosive. She'll try to burn through it but won't be able to in the time limit we have. After that, just use the capture tape to take her out of the game. Zero wrapped Mina in the capture tape. Izuku won before the match even began. He really is good. Oh, hey Izuku, said Gyro. Just heard Zero, he got Mina. Perfect, said Izuku standing up. He had been waiting for when it was his turn. Now I'm up. He turned to Momo, who was sitting next to the bomb, a little tired. Hey Momo, thanks for making those cables and explosives. You really helped make this easy for us. Momo smiled back at him. Don't worry, it was a great plan and I still have quite a bit of fight left in me, so don't worry about it. Izuku gave her a smile, one that made her heart flutter, before walking into the next room. Denki and Gyro followed him. Hey dude, are you sure Bakugo will fight you one-on-one? If he wants to win, he would just go after the bomb, right? Gyro grabbed Denki's shoulder. We can ask him ourselves. She pointed in and walked Bakugo. Both Gyro and Denki got into their fighting stances, ready for Bakugo to charge. But Izuku put his hand up to stop them. Alright Bakugo, you have 2 choices. 1, go through the door behind us to the bomb and win the match, or 2, go through the door over there and fight me in the big open room where no one will interfere. Bakugo gave them a massive grin. You're dead, Deku. I'll kick your ass, and if those losers haven't kicked the snot out of your team, I will. As he and Izuku both walked to the other room. He really isn't going to go after the bomb. Doesn't he know that he's already lost 3 of his teammates? Asked Denki. I don't think so, said Gyro. I don't think he took one of the radios. He has no idea that only him and Toru are left. Denki realized she was right. Do you think Izuku knew he would do that? Gyro thought for a moment. Yeah, he's thought of everything else. Bakugo is playing right into his hands. They realized they all have been doing exactly what Izuku had predicted. Come on, all that's left is to keep the invisible girl from getting to the next room. Oh, Bakugo stared down Izuku, with anger and fury in his eyes. Izuku, on the other hand, looked like he couldn't care less about it. How long, Deku? How long were you just toying with me? Well, I've known you for a long time, so I knew how you would move in. Not that. How long were you keeping your quirk a secret? What were you doing, trying to make a fool of me? Huh? Izuku was now a bit confused. Dude, I couldn't give a damn about tricking you. Then why were you playing the vigilante then? Said Bakugo. The entire time I was being played while you trained. Well, it doesn't matter, your shitty quirk can't compare to mine. I'm going to be the #1 hero, you hear me? Yelled Bakugo. Cool, was all Izuku said for a moment, pissing Bakugo off. Good luck with that. Now Bakugo's face was turning red with anger as several veins popped on his face. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? It means that I don't care, said Izuku, completely honest. I don't care about becoming the #1 hero. I got a lot of other big problems that I need to deal with right now. Your ego and the hero rankings right now are nowhere near my priorities right now. Bakugo had reached a whole new level of anger. Don't fuck with me, he then charged at Izuku, reading a right hook. Izuku moved at lightning speed, grabbing Bakugo's right arm and slamming him into the ground. You're not winning this time, Bakugo, said Izuku, letting him go. Bakugo started getting up. Take out that damn top of yours and let's go. I will if you can make me take you seriously. Screamed Bakugo as he charged Izuku, detonating a massive explosion right in front of where Izuku when he first charged him. But Izuku was able to quickly step back far enough away to dodge the explosion. Bakugo grinned, thinking he was able to successfully hit Izuku, until Izuku dashed forward through the smoke right in front of Bakugo. Too slow. As he punched Bakugo in the face hard enough to send him flying backwards. You're going to need to do better than that. Bakugo slowly got up as his anger raised to a whole new level. He turned to Izuku before screaming as he sent blast after blast at Izuku, who only dodged back and forth between the explosions. Why can't I hit him? Thought Bakugo as he kept sending blasts at Izuku. Izuku kept dodging, but to him the blasts were coming at a snail's pace. My kinetic vision is too good. I can see the path the blasts will take long before they leave his palms. His arm movements are a dead giveaway. He then saw the frustration on Bakugo's face. Without a doubt you're good, Bakugo, but I've been in fights where I need to track high-speed projectiles. Unless you get in close, you ain't going to hit me. Bakugo realized the same thing. He's a distance fighter, time to get up close. Bakugo made one massive blast that caused a lot of light to shine into the room to blind Izuku before he launched himself at Izuku. Bakugo was able to get up close ready for an attack only to feel something hit his face hard. What the? A tonfa. Bakugo could tell it was a distraction as he looked to see Izuku pull out a cylinder from his pocket, which quickly extended to a bow staff. Izuku twirled it fast as he jumped and used the staff to hit Bakugo in the head before Bakugo could counter, slamming him into the ground with enough force to crack the concrete below them. Congrats, Bakugo. You may not have been strong enough to force me to use my Bei, but you were strong enough that I had to pull a weapon out. So good for you. That's a lie, thought All Might from the observation room. Izuku could have easily fought young Bakugo without using a weapon, but he didn't want Bakugo to feel too bad about the loss. Izuku then left Bakugo as he went back to the room with the bomb, where he saw his teammates standing around floating rope, which he assumed was Toru. Looks like you guys got the last one. Nice job. Momo smiled at Izuku. It's all thanks to you. Your idea of putting Denki near the bomb while using gyro to locate Toru worked perfectly. In the end, all Zero and I needed to do was make some tape and rope. Wait, said a faceless voice as they looked down at the floating ropes. You planned all of this? How? Izuku yawned. It was easy. I've known Bakugo for years, and I've been fighting villains from afar for just as long. Knowing how your opponents will move is half the battle. But we just met yesterday. How in the world could have figured out how we would move? I wouldn't say I figured it out, more like educated guesses. Bakugo I knew would rush in. The redhead would follow after him. The robot would try to make a plan but fail because of Red and Bakugo. You and the pink girl were the wild cards, but I kind of guessed with Pink's personality that she's more go with the flow and have a good time, so she would follow the majority. You would be the only one that would either work with the others or just head straight for the bomb when you see that the remainder of your team down. With all of that, I just needed to plan accordingly. Toru couldn't help but stare at Izuku. He had played all of us, he knew everything. She thought before one final question. And Bakugo, he wanted a fight. I gave him a fight, but with that thick skull of his he should be upright about. Izuku turned to the door. Now, boom came a noise from down the hall. Ddekkkku roared Bakugo as he charged straight down the hall, kicking the door down. Everyone saw a monstrously angry Bakugo, with his palms sparking ready to go 100 more rounds. You son of a bitch, we ain't done here. The intercom turned on. Language Bakugo. Came All Might's voice with clear irritation in his voice as he hid his anger. I don't mind a little wordplay, but don't make it too personal and don't bring someone's mother into this. In the background, Izuku could hear Ochako giggling. Even Izuku couldn't deny he was somewhat pleased that All Might was defending his mom. Fuck off, All Might, yelled back Bakugo, showing no respect for the hero. This is between me and Deku. I hate to tell you, Bakugo, but we're done here, said Izuku. What was that? Said Bakugo as a vein popped on his head. You pussing out. Izuku quietly raised his hand and slowly put one of his fingers down. When the last finger was down, a loud buzzing came over the intercom. Time's up. The villain team wins. Bakugo froze at the news as his anger slowly built. Izuku decided it was time to untie Toru, while his teammates celebrated. No, everyone stopped as they saw Bakugo shaking. Hey dude, you okay? Asked Denki. No, repeated Bakugo as he grinded his teeth. Oh shit, said Izuku as he saw where this was going. And Bakugo raised his gauntlet in pure anger. Deku. As he pulled the pin, what followed was a massive explosion that dwarfed all of Bakugo's other attacks as it engulfed the room, taking the others down in its path. Deku yelled All Might before dashing out of the observation room towards the area. Izuku yelled Ochako as her and the other students watched the destruction. Bakugo saw the smoke and rubble his blast made. How do you like that, Deku? Suddenly something shot out of the smoke at high speed, hitting Bakugo's gauntlet, shattering it into pieces. What the? Bakugo tried to track the object, but it came back just as fast, breaking his other gauntlet. He finally caught up to the object that broke his equipment as it landed in front of the smoke. The top. Fine, Bakugo, you want my best. The smoke cleared enough for Bakugo to see that Izuku and all of the other students were unscathed. I'll give it to you. Tenku and Izuku began to glow green for a moment. Bakugo could tell instantly he was powering up. I'm not scared. Bring it on. Enough, yelled All Might, getting between the two. Both of you power down now. Izuku complied with All Might's request and calmed down. Tenku came back and hopped back into his hand. Bakugo, on the other hand, still wanted to fight. Move, this has nothing to do with you, All Might. What about us? Yelled Zero. Yeah, you almost got us killed, yelled Denki. And I'm supposed to be your teammate, said Toru. Yeah, I don't think he cares about that, said Gyro. He's nothing more than a loose cannon, said Momo. How did he get into this school? Bakugo was now getting annoyed with them. Shut up. Enough, Bakugo, stand down now. This will be your last warning, said All Might in a very serious tone. Bakugo growled before turning and destroying a wall as he walked out. Damn it. They all watched him leave. All Might took a deep breath before turning to the students. Is everyone all right? They all turned to confirm there were no injuries. Thanks to Izuku, no one here got hurt, said Momo, causing Izuku to blush slightly. All right, then let's return to the observation room. Oh, all right everyone. We all saw the match. Can anyone tell me who the MVP was? Asked All Might. Ochako quickly raised her hand. Izuku was the MVP. He's the one that led his team to victory, came up with the plan and even saved them from Bakugo when he went berserk. I don't know if they could have won without him. This caused Izuku to blush a little. Hey, we could have won without him, said Denki. Maybe, said Zero, doubting they could have. It definitely wouldn't have been that easy. Not to mention if it wasn't for him, Bakugo would have put us in the hospital, said Momo as she glared at the boy in question. I was aiming for Deku, yelled the explosion user. Ah yes, said All Might, now focusing on Bakugo. Young Bakugo, do you think that was very heroic what you did back there? Of course it was, he said, catching everyone beside Izuku off guard. Some of the students expected him to be remorseful or say his anger got the best of him, but he didn't. It's a hero's job is to crush villains, to pummel them into the ground so they don't get back up. All Might had to look at Izuku as if saying really, which Izuku nodded. All Might turned back to Bakugo and cleared his throat. Young Bakugo, you do know that there is more to be a hero than to just stop villainy. Heroes have many duties that they must uphold. He paused for a moment to see if any of this was getting through but couldn't tell. It is the beginning of the year. You'll see very soon everything that is needed of a proper hero. Hopefully, though, I warn you now that I will not tolerate any excessive force, especially after the bell rang. This is your only warning. Do it again and you will get detention. Bakugo growled but kept his mouth shut. All right, then let's continue. Oh, soon the school day had ended once more and everyone was heading home for the day. Izuku had grabbed his shoes and was walking out of the building when Denki came chasing after Izuku. Hey man, wait up. Izuku stopped and turned to Denki while yawning. Wow, you're really tired today. At first I thought you were just bored, but you really didn't get a lot of sleep, did you? Nope, but I doubt my sleep is what you wanted to talk about. No, said Denki before moving in close. How do you do it? Izuku was too tired to raise an eyebrow. Huh, come on dude, help a brother out. You clearly have several girls after you. How did you get them all to like you? Izuku wanted to groan. He honestly wanted to say it was just luck, but he knew that wasn't what Denki wanted to hear. Look, I wouldn't say I'm an expert on girls, but just be nice and considerate. Don't be too forward. I'm never forward, but just help them out when they need it. Izuku stopped as he noticed Denki was writing all of this down. What are you doing? Writing this down. Knowledge given to me by the harem king of UA. Izuku nearly fell over. What? I don't have a harem. Dude, you got the hottest girl in our class and one of the cutest girls in the class as well. Not to mention that hottie from Class B, you're a total chick magnet. Denki put his arm around Izuku's shoulder. You can be honest with me, man. How many girls are you dating? None, said Izuku, earning a look of disbelief. I'm not dating anyone. I got way too much shit and baggage to start dating anyone. Denki took a step back. You got? No, said Izuku, cutting him off. If that's all, dude, I'm going to head out now. As Izuku walked away, Rin came up. Hey, you ready to go train with Mei Mei and Mr. Tyson? Which was loud enough a few people could hear. Yeah, hopefully Tyson has some of that tea that can hopefully walk me up, said Izuku, about to send a text to All Might so the heroes know where he's at. He then saw Kendo and Ajiro walking towards them as well. You guys ready as well? Yep, I can't wait to see what Mei Mei has for us today, said Ajiro, genuinely excited to train with a master from the Balan Temple. Kendo nodded in agreement. I hope she can teach me how she did that kick somehow. Or maybe she can teach me how to do that with my fists. Wait, are you guys going to go train? Asked Ochako. What form of training exactly? Asked Momo. Kendo looked at the two as they popped in. She then noticed them glancing at Izuku. Why do you two want to know? Momo looked a little guilty. Just curious is all. We are heroes anyway. We can improve ourselves is something we should invest in. Ochako decided on a different approach. I just wanted to talk to Izuku real quick. This then earned a stare from both Momo and Kendo. Izuku sighed. Ajiro and Rin took a step back. Denki and Minta were watching all of this, and he said he didn't have a harem. Minta was crying blood. It's not fair. Okay, that can't be healthy. Shoto, on the other hand, ignored all of this as he was walking past when his phone rang. Hello, yeah, I just got done with school. Okay, yeah, I'll see you at home. Fayumi ... Huh. Shoto felt something was wrong. He somehow wasn't holding his phone anymore. Or did? Hi, Fayumi, right. Shoto turned to see Izuku had his phone. I'm Shoto's new friend Izuku Midoriya. Oh my god, Shoto has a friend, shouted Fayumi with joy over the phone. Hey, shouted Shoto, about to grab his phone away from Izuku, when he suddenly heard a whistle and looked down to see a raccoon wearing a police hat, reflective vest, a whistle in its mouth and holding a stop sign. What the? Hey look, I'm sorry to be a bit forward, but you mind if I come by for dinner tonight? Oh, also one other person, if that's alright. As Izuku backpedaled away from Shoto to the boy's irritation. Of course, I'll pick up some food on my way home. It was sudden, but she was too happy that Shoto was making friends. Izuku felt a bit guilty. Alright then, invite the rest of the family. Invite your brother. Of course, he would love that. Heck, to make it worth your while, I'll invite All Might. Shoto and Fayumi froze. Huh, it will be a blast. See you later. Izuku hung up and tossed the phone back. Shoto caught it and turned to Izuku in rage, to the point his left side was steaming. What the hell are you doing? He said in a low, menacing voice. Izuku gave Shoto his own serious look. Shoto, pray that my shitty luck is out for today and that I'm wrong. This just made Shoto confused. Come on, we need to grab All Might. Rin, tell Tyson and Mei I won't be able to make it today. As he walked away with Shoto begrudgingly followed. Okay, said Rin, a little confused at what exactly was going on. What was that about? Asked Ajiro. I have no idea, said Rin. Come on, we should get going. Oh, so Izuku's not coming today? Asked Mei. She was currently talking to Rin, Ajiro, and Kendo outside Tyson's dojo. Did something happen? Well, I guess, said Rin as they were told what Izuku did back at school. To be honest, we don't really get what happened. Don't worry, my dudes, said Tyson. I've known Izuku for a while now. He doesn't do anything crazy unless he has to. He must have a good reason. Anyway, we should get a move on. Time's a wastin'. I'm Tyson and welcome to my dojo, he said to Ajiro and Kendo. Hello, sir, and thank you for letting us use your dojo for training, said Kendo. Don't mention it. Just promise me you'll clean up after yourselves and you won't break anything and we'll get along just fine. Tyson stopped as he felt an odd wind before going inside. Mei stepped forward. Okay then gang, let's get started. Today we're doing reaction tests. Oh, you mean the bounce ball exercise, said Rin as he saw confusion on Kendo and Ajiro. The bounce ball exercise is when you're in a small area and you're supposed to catch several bouncy balls going around you at high speed. Yep, said Mei as she grabbed a big bucket full of small bouncy balls. One of the biggest things that many fighters forget sometimes is reaction time. She grabbed one ball and tossed it fast, bouncing it off of a rock and then a tree back to her hand, causing the students to look at her in awe. If you can see an attack coming, then you can prep for it, either counter it or dodge it. This will help with your speed, spatial awareness, and hopefully help eliminate hesitation. I'm going to bounce these around you. You get hit 3 times, you're out. Catch as many as you can before that. Okay, but Kendo then realized something. Shouldn't we do this inside? The balls won't bounce well out here. You guys ain't ready for that just yet, said Mei as she quickly proved how correct she was. She quickly tossed several balls out that danced and bounced around the students, bouncing off the fence, the rocks surrounding the pond, and the several bamboo trees around the yard. Ajiro and Kendo fumbled a bit, but Rin knew the secret of doing this outside. Since we're outside, she can't bounce the balls off of everything. She has to throw them at objects hard enough that will bounce them back at us. So it isn't so hard to see where they're coming from. But Rin looked at the others, who were having a difficult time. For a moment, Rin was a bit worried that they would fail. But shortly they began to start catching on and successfully caught 2 balls each. Not bad, guys are getting it. As he himself caught his 18th ball. Soon though the balls stopped flying, confusing the students. Hey Huff, are we Huff done? Asked Ajiro, surprised how much of a workout that was. Kendo caught her breath. That was harder than I expected. Ms. Mei, as she saw the serious expression on her face as she looked past them. Can we help you? She said. The students turned to where she was looking near the gate of the dojo. Just come out. I can feel your anger from here. The 3 were then surprised as a boy stepped through the gate. Bakugo, what is he doing here? Where's Deku? He asked as he slowly walked forward until he stopped a few feet away. Well, where the hell is he? Mei didn't like this boy at all. He's just a ball of anger and clearly he's on a short fuse. Who or what is a Deku? He's talking about Midoriya, said Ajiro. Or that's the name he calls him. Mei locked onto Bakugo as she slowly reached for a pouch on her hip. Rin realized what she was grabbing, and alarms in his head went off. Mei, what are you doing? The others looked at him for a moment while Mei kept staring at Bakugo. Shit, she looks like she's going to kill him. The guy may need a lesson, but this is overkill. I'm going to ask you again. Why do you call Izuku Deku? She said in a very serious tone. Why does she want to know so badly? Bakugo was slightly confused why she was so pissed. Cause that's what he is. A defenseless Izuku, he's useless. Mei blinked a bit. Wait, what? You heard me. He's nothing but a useless, defenseless Deku, said Bakugo. Now where is he? We need to fight. Are you serious? Said Ajiro in disbelief. You guys already fought today and you lost. He even saved your teammate after you almost killed her and the other team. Wait, he almost killed who? Asked Rin. You are in no way acting like a hero is supposed to, said Kendo. You can't just insult people. Heroes don't do that. And Izuku isn't useless. He's more of a hero than you. Bakugo was not ready to let loose. So Deku is just an insult you came up with. They turned to Mei, who was now very calm and had lost all the edge she had earlier. She was no longer ready to attack. That's all that is, an insult. The students stared at her confused why she just instantly chilled out. No shit, it's an insult, you old hag. One more nail in his coffin. Rin was now sweating bullets as he slowly turned to Mei. He knew there are a few things you never say to a woman, and he absolutely knew there was some things you never call Mei. He almost crapped himself as he saw her. Mei, he said nervously. The woman in question looked fine but now had a demonic aura straight from the depths of hell itself. Yep, he's so fucked. Rin put his arms up, slowly pushing Ajiro and Kendo out of the way. You've really fucked up now, boy. Mei and everyone turned to see Tyson coming out of his house with a bucket. Mr. Tyson, who the fuck are you, old man? Asked Bakugo. Why, you're a rude one, aren't you? I'm a friend of Izuku. I helped out when he needed training, explained Tyson. You trained Deku? Bakugo dropped his bag. So you're the one that trained that pathetic idiot. I came here to look for Deku, but all I found were these dumbasses playing with balls. Make this worth my time. As he got into a fighting stance, Tyson looked at the boy. You know, Izuku mentioned you before, a big fish in a very small pond. You have yet to truly know how vast this ocean is. Tyson lifted his bakken. Everyone in the area felt the wind pick up around them as they looked up to see a tornado form above them before shrinking down into a small tornado the size of a baseball, landing on the tip of the bakken. The wind was too thick for anyone to clearly see it, but Mei and Rin could see in the center of the tornado was his Beyblade Dragoon. Let me show you how vast the ocean really is. Bakugo grinned. You want to go, old man? I won't lose to someone who already has one foot in the grave. Bakugo charged forward. This old man isn't just some geezer. He probably thinks that he can beat me easy with that tornado. I'll play his game and give him an explosion so big it will blow that tiny twister away. Bakugo jumped into the air and brought his hands together. Time to die, young brat, smirked Tyson as he saw a massive explosion. Cute, Dragoon began to glow. Now, Dragoon, let's not kill the kid. It's been a while, but let's at least try to hold back a bit. Hurricane. A massive windstorm appeared, engulfing the explosion and Bakugo, blowing him away. He skidded across the ground until he landed in the pond. Bakugo flailed around a bit in the water before he set himself right and broke through the surface and grabbed the edge of the pond. He looked up to see the other watching. Where did the old man go? Then Bakugo felt something touch his shoulder. He looked to see Tyson standing on one of the rocks, poking Bakugo with his bakken. Welcome to the ocean, son. You got a long way to go before you become a big fish here. Tyson turned and walked back to the others. Now apologize to Mei and get off my property. Holy shit, said Ajiro in awe of Tyson. He wasn't alone in this, as Kendo and Rin also dropped their jaws at this. You know, I could have handled that on my own, said Mei. He would have put that boy in the hospital. He needs humility, not pain. Not right now, at least, said Tyson. Also, this house has seen enough damage already. Bakugo finally got out of the pond as he stared at Tyson as he went back into his house. Bakugo, even though he wouldn't admit it, he was a hero fan and didn't recognize Tyson at all. Who was that? Was he a hero? You mean the old guy that just kicked your ass, said Mei, rubbing it in a bit. His name is Tyson Granger. He wasn't a hero, but his grandson is. Tyson Granger, how strong is he? Mei was tempted not to answer, but decided to do so to deter him from challenging Tyson again. Don't even try it. You're nowhere near the level to challenge him. At one point I would have said he was the strongest man on the planet. Everyone was shocked by the statement. Bakugo stared at Mei, looking for any hint of doubt, but found none. Who's his grandson? If you can't tell by his name, Tyson is part American. His grandson is a hero there, the American samurai, Windblade, she said, which to her surprise Bakugo recognized the name. But that's enough for now. She then shifted her leg. Don't call me a hag. As she kicked Bakugo with enough force to send him over the fence, she then grabbed the boy's bag and tossed it over the fence. Bakugo landed in pain as he slowly held his stomach. That damn, his bag then hit him in the head. That damn bitch. Bakugo grabbed his bag and stormed off. Tyson had watched all of this from the window and chuckled. You have a long way to go indeed. Oh, whoa boss, what's the matter? Asked Burnin as chased after her boss through the streets, who bolted out of his office in a fit of rage. He then saw the direction he was going. Your house? Did a villain attack your house? Worse, said the number 2 hero Endeavor as he landed in front of his home. It was sunset, but he saw the lights on in the dining room. He slammed open the door as he stomped down the hall and slammed the dining room door open to see something that made him furious to his core. All Might. I'll welcome, Endeavor said All Might a little nervously. He and Izuku and Shoto were sitting around the table eating food served by Fayumi. Sit down, your daughter has made a fantastic meal. Burnin was now a little confused. All Might and the top kid. What are they doing here? Oh, hello Burnin, said Fayumi. Would you like something to eat? I'd like to know what exactly is going on. That's what I would like to know, roared Endeavor. What are you doing in my house, All Might? I somewhat got invited, said All Might, not entirely sure why he was here. What by who? As Endeavor turned to his son. Not me, said Shoto as he glared at Izuku who was enjoying the food. Someone invited themselves and All Might. Izuku swallowed his food. This food alone is worth it. This is delicious. Your cooking is superb, he said, complimenting Fayumi's food. Oh thank you, said Fayumi, blushing a little since no one had really complimented her cooking. Shoto saw this and remembered what happened before with Izuku's girls. Get out, Shoto nearly shouted. Get out right now. Izuku was unfazed by this. Fayumi didn't like this though. Shoto, don't be rude to your friend, said Fayumi. He's not my friend, said Shoto standing up. He took my phone and invited himself and All Might. I didn't ask for him to be here. Endeavor looked at his son and then at Izuku. What is this true? Izuku looked at Endeavor. Well, this is not going good. I hope things could have stayed civil. Izuku took a deep breath when his eyes widened. He's here. Everyone now looked at him like he was crazy. What are you talking about, boy? Said Endeavor. Izuku, said All Might when he noticed he could see his breath. When did it get so cold? If it's already this cold then his bay is spinning now, said Izuku, which alarmed All Might but confused everyone else. Izuku slowly put his food down and turned towards the door. For a moment everyone was quiet as they heard footsteps approaching the room. In the doorway appeared a young man who looked like a typical college student. Natsu, said Fayumi, why don't you sit down? Food already on the table. Natsu didn't say a word as he moved across to where Izuku was sitting and stared down at the boy. Izuku looked up at him and smiled. Sit down, Natsu, and enjoy this meal your sister made. It's very good. Natsu didn't say anything or move and just kept staring down at Izuku, getting the attention of the entire room. What are you doing? I'm eating a fantastic meal. Would you like to have some? Asked Izuku. Don't fuck with me, said Natsu as his face twisted in anger, surprising Fayumi, Shoto, and Endeavor. You're here for a rematch. Fayumi knew Izuku was the vigilante and had a bad feeling. Natsu, I was actually hoping to avoid that, said Izuku. I was hoping to have a nice meal and we could talk. I just want some information. I'd rather kill you. This caught everyone off guard as they looked at both Natsu and Izuku. I've gone through enough, so let's cut the bullshit. Okay. Fayumi got next to Natsu, clearly now panicked. Let's all just calm down and eat. I'm truly sorry about this, Fayumi, said Izuku sincerely, before turning to Burnin. Burnin, right. Take Shoto and Fayumi and get out of here. Shoto looked at Izuku. Know what is going on here? Endeavor approached his son. Natsu, what is the meaning of this? Natsu spoke in a low, cold voice. I finally get to kill the person I was hired to kill and the one I've always wanted to kill. Are you sure you want to do this? Last time we fought 5 people almost died, said Izuku, causing All Might and the others to be in shock. What? As Fayumi looked at her brother in horror, who smiled. Natsu, I've been waiting for this day for years, said Natsu in a low voice. I was hoping your family and the number 1 hero would be enough to convince you not to do this. I just wanted some answers. As Izuku put down his plate and stood up, Endeavor grabbed his son's shoulder. Natsu, I don't know what is going on, but it ends now. Natsu turned to Endeavor with a crazy smile. Today, Dad, one of my longest dreams comes true. Something shot out into the room at high speed. Izuku jumped back along with All Might. Everyone else stood shocked as they saw the Beyblade on the table. Today you die, Ice Age. As ice filled the room covering everyone inside. I just wanted to talk, damn it. As Izuku loaded Tanku. Let it rip. Tanku broke through the ice, hitting Natsu's bay. He then locked eyes with Natsu. Alright, rematch time. Soon the weather changed outside the Todoroki household as the inside exploded outward in a blast of ice, sending everyone inside into the Todoroki garden. Izuku rolled and landed on his feet along with the heroes. Shoto, take your sister and get out of here. Shoto struggled to stand, still in shock about the turn of events. What? Listen to him, Shoto, said Natsu, stepping out of the house. Take Fayumi and leave today. I will end our nightmare. Nightmare, thought Izuku. Something more is happening here. Natsu, called out Fayumi, standing up. Don't worry, young miss, said All Might, appearing behind Natsu. This ends now, young man. Izuku sent Tanku at Natsu. All Might, no, get away, now. Natsu saw Tanku and grinned. Too late. Flash freeze. Natsu's bay landed right at All Might's feet, instantly covering and trapping All Might in a block of ice. Got him, yelled Izuku as Natsu dodged Tanku. Well, now that the number 1 hero is out of the way, time to take care of the rest. Natsu then bent back to dodge some fireballs. Burnin was the only one besides Izuku not still stunned by Natsu. Just because you're my boss's son doesn't mean I'll go easy on you. Burnin kept sending fireballs at Natsu, who didn't move as his Beyblade flew up and intercepted each blast. Oh shit, Natsu smirked. You're going to need to do better than that. Natsu's bay burst into speed and hit Burnin hard, sending her back. Now stay out of this. Izuku was standing back ready to strike when he noticed something. Did his bay change when it came into contact with the flames? Stop this now, Natsu, yelled Endeavor, still looking at his son in shock. Natsu's bay came and stopped at his feet. Stop. Why should I? You always wanted one of your children to beat All Might, right? So why the long face? Shouldn't you be overjoyed that your rejection of a son took down the #1 hero? Or are you just pissed that the son you didn't try to screw over succeeded without your help? These words just gave Izuku more questions than answers, but one thing became clear: the one he wanted to kill was his father. Don't worry, you'll have plenty of time to think it over in hell. Natsu's Bey came flying at Endeavor. Endeavor saw it coming and on instinct fired a huge blast of flames at the Beyblade. If I destroy this now, then this all ends. As he heated up his flames to quickly end this as quick as possible. No, Endeavor, stop, yelled Izuku, realizing why his attacks didn't work last time. He wants to kill you. That Beyblade was designed to kill you. Endeavor stopped his flames, and when he did, the flames didn't disperse. Instead, the flames began to spin around the Beyblade as it absorbed the flames. Shit, no wonder last time none of my flame attacks worked. That Bey absorbs flames. Oh, it does more than that, said Natsu with a mad grin as the Bey began to glow blue and pick up speed. It convert that heat into ice. Blizzard storm. The next thing Izuku knew was a huge wave of snow coming from Natsu's Bey, surrounding everything in sight in snow. Izuku now found himself in the middle of a massive blizzard. Tenku then began to spin around Izuku, countering the wind from the blizzard. That thing has way too much power. Is it because Endeavor's flames were just that hot? Either way, this is going to be a lot more difficult. Endeavor and Burnin are no help, and All Might is a popsicle right now. Tenku stopped spinning around Izuku and was in front of him. Natsu saw this and locked eyes with Izuku. Well, if you can't beat them, join them. Endeavor, Burnin, give me a moment and we'll end this. I have enough information to use. Tenku. Burnin, clutching her stomach, gave Izuku a confused look. What? Natsu realized what Izuku was about to do. Oh no, you don't. Natsu sent his Bey at Izuku only for Endeavor to get in the way, using his body as a shield. The Bey connected with Endeavor's arm, shredding his suit, skin, and quickly cutting into his arm. Natsu, stop this. You're throwing your life away. As he deflected the Beyblade away. It will be worth it if I can take you out. Natsu dodged a punch from Burnin and with agility and strength punched her right in the face, knocking her down into unconsciousness. I told you to stay out of this, Burnin, said Endeavor before turning to Izuku. Are you going to do something or not? Izuku looked from Endeavor down to Tenku, which was just spinning and glowing as if it was trying to do something. I don't know, something's not right here. Good, said Natsu, charging at Izuku and Endeavor. Now hold still and die. Natsu Bey flew past him and Endeavor. Izuku cancelled Tenku's ability and sent him to intercept the Bey. I don't need my Bey to kill you. Endeavor brought his arms up to block the flying kick. When the kick landed, it had enough force to cause Endeavor to take a few steps back. What the hell? That kick had enough force to kill someone. He shouldn't have a strength enhancement quirk. Endeavor looked at his son in bewilderment. Where did you get this power? Izuku jumped in front of Endeavor and tried to punch Natsu, who caught his first before countering. For a moment, everyone saw two highly trained martial artists fighting each other, trading kicks and punches. Izuku bent backwards to dodge before punching Natsu in the chin, but Izuku could tell that Natsu barely registered the blow. What the hell? That should have at least made him flinch. Izuku jumped back. Tenku striker style. Tenku glowed green before charging at Natsu, only to be stopped by his Bey. He got that power after he sold himself to my father. That got the Todoroki family's attention. Endeavor looked down at Izuku. What do you mean? Izuku trying to focus, giving more power to Tenku to push Natsu's Bey back, but with little success. Okay, something is wrong here. I'm missing something. This Bey is strong and for some reason Tenku can't copy its ability. Why? Izuku looked up at Natsu, who was now grinning mad. Your son became a lab rat for my father. That's why he's so strong and he's able to use a Beyblade. He became a living experiment for a mad scientist. Natsu reached back and grabbed a cylinder. All those experiments will be worth it when I finally get revenge from my brothers. Natsu threw the cylinder in the air as it burst into a massive ball of flame. The flame then moved to Natsu's Bey. Izuku knew he needed to end this as quickly as possible. I need to stop him now. Tenku striker style, lightning sword flash. Tenku's raccoon form emerged from the Bey before transforming into a unicorn as it charged as the Bey. Natsu's Bey glowed as a form emerged, a teenager wearing a Roman outfit with a flaming head and frozen ice arms. For a moment, Izuku had no idea what he was looking at. He didn't recognize it at all, but something about it seemed familiar, which made his mind race for a solution. Izuku's eyes widened as he recognized what he was looking at. GEMIOS. Oh, a few years back, Izuku had a chance to meet one of Tyson's best friends, a scientist by the name of Kenny, who was running several tests on Tenku at Tyson's dojo. So, Mr. Kenny, how'd I do? The gray-haired scientist smiled at Izuku. You did excellent. I think I have a full layout of Tenku's abilities. It seems as long as you can understand the ability of another Bey, you can copy it. The more you understand the ability, the stronger you can make it. The only downside is no matter what, it can't be as strong as the original. I'm okay with that. It just means I can adapt to any situation, said Izuku as he began mumbling about all he could do. Kenny saw this and laughed. You have an excellent head on your shoulder, kid. You'd make a great scientist. Thanks. Kenny then turned back to the data. But still, I wish we could have tested every scenario. What do you mean? Well, while we know you can copy any single base technique, we haven't checked to see if you can copy synchro abilities. I don't think I can, or at least not yet, said Izuku as he held Tanku. A while back I saw Sakayo and Takanosuke Synchrome and I couldn't copy any of their moves or any of their powers. Kenny thought for a moment. I wish I had more info on that bay. Izuku gave Kenny a confused look. Kenny opened a file showing the image of a bit beast, two brothers named Gemios. One of them was fire and the other ice, both wearing Roman togas. Right after I moved to America, two bladers came onto the scene, twins. The thing is both of them controlled one Beyblade. According to my research, they were the precursor to Synchrome Beyblades, a self-synchroming Bey. And all it took was one of them to bring out the power of Synchrome. Of course, both of them needed to be present to bring out the full power. I always wanted to meet them and study their Beyblade. So you think I could copy their abilities? Asked Izuku curiously. Maybe, said Kenny a bit unsure. Or it might just be like another Synchrome Bey. A Beyblade you can't copy. Oh, Izuku watched as Gemios caught the unicorn's horn with its ice arms, pushing it back while leaning its head back, eating the fire from the cylinder. HLHLHLHLH, laughed Natsu a bit unhedged. Let me show you the power of GEMIOS. Gemios swallowed the fire before making a massive roar, creating a blizzard that was way bigger than before, sending everyone flying. Izuku landed with a thud. Shit, this isn't good. I can't copy that Bey and it's Synchrome ... Wait, how is it Synchrome? Izuku, while he did guess right that it was Gemios, he didn't know how Natsu had merged the two brothers together. Does he have a partner nearby, giving him power? That would explain everything. Izuku then began to look around but couldn't see too far in front of him as the blizzard was too thick to see through. Izuku focused and could feel Tanku still spinning. Tanku, fall back. Izuku through the blizzard saw Tanku coming back to him. As it came back it hit something metallic. Izuku looked down to see something out of place. A drug injector. Why is a drug injector here? There you are. Izuku turned to barely see Natsu through the blizzard. Now sit tight and wait your turn. Gemios landed in front of Izuku, creating a thick dome of ice around Izuku. Asshole, said Izuku through gritted teeth as he reloaded Tanku. I'm not going down that easy. Izuku got into his launching stance. He caught me off guard but not anymore. Tanku, let's show this fucker what we're made of. Tanku glowed green as it was launched into the ice. Oh, Endeavor slowly got up covered in snow. Physically he was still in okay shape, mentally however was near broken. Several thoughts were going through his mind as it finally registered the situation. His own son was trying to kill him and was willing to become a lab rat to do it. Natsu, what have you done to yourself? Do you hate me that much? The hero asked himself, but as he thought about it he barely remembered talking to Natsu. Though as he looked back he remembered the anger in his eyes. Anger and rage so intense it drove him over the edge. Endeavor was snapped out of his thoughts as pain shot through his shoulder. He looked to see Natsu stabbing him with a knife, with pure anger and joy in his eyes. Yes I do, father. Endeavor tried to move to stop him. But in Natsu's other hand was a pistol as he shot Endeavor in the leg, causing the hero to fall to his hand and knees. When they landed, Gemios spun around Endeavor, freezing his limbs to the ground. For years, I had to watch as you made Toya suffer. Then I had to watch as you did the same to Shoto. You drove Mom away. I've waited years to do this. As Natsu put his pistol away and grabbed another knife. And I'm going to take my time before I send you off to Toya. STTTTTTOOP, screamed Fayumi as she hugged Natsu from behind with tears streaming down her face. Please stop, Natsu, please. Don't do this, please. Fayumi looked up to Natsu with tears in her eyes. Natsu didn't turn to look back but dropped one of his knives. Fayumi saw this and smiled, thinking for a moment she was getting through to him, until he turned and looked at her with nothing but anger in his eyes. Natsu shoved his sister out of the way. Get out of the way. You did nothing before, so why are you trying to do something now? Those words cut deep to Fayumi as she looked up to her brother. Natsu, screamed Shoto as he looked at his brother, scared at what his brother had become. Natsu calmed down a bit, looking at Shoto. Take Fayumi and go. Natsu, this needs to happen, Shoto. He needs to pay for everything he's done. Natsu reached down for his fallen knife. Oh, shut up. Natsu quickly grabbed his knife and brought his arms up in time to block Izuku's kick. Izuku's kick sent Natsu skidding back several feet. Tanku then circled Endeavor, breaking the ice, pinning him down. Endeavor, I don't know what the fuck is going on here, but you can't fight this fight, so take the two kids that aren't trying to kill you and get out. I'll handle this. Natsu looked at Izuku with pure rage. You have no idea what you're doing. If you knew what he has done to this family, then you would still be trying to stop your dumbass, stated Izuku. You've met my father. If I had a chance to kill him, I wouldn't. Don't get me wrong, I would still kick his ass, but I wouldn't stoop to his level. I don't know what's up with your family, but there are several better ways to deal with this than killing your father. As Natsu listened to this, his eyes began to twitch and veins began to pop around his head. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut you, p. Gemio's glowed bright as it sped up to high speed. Even Izuku was surprised by its speed and for a moment lost sight of it as it changed directions and attacked Endeavor. The Bey hit Endeavor's stomach and began to dig through him, slicing his muscles and internal organs as it went through him. Endeavor screamed in pain as the Bey exited his back. Endeavor hit the ground hard, barely keeping consciousness. And screamed Fayumi as she saw Gemio's coming around for another attack. Its attack was halted as a wall of ice appeared in front of it. Fayumi followed the ice, Shoto, Tanku Bull style. Dark Bull uppercut. Tanku charged Gemio's as a bull, knocking the Bey into the air. Izuku capitalized on the moment and attacked Natsu directly. He was distracted and didn't see it coming, but Izuku stopped as Natsu suddenly started to vomit blood. What the? I didn't even hit him. Izuku then turned to Gemio's that landed and saw that Gemio's image was changing. It was splitting into two separate beings. Gemio's is sinking. Izuku turned to Natsu and for a moment didn't realize what was going until it dawned on him. You don't have a partner to synchrome with. Is this because of my father's experiments? Did one of the arrangements give you the ability to synchrome on your own? Natsu for a moment didn't say anything as he grinned, showing bloody teeth. You're right, I don't have a partner, but I haven't had an arrangement since your dad died. Izuku's mind raced for as he thought of all the possibilities that it could be. Slowly Izuku pieced it all together. You're fucking doping, aren't you? Natsu opened his jacket, showing several syringes. Trigger, it allows me to reach my full potential, with some side effects. Of course it's that shit again. I thought we got rid of that crap. Thought Izuku as he remembered all the shit he and the vigilantes went through the first time. My dad has been dead for years, so you use Trigger as a substitute, since you can't keep getting your arrangements. Do you have any idea what that shit is doing to you? Natsu breathed heavily as he grabbed another syringe. After your dad died, they threw me out cause my one useful ability was to synchrome without anyone's help. My quirk is pretty much useless and I can't kill Endeavor without an edge. For the sake of my family, I don't care what happens to me, but that man needs to be stopped. Natsu jammed the syringe into his neck, pushing the drug into body, increasing his quirk factor. To be honest, I never cared about killing you. It was the only condition I had to meet before I could kill him, so either get out of my way or I will kill you. Gemio's roared as it merged together once more. Izuku crouched low to the ground. Yeah, that's not happening. Tanku. As Izuku dashed at Natsu, Tanku flew at Gemio's. Natsu brought out his knives as he clashed with Izuku, now wielding his tonfas. Natsu got a few cuts in while Izuku landed several hits in. Nearby, Fayumi and Shoto could see a giant teenager made of fire and ice clash with a giant raccoon. Shoto, we need to do something, said Fayumi, grabbing Shoto. We need to do something right now. Shoto couldn't move. He was conflicted because on one hand he understood why his brother was doing this, and on the other hand, Shoto looked down at Endeavor, who was trying to stay awake. They locked eyes for a brief moment. Shoto could see the pain in his eyes. Shoto hated his father, but at the same time he never imagined his father like this. What do we do? Fayumi thought for a moment before she came up with an idea. Izuku and Natsu were trading quite a few blows until Natsu jumped back and brought out his pistol, firing at Izuku. Tanku came and deflected the bullets before they could touch Izuku. Gemio's jumped in front of Natus, who shot Gemio's, turning it into a flaming shot. Izuku put his tonfas together, transforming it into a staff with Tanku spinning at the end, blocking Gemio's attack and pushing it back. You're good, said Natsu. Clearly you outskill, but thanks to Trigger I can synchrome, which makes me stronger than you. Don't get ahead of yourself. Izuku jammed his staff in the ground. Galon style. Spiral lightning. Natsu looked behind him as Tanku transformed into a black tiger with lightning around it. Using his staff as a lightning rod, the lightning shot out of Tanku through Natsu, giving him a high voltage shock. Gemio's rushed and hit Tanku away. Natsu tried to recover, but Izuku gave him no time for that as he pressed his attack. Izuku brought his staff for a big swing. Natsu brought up his knives for a block ready to counter, but the strike was too strong, shattering his knives. My knives. Gemio's. Natsu called his Bey for backup as he had no weapon and was running low on bullets. Shit, at this rate I'll lose. Images of Toya popped into Natsu's head. His mother crying and then Shoto's face covered in bandages. No, I can't lose like this. Gemio's were going to end this with one final attack. Natsu and Izuku got ready for one final clash when suddenly flames cut across the battlefield, being absorbed by Gemio's. Natsu followed the flames to see his brother Shoto creating a massive burst of fire from his left. Shoto. Natsu smiled as his brother fed Gemio's fire. Natsu looked at with my brother, we will end this ... Huh? Why are you smiling? Izuku was smiling as he knew what was going on. Look at what Shoto is burning. Natsu looked at Shoto again, and indeed Shoto was trying to burn something or unfreeze someone. Shoto flames burst as something shot out of the ice and into the air. IAMCOOOLD. yelled All Might as he dashed forward smash as he hit Gemios with enough force to send the Bey flying. Gemios, yelled Natsu. Izuku dashed at Natsu raising his staff like a baseball bat. As Izuku swung the staff, Tenku came from behind hitting the staff, increasing the power of the staff as it hit Natsu in the head, making a massive cracking sound, sending him to the ground. For a moment Izuku waited to see if he would get up. It's over, he's out. He then saw that All Might was shivering. You okay? You know, in my entire hero career I've never been frozen before. It's cold, said All Might. Don't worry, you'll be just fine. Izuku pulled out his phone. Mercy, contact the police and get an ambulance over here. Way ahead of you, Monitor Izuku, said the AI as it had already called law enforcement a while ago. Natsu, screamed Fayumi as she went to check on her brother. She then looked up at Izuku and All Might with tears in her eyes. Is he going to be okay? I hit him pretty hard, but he should be fine. Might have knocked some sense into him, said Izuku as he grabbed Tenku. Nice job, buddy. Izuku then saw Shoto walking towards him. Sorry about this. I just wanted to talk. I didn't mean for all of this to happen. Shoto looked at Izuku. What did happen? What did your dad do to my brother? Izuku looked down at Natsu. That's what I would like to know. Have to they all looked down at Natsu, who was muttering something. Have to protect them for Toya. Gemios came dashing back in front of Natsu's unconscious form, scaring Fayumi away from her brother. Even though the Bey was wobbling and clearly about to lose steam, it glowed, showing the images of the two Gemios brothers holding their arms out to shield Natsu. Even with their user unconscious, no longer able to fight, they still stood ready to protect him. Fayumi put her hands over her mouth as she got a closer look at the two. For a moment she saw a young Shoto and Toya trying to protect Natsu. I really haven't done anything, have I? She steeled herself and looked the two in the eye. I promise nothing will happen to Natsu. I will help him this time. The Gemios twins seemed to be satisfied with Fayumi's promise and disappeared as the Bey stopped spinning. Fayumi then hugged her brother as she cried. Izuku looked down at the fallen Beyblade. Hey Shoto, mind picking this up? I doubt they want me to carry them. Shoto, a bit wary of the top, did as Izuku asked and picked up Gemios. What is this? We all have questions, but they ain't going to be answered right now. But until then, don't let anyone touch that, said Izuku as he heard and saw the ambulance coming towards them. Indeed, said All Might as he walked towards Endeavor, who was struggling to stand. We all have questions. As he and Endeavor locked eyes, knowing soon they all would get answers. Shoto couldn't sleep. So many questions were going through his head. As he saw the first light of morning, he got out of his bed and went down the hall. He saw Kaido standing outside the door, who stepped out of the way to let Shoto through. When he entered, he saw his sister sitting by Natsu's bed. Natsu was bandaged up and had straps around his wrists, keeping him to the bed. Has he woken up yet? No, she said simply as she looked at her brother's sleeping form. You did nothing before, so why are you trying to do anything now? Those words echoed in her head. I really haven't done much to stop him from hurting our family. Yo, the Todoroki siblings turned to see Izuku and All Might entering the room. Sorry for intruding. Is he up yet? Oh no, not yet, said Fayumi. How did you guys get in here? I thought Kaido wasn't allowing anyone but family to come in here, said Shoto. Izuku pointed at All Might. Kind of hard to say no to the #1 hero. Izuku then looked at Natsu. The guy was pretty banged up, but Izuku didn't have time to play around. So do you want me to kick Shoto and Fayumi out, or do you want them to stay? Shoto and Fayumi both glanced at each other. He's still sleeping, said Fayumi. Izuku looked at and back at Natsu before he sighed. Okay, let me rephrase that. Open your damn eyes and talk to your siblings, or I'm gonna draw a dick on your face. Everyone else in the room froze at what they heard. PFFT, everyone looked over at Natsu with his eyes closed, trying to keep a straight face. As he burst out laughing. God damn it. Out of everything you could have said, I never thought that would be it. Izuku grinned. Well, I knew I had to say something to get you to speak. Natsu, shouted Fayumi with relief as she and Shoto went to his bed. Hey Fayumi, Shoto, he said, acknowledging his siblings, before turning to Izuku. How'd you know I was faking it? I've fought many people who use trigger. One of the drawbacks of detoxing from the shit is the inability to stay asleep properly. If you were asleep, you would tossing and turning like a nutcase, explained Izuku. Afterwards, no one spoke as a pregnant pause filled the room. So you want to tell us how this happened? Natsu stared up at the ceiling as he looked back at his life. Where do I even begin? How about when you met my father? Said Izuku. That's a story I would like to hear. Natsu eyed Izuku. I was trying to find someone who would sell me support equipment, something I could use. A rich kid in a dark neighborhood looking for weapons that was bound to get someone's attention. I got my hands on some knives and 2 pistols. But I knew that wouldn't be enough to kill that bastard. They all knew he meant Endeavor. While I was training at my hiding spot, your dad showed up out of the blue. He gave me Gemios and said if they liked me, he would teach me. Afterwards, we made a deal. I would allow him to mess with my body and quirk on the condition that no one knew my name and that no one could trace it back to my siblings. The second part is where you come in, he said to Izuku. They wanted the mysterious Blader dead and I wanted to kill Endeavor. They said they would let me use Gemios to kill Endeavor only if I killed you first. Izuku thought over the information. I'm guessing they restricted your use of Gemios. Natsu nodded slightly. They would barely let me use Gemios outside of training. The only time they let me leave with it was to try and hunt you down. Why'd you stop? Asked Izuku. Several of my dad's people tried to hunt me down several times. But you only tried once. Natsu gave a long pause as he looked at Izuku. Cause I found out you were like us. Forced into this world not out of love but to be a tool for your father in his mad science experiment. An audible gasp got Izuku's attention as he realized that both Fayumi and Shoto were still in the room and they were looking at Izuku. He met eyes with Shoto and could feel that they both have suffered in a way that few can relate. Maybe they could compare scars, but now was not the time. Hey All Might, can you please take these two outside? I'm not comfortable discussing my past so openly. All Might nodded, as one of the few who did know of Midoriya's past. He knew it was not something that was so easily shared, though All Might was a little nervous leaving him here along with Natsu at the moment. Izuku insisted that he would be fine. Very well, I will talk to these two outside. Come young Fayumi, Shoto. Fayumi looked at Natsu with sadness in her eyes before looking at All Might and Izuku. For a moment she looked like she wanted to say something but the words never came. She nodded and turned to leave. Shoto was about to follow his sister when he remembered he had something in his pocket. Can I give this to Natsu? Gemios, said Natsu as he tried to sit up. If he could he would have reached out for his bae. Izuku saw this and smiled. He does see it as more than just a weapon. If it's all right with All Might, it's all right with me. All Might once again trusted Izuku and gave Shoto the okay. Shoto then gave the bae to his brother who was clearly relieved to have his Beyblade back. Thanks, Shoto. Rest up, was all he said as he followed Hit Sister and All Might out of the room. When outside there was a lone silence between them as they got confused looks from Endeavor's sidekicks. I'm going to take a walk. A hold on young Todoroki, as All Might was going to stop him but Fayumi put a hand on All Might's arm stopping him. Ms. Todoroki. Fayumi looked him in the eye. All Might, I want to tell you everything. Oh, Izuku and Natsu were slightly for a while. Izuku decided to get comfy in the chair as he knew this might take a while. So how much do you know about me? Natsu side-eyed Izuku. Project Black Hole. A person with endless quirk energy to harness the bae that has the power of a black hole. After your birth, your dad literally took you the first chance he got and ripped your quirk out of you and put you through the arrangement. He did something similar to several other children, a lot of which tried to hunt down the mysterious Blader. Which was you, right? Yep, admitted Izuku. In the early days when I was thrown into all of this, I knew I didn't have a snowball's chance in hell to fight people up front, so I made sure to try and hide myself as much as possible. But it didn't work, Natsu said as a fact. Eventually your identity was figured out a little while after I first tried to hunt you down. Your father went ballistic when he heard the news. Really? Izuku chuckled a little. Kinda wish I was there to see that. No you don't, said Natsu in a cold tone. Not only is that the time I learned about you, but it's also when he died. You saw it. Natsu's silence confirmed it. Who did it? You know who. Tell me. Hades. Izuku was silent for a moment, as a chill ran up his spine. What happened after that? Natsu took a deep breath before letting the air out. I thought I was going to die. You see, thanks to my deal with your dad I wasn't given a whole lot of information. Not like the other people they brought in, I didn't really care about what they were doing. You just cared about killing Endeavor. Yep, and as far as I knew you were just a criminal breaking the law, so I told myself I was just getting rid of two people who had twisted fuse of justice. Natsu paused as he looked back on his life. Because of that they never told me too much of what they were doing, so to my surprise they let me go. They told me if I ever tried to tell anyone they would know and they would kill my brother and sister. Were you allowed to keep Gemios? No, they took my bae away and I went back to a quiet life for a while. I moved out of the house to try to keep them safe, and for a moment I thought they had truly forgotten about me. I thought I could go through college like a normal guy. I even went back to being less angry from not having to go through the arrangements. Though that all changed when you went public. After that news broke I found a package on my desk with Gemios inside with a letter telling me to finish the job. I thought my plan was back in business, but then I hit a wall. You couldn't synchrome, could you? Nope. To synchrome Gemios I needed to have consistent arrangements. Without those I could no longer tap into Gemios' greatest power. For a while I didn't know what to do and was getting more worried what would happen if I couldn't deliver. They were clearly watching me. I got to spite and tried trigger. It worked. My quirk factor increased enough for me to continue to bring out the most of Gemios. I continued to train and use some dumbass dealers in college to do it. Until my sister suddenly calls me up and tells me we are going to have dinner with Shoto's new friend and All Might. Izuku grinned. It was one hell of a night. Yeah it was, said Natsu, finishing his story. There was a long pause afterwards. Can I ask a question? Go for it. said Izuku. Only fair, I just had you spill your guts. Only fair that you do the same to me. Beyblades, where did they come from? Asked Natsu. I mean, I know they've been around for a very long time, but what's the story behind them? It's the one question I wanted to answer and the one that they never told me. Nemesis is the reason you don't know the answer to that question. Both of them turned to see a man enter the room. The man was an elderly gentleman with gray hair who was wearing a suit. Kai, shouted Izuku, recognizing the man. What the hell are you doing here? How did you even get in here? As Izuku spoke, Koichi entered the room while looking outside. Mr. Hiwatari, how is that guy going to be okay? Koichi, wait, did you knock those guys out? As Izuku pieced it together. I'll give them some cash later as an apology, said Kai. Right now we have some business to attend to. Natsu raised an eyebrow. I'm sorry, but who the fuck are these two? Oh hi, I'm Koichi, as Koichi tried to be polite and introduce himself. I work with Izuku every now and then. Followed by an awkward silence. Oh, and this here is Kai Hiwatari. He's here to clear a few things up. Finished Kai. As for your question, Beyblades have been around since ancient times, used by many cultures and shaped the face of the world. Though 15 years ago a powerful being known as Nemesis returned, he was brought back by a dumbass named Damien. He was once beaten by a group of bladders, but when he returned the second time he was far more powerful than before, and with Damien as his puppet he was almost unbeatable. Though this time Ryuga was ready and was able to get the rematch of a lifetime, and this time he won. He beat Nemesis while a bladder named Jinka took out Damien. With his final breath, Nemesis used his power to try and destroy all Beyblades in the world. He wanted to erase it from history, and he nearly succeeded. Everywhere around the world people's bays disappeared, and so did their memories of them. The only ones who were able to hold on to their bays and their memories were the bladers that were exceptionally strong. Everyone else just thought a massive calamity happened, and that was the reason for the worldwide destruction. Massive calamity, repeated Natsu as he remembered his early days 15 years ago. The earthquakes and storms. I remember that. When I was a kid, several storms and earthquakes appeared suddenly out of nowhere, causing so much damage. It caused a resurgence in heroes and religions all around the world, because people thought the end was coming. It almost did, as Kai continued. Though thankfully it was stopped, but the world was never the same. Now only a few people have and know about Beyblades. Now instead of it being more of a sport, many try to use them as weapons, tools for destruction, like Hisashi Midoriya and the people he worked for. Yeah, my dad was a piece of shit, stated Izuku. But that doesn't explain why you two are here. Koichi stepped forward. I would like to know the answer to that as well. Mr. Hiwatari just showed up at my apartment and told me to follow him. We need to bolster our numbers, said Kai as if it was the obvious thing. The young men in the room all gave looks of confusion, not understanding where the elder was going with this. Hey Kai, I know from Tyson and your other friends that you like to do the whole quiet warrior thing, but we kind of need more info than that. Kai sighed. Do I really need to spell it out for you idiots? I'm gonna make this kid here. He pointed at Natsu. The same deal I'm making this idiot. As he pointed at Koichi. What deal? Said both Koichi and Natsu. Turning you both into heroes. Oh, All Might was a veteran hero. He had fought the scum of the earth who had done some of the worst things possible. Other heroes who have been doing this job for years would have become desensitized to it all, but not him. Some stories came easier than others, but the story of the Todoroki family was making him furious inside. Fayumi could tell as well he was getting angry. He may have kept a straight face, but his breathing was becoming heavy as he sat in his seat. There was a long silence after Fayumi finished telling her story. After she got done reliving the memories of her brother's death and her mother's mental breakdown. After a while of silence, Fayumi asked if All Might was all right. All Might thought for a moment. I'm sorry, I knew endeavor was vain, but I never thought he would go so far as to torture his own family. He never laid a hand on me or Natsu prior to last night. That is, stated Fayumi. That does not mean he didn't do damage, said All Might as he looked at the girl. He may not have hurt you physically, but it is clear that he hurt you in other ways. For a moment it looked like Fayumi wanted to say something but couldn't. This family has been through so much, and even though I had nothing to do with this, I can't help but feeling a bit responsible. Endeavor did this so he could surpass me. All of this was his doing, not me. Though that doesn't mean I can't do anything to help, he thought as he stood up from his seat and put a comforting hand on her shoulder. Don't worry, young Fayumi. The worst is over. We all can worry about the legal issues later. Right now I think it would be best if you found young Shoto and make sure he's okay. He has been on a walk for a while now. Fayumi nodded. Okay, what are you going to do? I will check in on young Midoriya and your brother, see if their private conversation is over. Fayumi nodded again before wordlessly walking away to find Shoto. All Might then began to walk down to Natsu's room. As he did, his mind became occupied with how he was going to respond to Endeavor. For years All Might had known that the hero hated him for being first in the ranking. But All Might didn't care about such things. He honestly found it to be somewhat pointless. All he really cared about was helping people and doing his heroic duties. All Might only really embraced being the #1 hero, as he thought it would help inspire others to follow the right path and not stray into villainy. Though now knowing that a hero would do just to rise in the ranks, it made him question if others have done something similar. I've heard of heroes doing anything and everything to climb the ranks, but if they are going to such lengths as to hurt their loved ones, it's a sign that the ranking system is overdue for a change. I'll speak with Nezu about what we can do to make sure this doesn't happen again. Maybe implement some sort of family meeting event. That would at least allow other families to meet with each other. All Might's thoughts were halted as he turned down the hall and saw the man himself. Endeavor. He wasn't in his hero costume, instead he wore a hospital clothes and was covered by several bandages. Both men locked eyes for a moment before All Might cleared his throat. Shouldn't you still be in bed? You got some nasty internal wounds. Endeavor turned away. Shut up, this is none of your business. Really, said All Might as he stepped forward. Cause according to your daughter, you did this also in some way, shape, or form you could surpass me. Enji Todoroki side-eyed All Might. Whatever she told you, it's a Todoroki family matter. Not yours. All Might moved closer. Shoto is my student. Your son attacked us last night to try to kill you and Izuku, who is also my student. Whether you like it or not, I'm involved now and I'm not leaving this matter anytime soon. All Might stopping right in front of Endeavor. But right now you should go back to your bed and rest. We all can discuss this when the physical wounds are healed. You do not tell me what to do, he said, remaining stubborn. You know nothing of the struggles my family has gone through. If you were in my position you would have done the same. Oh, what was that? Yelled Koichi as Izuku rushed past him. Oh wait, Izuku. Could this be an attack? Wondered Kai. Natsu's eyes widened as he thought someone was attacking. Because of him, he then focused his will onto his BGMI. The bay weakly came to life just enough to break his restraints. Natsu bit back the pain and ran after Izuku along with Koichi. When they made it down the hallway they all saw a sight they never expected. All Might pushing Endeavor against the wall. What? Before they could ask, All Might spoke. Let me make this clear, Enji, as images of Inko flashed before him. I would never ever do that to her. What you did is unbecoming of a hero, father, husband, and you should be ashamed of yourself. All Might then let the man go. I'm nothing like you. If you want the #1 position you can have it. It won't justify anything. He then turned to Izuku. Ah, young Midoriya, is your conversation done with young Todoroki? Cause I do believe it's time for us to take our leave. Izuku looked at All Might and then at Endeavor, who was struggling to stay standing. Yeah, I think it would be best if we paused for the day and compared notes. He then heard a squeaking noise and saw Koichi staring at All Might. Oh, and this is my buddy Koichi. Greetings, young man. As he waved at Koichi. Hi, was all Koichi could say as he stared at his hero. While this was happening, Natsu and Endeavor looked at each other, both broken and in bandages. Their eyes wordlessly sharing many emotions in a split second as if the whole world disappeared around them. Kai saw this and cleared his throat, getting everyone's attention. I do believe Izuku is correct. I believe everyone should give each other some space. Enji grunted as he stood up straight. Yes, leave. I must speak with my family. Natsu's face twisted in anger as he looked at his father, but before he could speak, Kai stepped between them. No, you won't. Enji eyed Kai. Who are you? My name is Kai Hiwatari. And as of a few minutes ago, Natsu struck a deal with me. He is now in my custody, and since you are currently a patient in this hospital, Shoto is in the custody of Fuyumi Todoroki. What? I don't currently have enough evidence to convict you, but I do have enough as owner of this hospital and current sponsor of Natsu to bar you from any interactions with any other members of the Todoroki family, unless they choose to do so. Kai waited to let his words sink in. You're on my turf now, young man. Now get back to your room before I legally allow All Might to put you back there. The entire time Kai was speaking, Endeavor was getting more and more angry. Flames ignited around his face as his rage grew. You don't tell me what to do. As flames erupted around him. The others watched as the flames got close to Kai. All Might was about to jump in when Izuku grabbed him and stopped the other. They all looked at Kai, who smirked in the flames. What a warm campfire. Everyone stopped as they realized Kai wasn't affected by the flame. I guess that's enough to justify self-defense. Suddenly a flash of flames erupted in the hallway, sending Endeavor flying down the hallway, landing with a massive thud, out cold. Izuku looked around, noticing not a single scorch mark along the hallway. Not even Kai, who was at the center of it, looked burned. He then saw Kai's Beyblader in his hand. Kai, when did you launch your Bey? He has a Beyblade, shouted All Might as he saw the Bey in Kai's hand. Yeah, as Natsu stared at it. But I never saw it get launched. How? You kids still have quite a bit to learn. As he put his Bey back into his pocket. Now if you'll excuse me, I'll go and deal with this situation. Soon Natsu returned to his room, meeting up later with Shoto and Fuyumi. Koichi got an autograph from All Might and agreed to talk to the others later, leaving Izuku and All Might as they left the hospital. So I'm gonna take a guess and say he said something about my mom. All Might couched as he shrunk down. Yeah, my body kind of moved on its own. After I heard what he did to his family and when he said I would do the same in his position, well, I just got angry. Izuku smiled. Thanks, come on, we have today off from school. Let's bring some lunch home and take it easy for the rest of the day. Agreed. Oh, later that night a figure appeared just outside of the city. This better be important, kid. Yo, Shoto, waved Izuku greeting Shoto. How's it going? Alright, I guess, said Shoto, but he could tell Izuku was wanting more. Me and my sister have agreed to move out of the house, and thanks to Mr. Hiwatari, Natsu isn't going to be arrested. That's good, said Izuku as they both walked towards UA. Looks like we're late. You called Nezu and told him your side of the story, right? Shoto nodded, before stopping. Izuku, I have a question. Izuku eyed Shoto. Okay, shoot. If you were given the chance, would you have forgiven your father for what he's done to you? Izuku's eyes went wide at the question. He slowly shut them before thinking. That's a heavy question. To be honest, I'm not sure. Maybe. It would have all depended on how it all went down, but now that he's dead, it will never happen. So hating him now is kind of pointless, and I can't have any sort of father-son relationship either. Look, I don't know what you should do with your father, but he is still alive, so the decision there is yours. Both of them were silent for a moment. Hey, it's Izuku Midoriya, and he's with Endeavor's son. Huh. They both blinked and turned to see an army of reporters coming towards them. Reporters, said Shoto before being grabbed by Izuku. Run. Oh, so, you two are late because of the reporters outside, said Aizawa as he looked at Shoto and Izuku. Well, Nezu told me why you two missed class yesterday, so I won't punish you for being late, but if you think reporters will be a valid excuse, then you're wrong. Now take your seats. Cause you two were gone yesterday, we had to skip some stuff. Both of them went to their seats while Kirishima raised his hand. Oh, what do you mean by stuff we skipped? Aizawa faced the class. We have something very important that we need to do, now that everyone is here. Some of the students began to slightly panic as they remembered the test on the first day of school. Today you are choosing your class representatives. A totally normal school thing, cheered the class. Excuse me, Mr. Aizawa. Tenure raised his hand. How should we go about selecting our representatives? I don't care, as he got out his sleeping bag. Figure it out and tell me who by the end of class. Very well then, said Ida. How should we go about selecting our representatives? Combat, shouted Bakugo as he slammed his fists together, earning looks from the rest of the class. Momo walked up to the front of the classroom. How about we just do a simple election and vote who we want our representatives to be? It would be the most fair. Yeah, but wouldn't everyone just vote for themselves? Pointed out Kirishima. I mean, we've only been together for a few days. Hate to burst your bubble, but you're wrong, said Gyro. I'm not going to vote for myself, and I know a few others who aren't either. She's right, said Denki. If anything, this is just to find out who the vice president is going to be. This confused the majority of the class. Zero gun out his chair. Let's face it, if we voted our president would be, he pointed Midoriya. Izuku this entire time was trying to stay out of it all. God damn it, he figured this would happen. Fine, I'll do it. Hold the fuck up, yelled Bakugo. Who the hell would vote for Deku? I would, said Shoto, shocking everyone. What, seriously? Said Denki. Wait, both of you were gone yesterday. Did something happen? Asked Mina. Well, it looks like Midoriya is our class president, said Sato. I object, yelled Ida. Are you all serious? We can't approve this. He is a former vigilante, someone who thought they were above the law. As students striving to be heroes, we should not accept this. I know proper heroes would never accept this. Todoroki. I don't know what happened yesterday, but ask yourself, would your father, the number 2 hero, ever accept this? Idiot, muttered Izuku. The room then became very cold real quick as Shoto glared at Ida. Do not bring him into this. Shoto. He looked at Izuku before turning the temperature up. Sorry, my vote goes to Izuku for president and Yaoyorozu for vice president. Huh, a surprised Momo. Bullshit, yelled Bakugo. Works for me, said Gyro. Class president Izuku and vice president Momo. Sounds good, said Zero. I can roll with that, said Denki. Soon several other students began backing the pair as their presidents. Oh, so are you nervous about being president? Asked Ochako. Izuku took a bite of his food. They were all in the cafeteria for lunch, sitting next to Ochako, Momo, Shoto, Zero, Denki, and Gyro. Not really, to be honest. After everything I've been through, it shouldn't be too hard to run a classroom. He's right. They all turned to see Kendo. Rin and a few other students from Class B as heroes. We have to be prepared to lead when the time comes, and if we all work together, the rest should come easy. Don't stoop to his level, President. They all turned to see a blood kid glaring at them. Listen here, just because you were the great vigilante doesn't mean you are better than us. Everyone was silent for a moment before they turned to Izuku. So Kendo, your Class B president. Kendo smiled. Yep. Hey, don't ignore me. Rin got in front of the boy. Monoma, just stop. Okay. We're here to eat lunch, not to start a fight. Monoma huffed but walked away. What's with that guy? Asked Zero. Kendo gave a weak smile. Monoma is well, a pain in the ass, finished Rin. I can see that, said Izuku before they could continue when the PAW system began broadcasting. Oh, what the hell now? Oh, outside the school gates was a herd of news reporters including one Chitos Kazuki. Why am I here again? Ma'am, you were able to get an interview with Izuku Midoriya. The network was hoping your luck would net us an interview with All Might about him suddenly starting to teach at UA, explained her assistant. I understand that part, but this is kind of pointless. UA has never once let anyone inside for a simple interview with any of the heroes under their employment. There's no way they'll suddenly let us in now. As she looked at the gate, she saw someone pushing through the crowd. He isn't a reporter. Deep in the crowd was Tamura Shigaraki, who made his way to the gate. Time for a bit of a show. He began to reach his hand out. I'll turn this gate to dust and we'll be able to get into UA. He thought, ready to activate his quirk. In the corner of his vision, he saw a foot being raised. Kaboom. Shigaraki was knocked on his ass as he saw the man kick down and walk into UA. Who the fuck is that? Though he wasn't going to get an answer as he quickly had to get out of the way so he wouldn't get crushed by the mob of reporters flooding into UA. As the reporters went inside, Chitos was keeping an eye on the man that busted the door. Is he a villain? The man then walked not towards the school but towards a tree with something at its base. A raccoon. Where is he? Asked the man, and to Chitos' surprise the raccoon responded and pointed to the side of UA before it fainted. Oh, that's the school alarm system, yelled one student as everyone began to panic and rush to the exits. Come on, we should get moving, yelled Denki. Right, said Momo. Suyu fainted, yelled Toru as Shoji picked the girl up. Shoji then began shaking. What is this feeling? Like a monster is walking towards us. He then noticed some of the other students also felt something. Wait, yelled Achako when she noticed Izuku was still eating like normal. Izuku swallowed his food then sighed, before moving his plate to the side. He then jumped on top of the table, grabbing Tenku from his pocket, tossing it slightly before kicking it. Tenku flew across the hall, bouncing off the walls, getting everyone's attention. Everyone stopped and saw the Beyblade return to Izuku, who caught it. You all done acting like maniacs. Good. He saw one of his classmates near the exit. Mina, good, down the hall and tell me what's outside. Oh, okay, said Mina before quickly running down the hall, and before anyone could speak or ask what Izuku was, Mina came back with an annoyed look on her face. It's the stupid reporters. They busted down the gate to the school. She's right, said another student. It's just the reporters. See, said Izuku as he turned to his fellow students. This is nothing to freak out about. It's just a bunch of crazy reporters. The teachers will handle them. Okay, there's no need to panic. Izuku turned pale, causing the others to look out the window. Rin's eyes almost popped out of his head. What the hell is he doing here? The man kept walking towards them. Whoa, hold up there, buddy, said Present Mike as he ran towards the man. All reporters need to stay in one place, please. Aizawa also looked at the man and could tell he was bad news. Mike, don't, that's not a reporter. Mike didn't have time to respond as the man grabbed Mike by his collar and threw him at the window, shattering it. Present Mike crashed into the cafeteria covered in shards of glass. The man, without losing a step, walked through the broken window. Present Mike pushed himself. You kids get out of here now, before turning back to the man. So you ain't here to report? As he faced the man, well, you're about to get into a fight. The man ignored the hero and walked past him. Hey, leave our students alone. The man stopped. He was my student first. Shit, I just thought everyone was overreacting because of the alarms. But it was their instincts telling them he was here. I need to stop this now before it gets out of hand. Izuku hopped down from the table. What the hell are you doing here, Ryuga? Me. Ryuga then grabbed Izuku by his shirt, holding him up to eye level. I told you to only call me if you had a good reason. So what the hell did you call me here for? I didn't call you at all. Don't fuck with me, brah. Pink smoke enveloped the two. Okay, that's enough out of the two of you, said Midnight before turning to the students. Okay, students, please go back to class in an orderly fashion. We'll deal with. What the hell is all this smoke? The smoke cleared, revealing Ryuga still standing and awake. What? Midnight had no other response. No one had ever stayed awake at point-blank range, and Ryuga wasn't trying anything to cover his face. Not too surprising, thought Rin. A god of darkness couldn't keep Ryuga dead. His will is too strong. I doubt Midnight has the power to get him to fall asleep that easily. Though snoring could be heard from the person Ryuga was still holding, which just pissed Ryuga off even more. Oh, am I boring you, brat? Ryuga then held Izuku in one hand. Wake the fuck up. Ryuga then threw Izuku through the air like a ragdoll. The force of the throw was enough to wake Izuku up as he quickly adjusted himself to land against the wall feet first. The wall cracked under Izuku before he did a front flip back to the ground. Okay, what was that? That's what I would. Ryuga found himself again surrounded by sleeping gas. As the smoke cleared, Midnight found herself face to face with an angry Ryuga. For a moment she thought she was looking at the abyss itself. Quit it. Midnight legs buckled under his presence. Yes sir, she squeaked. Good, now where was I? You're about to get fucked, yelled Bakugo as he jumped towards Ryuga. Die, as he let off an explosion right into the man's face, not noticing a small red flash from the man's gauntlet. So much for your teacher, Deku. Bakugo, you fucking dumbass, yelled Izuku. To Bakugo's and everyone else's surprise, Ryuga was unscathed, glaring directly at Bakugo. Who are you, brat? For once in Bakugo's life he felt true fear as the man stared down on him. Everything in Bakugo told him he couldn't take the man before him, but he wasn't going to let up. The guy who's going to. Bakugo didn't finish as Rin kicked him in the head. Shut up, you moron, as he restrained Bakugo. While this was happening, Erasure Head used his bindings to wrap around Ryuga's upper body. I don't know what's going on, but this all ends now. As he activated his quirk. I don't know what his quirk is, but it seems to be strength-based. With how easily he threw Mike, maybe some invulnerability since Midnight's gas didn't work. Ryuga then surprised all of them as he grabbed the binding with one hand and ripped it into tiny pieces, leaving Aizawa speechless. Izuku saw the pieces fall. If I remember correctly, Ryuga at the age of 12 broke a diamond-like rock with one hand to get El Drago. So unless Aizawa-sensei has something stronger than diamond, binding Ryuga would be pointless. Midoriya, who is this man? Izuku turned to Ida. Is he a villain? He's not a villain, calm down. Calm down. He just broke into our school and is now attacking our teachers, pointed out Ida. Has he killed anyone before? Izuku was silent. He has, hasn't he? You brought a villain to our school. No, I didn't, and Ryuga is a bit more complicated than that. That doesn't matter. Tenya. Ida then began walking up to Ryuga. You villain, you must cease your actions at once. Ryuga blinked at the kid. Villain? Look kid, I'm not one of those villains that you heroes fight. You broke into our school, fought with our teachers, and from what I've gathered from Midoriya, you've killed before, haven't you? How many lives have you taken? Ryuga had to think for a moment. I don't know. When I was 13 I sank part of a city into the ocean, so I don't exactly have an accurate number. Izuku slapped his forehead. Ryuga, shut up, you're making it worse. I knew it, yelled Ida as he pointed at Ryuga. Surrender now. This school is home to the great hero All Might, who is now a teacher. He will not hesitate to take you down. You have no hope of winning. Ryuga just blinked at the boy. Kid, I don't know who you are and I don't care. Why the fuck are you here, Ryuga? Said Izuku, getting his attention. Me, you called me here, yelled back the man, ignoring Ida and the teachers. I was in the middle of a volcano when I got your call, and every single goddamn step on my way here it was one bullshit after another. I've gotten into more fights on my way here than I've had in years. Izuku blinked. What? Wait, Ryuga, if that's the case then. Yeah, I kind of figured that, but I had to come here and make sure, said Ryuga. Huh, wait, what is going on? Asked Aizawa as he realized that something bigger was going on. A minor miscalculation. Izuku's voice. Midoriya. What do you mean by a miscalculation? Asked Erasure Head. Izuku looked back to the window. I didn't say anything. They all turned to see a boy in a white suit standing just outside the broken window. I do apologize. I thought Ryuga would be a little bit more discreet. Everyone's eyes widened as he spoke perfectly in Izuku's voice. Zio Zagart, said Ryuga with clear disdain in voice. What do you want? Zio Zagart, said Momo in shock. You mean the CEO and founder of Zagart Labs? This kid is a CEO, yelled Mike in surprise. This guy looks like he's our age, pointed out Denki. Are you serious, Momo? Asked Gyro. Momo nodded. I'm sure now that's him. I've never seen him in person, but I've heard that he has a quirk that keeps him looking young. Though he's just being true to himself, said Rin, which earned confused looks around him. What do you want, Zagart? Asked Ryuga. Zio coughed. Well, for starters, how about we all calm down for a second? His voice changed. Thought almost everyone, as he was no longer sounding like Izuku. Calm down, from what I'm getting. You're the one who called me here. Yes, and to be honest, I didn't expect you to cause such chaos. I expected you to see the school was fine and back off, said Zio. When someone calls me and says there's an emergency, I consider it an emergency, said Ryuga as he began to walk towards Zio. Since you were screwing with me, you better be prepared for what happens next. Ryuga's gauntlet on his arm began to glow bright red. Zio narrowed his eyes as the air behind him began to shimmer. Everyone couldn't believe what they were seeing as a giant three-headed dog appeared behind Zio. Do you think I would have shown my face to you if I wasn't prepared? Shoto's eyes widened. That's the same as Gemio's and Tanku. His bay is spinning somewhere. Izuku saw as Cerberus inhaled through its mouths. Everyone cover your ears now. Everyone in the hall quickly covered their ears as the massive dog roared. The sound of the roar was so great that every window in the building shattered all at once. Outside, Chitos was watching with the giddiness of a schoolgirl with her assistants. Please tell me you're getting this. Yes, ma'am, she said with her hand camera. I haven't stopped recording. The CEO of Zagart Labs picking a fight on UA grounds? What a scoop. Even Shigaraki stuck around to watch. What the hell? Ryuga just stood there unmoving right in front of the roaring beast, smiling. He didn't even flinch as the beast quieted down. Oh, what a cute puppy, as he raised his glowing gauntlet at the dog. Let me put him down for ya. Stop, yelled Izuku as he jumped between them. Stop right now. I do not need a fight between the two of you right in the middle of my school. Please take this somewhere else, or better yet, just walk away. He looked at Ryuga. Please let me handle this. Ryuga looked back at Izuku for a moment before rolling his eyes and putting his arm down. Fine, it's your school, so I'll let you handle this. But Zagart, if you try any of this shit again, I'm going to end you. Zio dismissed Cerberus. Very well, you can try. Ryuga huffed before passing Zio as he headed towards the gate. I'll talk to you later, kid. Izuku then eyed Zio. We need to have a chat now. Zio sighed. Fine, as the teachers were about to get involved. Don't worry, I won't harm your students and I'll pay for all of the damages and then some. With that said, Izuku, could you please grab Rin and Todoroki, please? Izuku turned to Shoto and Rin, who nodded and followed the two outside to separate them from the others. But before they could start their talk, a loud explosion could be heard in the distance. Well, there goes the mercenaries I hired, said Zio. You actually thought mercenaries would have a chance against Ryuga. Didn't hurt to try. Though, Shidos and her assistant both ran down the street to see Ryuga standing surrounded by men in various outfits lying on the ground unconscious. Ryuga yawned. Why am I tired? Damn, you guys were boring. I guess I'll go and get something to eat. Ma'am, are we going to follow him? Asked the assistant nervously. You better believe we are, said Shidos as they followed Ryuga from a distance. Ryuga pulled out his phone. Where's the nearest bull burger? Oh, Zio, Izuku, Rin and Shoto stood far away from the school. Don't worry, no one is close enough to hear us, said Zio. Shoto looked around. He expected that the teachers wouldn't just leave them alone. And how do you know that? He's not human, said Rin. Huh, now that's just hurtful, said Zio, genuinely insulted. Just because I'm made a little different than you doesn't make me less human. You're literally a robot, pointed out Rin. He is, said Shoto, surprised. He is, confirmed Izuku. Zio rubbed his temples. I am, but we are not here to talk about me. No, we're here to talk about what the hell just happened, said Izuku, getting pissed. What the fuck did you do? I hacked into your phone and called Ryuga here. Though I have to admit I didn't expect him to just barge in like he did. Izuku was silent for a moment as he made a mental note to upgrade the security on his phone. You're still pissed at Ryuga, aren't you? Before you were even born, that man broke into my family's labs and destroyed years of work, explained Zio. I understand that some of the scientists were selling our secrets to that doji character, but that does not excuse any of Ryuga's actions. My father's work was destroyed. Do you have any idea how much was lost because of him? Oh, for the love of... Let it go, said Rin. That was years ago. And last I checked, you were able to recover all that you lost, didn't you? Zio locked eyes with Rin. Not until after my father had passed. Is that why you did all of this? Asked Shoto. To settle an old grudge. Oh no, the government hired me for this. Izuku's eyes popped. What? Well, they knew I don't trust Ryuga and sooner see him dead. They asked me if I could remove him permanently. The three of them were finding this kind of hard to believe. Why did they ask you? I have 3 satellites dedicated to tracking Ryuga. Not to mention I know about Beyblades and have one of my own. Ryuga is a walking calamity. And not a single government on the planet trusts that he won't snap one day and kill millions. Izuku didn't like that. Ryuga wouldn't do that. Maybe, but that does not deny the power Ryuga has. Izuku, in the world right now, how many people do you think could defeat Ryuga? Izuku thought of all the bladers he's met and the heroes he's seen. All Might have a chance if he hits Ryuga first, but... Izuku paused for a moment. Seven people right now could take Ryuga on. Tyson and Kai both have won more spars against Ryuga. Max and Ray also have beaten him before, but not as consistent. Jinka and Kailia have fought and won against him once. Do you see the issue here? Rin then figured it out. Only Jinka and Kailia are in fighting shape. All the others are past their prime. They can't fight like they used to. Who are they talking about? Thought Shoto. Exactly. In a handful of years, the only ones who will be able to stop him are those two, and they don't have a very good track record in doing so. What about us? As Shoto spoke up. From what I'm getting at, everyone is afraid that the guy will go wild and hurt a lot of people. In a few years, we'll all be heroes, so we should be able to stop him. Zio pointed at Shoto. You may be this one. As he pointed at Izuku. Unlikely, I already have a satellite to track him. Izuku gave him a look before looking up. Are you kidding me? If it makes any difference, I have one for Ryuga's first apprentice, Sakayo. I don't trust either of you. I know your past, and that gives me so many reasons why I should be worried about you, and Sakayo is becoming just as destructive as Ryuga. Which is why me and a lot of other people are preparing for the worst. Izuku had enough. Ryuga isn't some sort of monster. I'm not a monster. If that's all, then could you please leave and just mail and check for all the damage you caused? What's the difference between you and Hades? Izuku's face twisted with pain and anger as he felt genuinely insulted. What is that supposed to mean? Zio could tell he might have crossed a line, but pushed forward. It means that things are going to get more difficult as more of your father's creations are going to start popping up more and more, so you and your friends should start preparing like Shoto's brother. My brother. As Shoto remembered as Mr. Hiwatari was helping his brother and the vigilantes become heroes. You guys are preparing for war. And today you are trying to get rid of Ryuga cause if he's involved he might cause a lot of damage, more than anyone else. Ding 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 as he began to clap his hands. Well done, and here I was afraid you wouldn't be able to follow, since you got thrown into all of this. Yes, there is going to be a war, and if Ryuga is involved there is going to be a massive amount of destruction. And since Izuku here can no longer hide his identity, many more people will be after him, some of them like Hades, personally created by Dr. Midoriya himself. Zio let his words sink in. There was silence for a moment before Zio started to walk away. More fights are coming and I suggest you prepare. Not only for the fights themselves but for the fallout afterwards. Zio yelled Izuku, causing the man to stop. You better write a fat check to UA. Don't worry, above all else I am a businessman. As Zio left UA catching his bay that flew towards him, Shoto got Izuku's attention. I have a lot of questions. That's fair. Also, what are we going to tell the teachers and everyone else? Asked Rin. We got to tell them something. Izuku breathed for a moment as he thought of things to say. Yeah, this is going to be a pain in the ass. Suddenly something crashed into the ground. I am here, yelled All Might before he saw the state of the school. What happened to the school? Where the hell were you? Battling a kaiju. What happened? They then began to catch him up to speed on what happened at the school while Izuku was hoping Ryuga wasn't getting himself into any more trouble. Oh, as Ryuga was walking down the street several heroes had been notified about him and were in pursuit. Mirko, slow down. No way, hound dog, yelled the rabbit hero as she sped up following her instincts. My rabbit instincts are going crazy, I smell a beast. Ryuga continued his walk down the street ahead of him. Mariko and Hound Dog waited as he approached. Everyone who was walking around stopped and watched as the two heroes stood there, thinking what they didn't know was that both of them were slowly panicking. What the hell is this? Thought Hound Dog as he saw Ryuga. He looks like a regular guy but my instincts are screaming at me. Why can't I move? Thought Mariko as her entire body started to shake. This isn't right, it's just one guy. Why am I scared? Mariko looked at Ryuga who wasn't even looking at her. Her eyes were showing just a man but her instincts were showing her a massive dragon that was walking towards her. Everyone was frozen as they saw Ryuga walk right between the two heroes, not giving a care in the world. The sight of two well-known heroes not moving was enough for the other heroes to stop in confusion. Shidos and her assistant watched with interest. What just happened? Asked the assistant as she kept the camera on Ryuga. I don't know but keep recording, said Chidos as she looked back at the heroes. I have never seen any hero act like this. Is it that man's quirk? And an oh roared Mariko as she jumped so hard breaking the ground beneath her. Miriko stop, yelled Hound Dog. No, I will not be a slave to my instincts, she thought as she flew through the air towards Ryuga, ignoring her instincts that were screaming at her. For the first time Ryuga turned and actually looked at Mariko, causing her bunny instincts to go outright ballistic, screaming louder than she has ever heard before. It was as if she was purposely jumping into the jaws of a massive beast, causing her quirk to do the only logical solution, shutting her down. In midair, Mariko's eyes rolled to the back of her head as her quirk forced her into unconsciousness. Ryuga saw this and opened his arms, catching the now knocked out hero. Ryuga looked at her and then sighed before throwing her over his shoulders before continuing to walk down the street. Okay, what was that? Asked the assistant. I don't know, but why aren't the heroes doing anything? Asked Chidos as she saw that the other heroes were just standing there watching, not sure what to do. Hold it, yelled Hound Dog. Don't do anything. I don't know what that guy is but my instincts are screaming at me that we can't fight him. Not head on anyway. Instincts, repeated Chidos. Ma'am, look over there. Chidos followed where her assistant was pointing to and saw that a woman across the street was on the floor unconscious. She has cat ears. They all have animal quirks, as Chidos realized what was going on. He's triggering their survival instincts. Oh, manager, we have a problem. What in the world? Asked the manager. Why is my fry cook sleeping on the floor? I don't know, sir, said the employee. She just started shaking and her mouse tail went stiff before she just passed out. The manager then noticed the front doors open. Help her up, I'll handle the register, he ordered before turning to his new customer. Hi, welcome to Bull Burger. His voice dyed his throat as he saw a man with a woman hung over his shoulder. I want a Leon special along with a deluxe bull burger and a dragon burger, said Ryuga. The manager subconsciously imputed the order but kept looking at Ryuga. Is that Mariko over your shoulder? Oh, and get me whatever you think this rabbit would like, as he grabbed a large cup from the counter. Make it quick, would ya? Yes, sir, said the manager as he put in the fourth order. Now, how will you? He didn't finish as Ryuga simply gave him a look before walking to a table and putting Mariko down on 2 chairs. The manager turned to his team. Make his order a priority now and don't screw up. Oh, the police and heroes currently have the restaurant surrounded. From what we've been told, the man who broke into UA is inside with the rabbit hero Mariko, said the reporter. God damn it, muttered Izuku as he watched the news on his phone. Holy shit, this guy has Mariko, yelled Denki, who was also watching. I wonder what he's going to do to her, wondered Minda as his mind wandered. Izuku, said Ochako, getting his attention. Your teacher isn't going to do anything bad to her, is he? No, he won't do anything like that, said Izuku. Ryuga might cause a scene, but he won't hurt anyone. He might even treat her to food. Oh, Mariko's eyes shot open as she sat up. She looked around, noticing she was now in some sort of fast food restaurant. She then saw the man who was eating. Ew. Mariko was about to jump at him, but her instinct stopped. Ryuga swallowed his food. I'm impressed. Not many people can fight their instincts like that, though while they might get in the way, you should listen to them. Mariko stood tall. I am no coward. I will not freeze like some rabbit and cower in fear. I'm not saying cower, but you should listen to the warnings at least, said Ryuga, pushing a tray forward. Here, eat. Mariko looked down at the tray. It had a burger with extra lettuce, onion, and tomato. What the hell is this? It's a burger. Why? Free food. I'm not taking your charity. As she pushed the tray back. Not my charity, said Ryuga as he began to eat the last burger. Mariko watched him eat for a minute as he lost all care for the conversation. Well, lady, I've been training at the bottom of a volcano for months now. I'm going to enjoy my food. You can fuck off for all I care. Mariko lifted her leg up and brought it down on the table, splitting it in half. You're going to fight me now. Ryuga looked up at her before flicking a piece of lettuce off his shoulder. You're paying for that, as he quickly ate the rest of the burger. Come on, let's take this outside. As he walked outside, he was surrounded by police and heroes. Seriously, villain, release your hostages now, yelled an officer with a megaphone. You better tell these morons to back off. Quick, said Ryuga, completely calm. Before Mariko could say anything, a police officer gave off a battle cry as he emptied his gun. Ryuga didn't move an inch. He didn't even blink or show any sign of fear. Mariko looked around and behind her. What the? She then looked at Ryuga again, who was completely unfazed. Where'd the bullets go? Everyone was confused because the man was still standing unharmed and nothing showed any signs of being damaged. Yet done, asked Ryuga. Fire, yelled another scared officer. Fools, said Ryuga as every officer began to fire their weapons. When faced with an overwhelming opponent, you have several options. Provoking them is a foolish one. Oh, idiots, said Izuku as he watched on his phone. What is going on? Asked Mina, not sure what she was seeing. Are they firing blanks? Asked Zero. The camera is too slow, thought Izuku. El Drago is knocking each and every bullet out of the air, either grounding them into lead shavings or redirecting the chunks into the ground. That bay can move so fast it can rip a hole in the fabric of space. This is child's play compared to that. Oh, these fools really have no idea who they're messing with, thought Ryuga as he raised his arm. For a moment his arm stayed just slightly raised before sighing. It's not worth the headache. As he raised his hand to the sky. Stop. The lead police officer ordered his men to cease fire. Are you surrendering? He asked. Ryuga ignored him before turning to Mariko. You still want to fight, right? Got a park or an empty area nearby? Mariko smiled. The beach isn't too far away. Let's get this over with. As he pulled out his phone and sent a quick text. Lead the way. Mariko gave a nervous smile as she forced herself to calm down. I'm going to wipe the floor with you. Ryuga didn't respond as he followed her. Though, Aizawa was now so invested in the news that he put the feet up on the board as he and the class watched as Mariko and Ryuga faced each other. Izuku, how in over her head is Mariko? Way over her head, said Izuku without any hesitation. She has absolutely no chance of winning this fight. Mariko stared down Ryuga, while a crowd of reporters, police, and heroes were watching them. Let's hurry this up, said Ryuga. Mariko charged forward. Fine by me, aiming a lightning-fast kick at his head. Though to Ryuga he saw it coming and leaned back, dodging the kick by a hair. Mariko followed up with a punch and another kick. Ryuga repeated his actions again, dodging barely but moving out of the way of her attacks. Mariko gritted her teeth as she realized she wasn't doing anything. He can keep up with my attack, but he's barely moving. Is he trying to tire me out? In any case, I gotta hit him at least once. Mariko jumped back and kicked a mound of sand at Ryuga, blinding him. Really? Is that the best you got? Rabbit cannon kick. As Mariko flew through the cloud of sand feet first like a rocket hitting Ryuga. Gotcha, she shouted before she felt something was wrong. What? Ryuga was still standing and holding both of Mariko's feet in his hands. To top it off, he was yawning. Mariko jumped back, landing several feet away. Are you fucking kidding me? You're yawning. Sorry, replied Ryuga as he scratched the back of his head. For some reason I'm tired today. Mariko was now enraged. Her anger was now louder than her sense of danger. You're not even taking this seriously. Ryuga blinked for a second before looking at Mariko. Very well, you've impressed me. Huh, most people that have sixth senses or any form of danger sense pass out when they just pass me on the street. You're the first one to ever not only withstand being near me but also challenge me to a fight. Ryuga raised his left arm at Mariko as El Drago returned to his gauntlet and began to glow red. You have impressed me, so I shall grant you your wish and show you a fraction of my power. Without even fully realizing it, Mariko began to shake. Bring it on. Ryuga couldn't help but smile. Dragon Emperor roar. Everyone in the area felt a massive wave of air blow past them. Mariko herself had to close her eyes as what felt like a hurricane blew past her. Mariko slowly opened her eyes as the dust settled around her. She looked around before her ears completely fell down as she could barely muster a whisper, "Holy shit." The crowd was bewildered as they saw the two stand there on the beach not moving. Ma'am, what's going on?" asked the assistant. Idon Chitos froze as she saw what Mariko was looking at. She began to sweat as she saw what was going on. "We need to get out of here now." "What?" Chitos then ran to the other reporters. "This is an emergency. Everyone tell your viewers to stay inside and get all aquatic heroes to the city now." She soon had all the cameras pointed at her. "This is Chitos Kazuki, and if you live near Dagaba Beach, no, if you live anywhere near the ocean, find shelter now." Her assistant ran to her now panicking boss. "Ma'am, what are you talking about? Why are you telling people that live near the ocean?" She then saw what Chitos was talking about. "Where's the ocean?" Everyone looked out to see the beach now stretch for miles as all of the water was gone, leaving only the wet seafloor below. He pushed it back. The water, he pushed it all back in an instant. She then pointed out, "Look there, at the horizon." She went pale as she looked out. Her mouth went dry and her blood ran cold. "Those aren't mountains, are they?" "No," said Chitos as she looked upon what felt like death for her and thousands more. "Water resides when a tidal wave is about to happen. I'm not an expert, but I'm sure pushing back miles of water will cause a flood like no other." After the information sunk in, the crowd began to panic as many ran to find some sort of shelter while few heroes stayed trying to come up with a plan or trying to keep others calm. "Ma'am, we need to get out of here," yelled the assistant, clearly trying to keep her fear in check. Chitos looked down at the beach where Mariko stood watching the tidal wave closing, and then to Ryuga, who was also not moving. "Wait, he caused this. Could he stop this?" "Oh, GODDAMMITRYUGA, screamed Izuku, in frustration at the TV screen. "Don't cause a tidal wave when I'm trying to defend you." Soon the class and the school started freaking out. "Everyone calm down and remain in your seats," yelled Aizawa. Izuku looked up at Aizawa knowing what he was going to ask. "Everyone relax. 1, even if the tidal wave was going to hit, we're on a damn hill, it wouldn't reach us. 2, it's not even going to hit, he'll stop it before it even gets close. You got way more explaining to do." "Yeah, I figured." "Oh," Ryuga walked up to Mariko. "Do you see now?" She turned to look at him. "The vast difference there is between us." She didn't say anything as she looked at him for the first time in her life. She truly felt like a small helpless bunny rabbit looking up at a massive dragon that, if he wanted to, could destroy everything. Ryuga then looked behind him, noticing the crowd running around like maniacs. "I've shown enough," as he raised his arm. "Lion Gale Force Wall." Suddenly a massive wall of tornadoes formed on the beach, blocking the incoming tidal wave. "You've really done it this time." Everyone turned to see a man in a business suit standing on the edge of the beach near a limo that had TC written on it. "Ryuga, Kyoya, what the hell?" said Chitos, bewildered. "Why the hell is he here of all places?" "Ma'am, who is that?" asked her assistant. Chitos's eyes were glued to the man as he approached Ryuga. "That's Kyoya Tetgami, CEO of Tetgami Industries. What is he doing here, and does he know this man?" "What the hell were you thinking?" roared Kyoya. "A tidal wave, seriously?" Ryuga jabbed his thumb at Mariko. "Hey, she asked for it. She wanted to see my power, so I showed her a bit. Then blow a hole into the beach. Don't show off by summoning a massive tidal wave that could kill people." "I was going to stop it," said Ryuga. "No one was going to die." "How do you know?" yelled Kyoya. "What about all the boats that were out there, or the sea life? He texted me for that." Everyone turned to the voice to see an old man with a practice sword walking to them. "How are you boys doing?" "Mr. Tyson, sir." Kyoya straightened up and gave the elder a slight bow. "What are you doing here?" "Ryuga asked me to be here to make sure if things got out of hand, I would be here to make sure no one got hurt," explained Tyson before turning to the heroes in the crowd. "By the way, could someone please help the sailors out? They might need it." Everyone looked as the tornadoes dissipated, revealing that not only was the ocean back to normal, but hundreds of ships, ranging from sailboats to cargo ships, were now floating in front of them with very confused people on board. "No way," muttered Chitos under her breath. "Who the hell are these guys?" One caused a tidal wave, then the next one made a wall of tornadoes, and the last one somehow managed to pick up every single boat that was in the way and place them all safely in the water. She thought as she observed the boats. They're even properly distanced to avoid collision. "I see," said Kyoya as he also noticed that everyone was safe. "So you were able to save all the boats and keep the tidal wave from spreading?" "No, I only saved the boat," admitted Tyson as he pointed his bakun to the sky. He stopped the tidal wave from going any further. Ryuga and Kyoya turned to where Tyson was pointing. What they saw caused both of them to scowl in annoyance. Shidos raised an eyebrow. What are they looking at? A horse. As her assistant pointed to the sky, Shidos looked up and noticed that there was a strange cloud formation that made the perfect shape of a Pegasus. Where is he? Shouted Ryuga, scanning the crowd. Kyoya also checked the crowd. Konan out Jing. He didn't finish as Tyson took his Bakan and hit both of them in the head. Knock it off, both of you. Both of them turned to the old man in anger. You both have caused enough trouble already, and I can't babysit you all day. I already promised my wife I would make dinner tonight, so I got shopping to do. So clean this mess up on the pronto. TCH, as Kyoya turned and walked away. I got a company to run. Ryuga will clean this up. See ya, Tyson. Fuck that, said Ryuga as he walked away in a different direction. I got places to be. Tyson watched as he walked right through the crowd. No one brave enough to stop him. Tyson let out a breath he was holding before looking towards the city. I guess you made the right move not coming too close. Now is not the time for all of you to have a rematch. Oh, standing on the roof of a building overlooking the beach stood a man smiling as he saw his friends again. It looks like they're doing well, said Jinka Hagane before a woman came from behind and pulled his ear. Oh, Madoka, don't you even think about going down there, said Madoka, giving him a stern look. As much as I would love to watch you guys fight again, we don't have the time, or have you forgotten why we're here? Of course not, said Jinka as he quickly remembered why they came to the city. We're here for your mom's birthday. I wouldn't forget my mother-in-law's birthday, as he gave off a nervous laugh. You forgot last year, remember, reminded his wife before sighing. Though to be fair, I forgot as well. We're not the best at remembering these things. Not this year, said Madoka. This year we're not going to miss a thing. Let's go. Right. Oh, looks like everything was settled in the end, sir, said Zio's assistant. Zio was driving back to the labs in his limo while he watched the news. Still, the boy tells me not to worry about Ryuga. Then the walking calamity does something like this. Are you going to hire more mercenaries, sir? No, for now I will let things go, said Zio as he watched the feed to Ryuga cut to a different story. I will prepare for now. Oh, that old bastard, growled Bakugo as he saw Tyson. That old bastard was that strong. Mr. Granger can do that, said Ajiro in awe, getting looks from the others. Wait, how do you two know Tyson? Asked Izuku. Bakugo didn't respond as the memory just made him more angry. Ajiro, on the other hand, told them what happened. The other day when we were all supposed to train together, Bakugo followed us to Tyson's dojo, where Tyson used his quirk to send Bakugo flying. Tyson doesn't have a quirk, he must have used Dragoon, thought Izuku before laughing. Man, I wish I saw that. You shut the hell up, shouted Bakugo. Izuku kept chuckling at the thought but stopped. I just hope now Ryuga stays out of trouble. Oh, Kai let out a sigh of relief. Good thing Tyson was there, or else those two would have caused even more problems. Natsu and Koichi were both speechless as they saw the recap. They were originally working out the paperwork needed to dismiss their vigilante action and to pay off their crimes. With Kai's lawyers and sponsorship, it was just a few pages, but they put everything down as they saw the news. Hey, have you met that guy before? Asked Natsu. No, Izuku talked about him often, but I didn't think he was this powerful, said Koichi. Mr. Himawari, have you fought him before? Once years ago in the Pacific Ocean. As Kai remembered the fight, Dumb Brat almost destroyed 3 islands. 3 islands? They were uninhabited and very small islands, said Kai as he took out Dranzer. Best fight I had in years. Now then, let's get back to the paperwork. Oh, Ryuga continued his walk down the street before stopping. Why are you following me? This guy is too powerful to leave alone. I might be afraid, but I can't just let him move without a hero nearby. Mariko didn't speak for a moment. Where are you going? Ryuga gave her a side glance before he started walking again. Visiting someone. Mariko kept following him. What are you planning? Planning? Ryuga stopped and gave her a confused look. Look, lady, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. I went to that school today because I thought there was an emergency. I had the fight with you because you asked for it. If anything, the only criminal here is you. Me. You broke the table at Bull Burger. You stole food from them. No, I didn't, said Ryuga as he started walking. I eat there for free. Huh? Oh, he eats for free, shouted the manager of Bull Burger as he was on the phone with the owner. I had no idea he was on the list, sir. Yeah, well, he doesn't come around much and he is supposed to show his membership card, said the owner Benkei. I'm sorry if he caused you any trouble, but on the bright side I'll pay for everything and give you all double pay for the day. Really, thank you, sir. Don't mention, he's an old friend, laughed Benkei. He just has a few rough edges, is all. Oh, ACHOO. Ryuga rubbed his nose. First I'm tired, now I'm sneezing. What the hell is up with this day? Where are we? Asked Mariko as she follows him up to an apartment building. I'm visiting someone, said Ryuga, stopping at a door. You're leaving. Mariko narrowed her eyes. Look, I don't want to fight, but you're not going to cause any trouble around here. And why's that? asked Mariko, now on edge. I might not be able to fight you or your so-called friend, but I can at least figure out what's going on. Before Ryuga could say a word, the door slammed open. Uncle Ryuga, screamed two children as they ran up and hugged the man's legs. Did you bring us a present? Ryuga sighed before patting their heads. Nope. Mariko blinked as her mind froze at the sight of the two kids. What? The two kids, one boy and one girl, both looked at Mariko before turning towards the door. Mom, Dad, Ryuga brought a girlfriend. Huh. Inside, several sounds of crashing furniture and dishes were heard before a tan woman in a red sundress and a man with green hair in a suit appeared. Whaat. The woman quickly grabbed Mariko's hand and began shaking it. Hi, my name is Sala. It's a pleasure to meet you. The man began nudging Ryuga with his elbow. Ryuga, you dog, I knew you would find a girl eventually. Ryuga growled. Kenta ... back off before I hit you. Kenta just laughed. Come in, come in. Soon Mariko found herself sitting at a table being served tea. What the fuck is going on here? She thought as she tried to wrap her mind around the situation. I was just fighting this guy not even an hour ago and now I'm his date. I was just following him because I thought something else would happen, and while I may not beat him, I could at least keep damage to a minimum. Across from her, Sala and Kenta were smiling. So how'd you two meet? She attacked me, said Ryuga as he drank his tea. Sala opened her hand to her husband. Pay up, Kenta sighed and handed over a few bills to his wife. Ryuga gave them a look. You made bets. Yep, said Sala. I betted that you would finally find someone after you two had fought. Kenta leaned back. I betted that you would eventually get fed up with being alone and take Ren's offer to date her aunt. Ren, it took Ryuga a moment to match the face. Wait, that brat. Why would I ever do anything she says? Well, she did bug you a lot when you first met, as Kenta remembered how she kept annoying Ryuga. Not to mention she's played matchmaker a lot. Sala laughed. She did get Jinka and Madoka to start dating, and she found Benkei his wife. She hasn't failed yet, said Kenta as he took a drink of his tea. So I figured she'd do the same for you. Everyone turned to Mariko as her brain finally caught up to the situation. What the hell am I doing? What are you doing? She yelled at Ryuga. Aren't you a villain? Why are you visiting some family like it's normal? Ryuga looked at her for a moment before turning to Kenta. Hey, I'm going to borrow your restroom. Down the hall on the left, said Kenta, and Ryuga left. Mariko turned back to the couple. Are you guys hostages or something? Both of them looked at Mariko for a moment before they burst out laughing. You haven't known Ryuga for that long, have you? Asked Sala. Mariko shook her head. Ryuga is powerful, stated Kenta. His life is complicated, full of ups and downs, with every moment almost involving a fight. He's not big on authority, but at the same time he has a code that he's never strayed from. His power incites challenge, but he never goes overboard unless he knows that someone else is there to pick up the slack. Mariko looked back on the day she had challenged him to a fight. He called in Tyson to keep people safe, which wouldn't have been needed if she didn't egg him on. He's not a villain, is he? No, said Kenta. He's just powerful. He accidentally set the volcano off in my hometown once, said Sala, getting a surprised look from Mariko. But my husband and his friends did stop it. No one was hurt. Not to mention it allowed me to meet my wife, said Kenta as he kissed his wife. EEWWW, said the kids as they saw their parents kiss, earning a few laughs from the adults. Ryuga coughed as he came back to the room. Well, Kenta, looks like I need to head out. Huh, but you just got here, said Kenta before he heard something outside. They all went to the window to see that the police had surrounded the building. Well, the tank is a little excessive. Mariko scanned the crowd. Ed Shot and Best Jeanist are here as well. She rushed to the door, opening it. Hey, calm down. Relax, I got this, said Ryuga as he put a hand on Mariko's shoulder. Before they were enveloped in a red flash, Mariko blinked for a second as she realized they were now at the edge of a park. Wait, what? How? I teleported us away, said Ryuga as he started walking. You can teleport, shouted Mariko. Why the hell didn't you use that before? I didn't think I had to. As he noticed she was following him again. Why are you still following me? Mariko looked at him. I hate being scared and weak. Ryuga stopped and looked at her. I've faced hundreds of villains and beaten them. A weak little bunny took on the big boys. Right now that bunny is screaming at me to run away from you. But I don't want to do that until I can kick your ass. I won't give in to that damn bunny. Ryuga gave a devilish grin. Then fight me, whenever you feel like fighting me. Whether it be in the morning or at night, if I'm eating or sleeping, come at me. His smile frightened her, but she smiled back. You better not regret those words, cause I'm going to kick your ass. As the bunny followed the dragon into the unknown. Izuku was now making his way for another day of school. Man, yesterday was crazy, he thought as he remembered how Ryuga and Zio showed up at his school. Lucky Nezu was able to calm down Mr. Aizawa, and I didn't need to reveal everything about Ryuga. I doubt he would have enjoyed telling people his story. Hey, Izuku. Izuku turns to see Rin running towards him. Oh hey Rin, how's it going? I'm fine, how about you? Asked Rin. with Ryuga's sudden surprise visit and dealing with the teachers afterwards. Oh, it wasn't that bad. I just explained who Ryuga was and that his power was off the charts, explained Izuku as he told Rin what happened. How about you? Did anything happen to you? Rin shook his head. No, the most that happened was Mr. Tyson asked me to keep Rock Surafa with me, as he showed Izuku the bay. Izuku looked at it and then went back to Rin. Are you ready? I better be, said Rin as a sweat drop formed on his head. Tyson said if I didn't take it he'd kick my butt back to China. Izuku laughed. Yeah, I can see that. But all jokes aside, I think it's a good thing you have that bay with you. As he and Rin made it to UAS gates, for once reporter free. Things are going to get even more crazy. I hear ya, said Rin as they walked to their classes. I'll see you later. See ya. Oh, well that was quick, said Izuku to Rin, as he and the other boys from Class A made it to the locker room where the boys of Class B were currently changing into their hero costumes. Yeah, wait, are you guys going to the USJ as well? Asked Rin. Yep, said Izuku as he put his hero case in his locker ready to change. Looks like we are having a joint exercise. All right, yelled Kirishima, pumping his fist in excitement. This will be awesome. Totally, agreed Tesu. Well, it will be interesting to say the least, said Sen as he and the others from his class looked at the guys from Class A. If anything, it will allow us to show our superiority to Class A, said Monoma, getting the attention of everyone around him. Especially you, as he pointed at Izuku. You might think you're so much better than the rest of us, but I assure you we are far superi. I don't give a shit, said Izuku, cutting him off. Monoma blinked. Huh, look, I have no idea who you are, but you have no idea the hell my life has been. If you think my life has been sunshine and rainbows, then you're an idiot. I'll tell you what I told him, as he pointed a thumb at Bakugo. I don't care if I'm first or last, it's not at all a property on my list. So if you do better than me, congratulations. I don't care, I got my own shit to deal with, okay. Izuku then turned away from Monoma, ignoring him as he opened his case. All of this just got Monoma angry as he reached towards Izuku. Let's see if you ignore me when I use your own ability. Rin saw this and grabbed Monoma's hand, twisting it into an arm lock, forcing Monoma to the ground. Ah, Rin. Huh, Rin, what are you doing? Asked Tesu. Rin. Izuku looked at his friend and was about to step forward. Izuku, stop, yelled Rin. Monoma's quirk is copy. He can copy other people's quirks if he touches them. Izuku's eyes widened as he jumped backwards, hitting the lockers behind him, looking at Monoma as if he was some sort of monster. He looked like a cornered animal ready to run. What the? Everyone from his class looked at him confused. Izuku. Suddenly a wall of ice separated Izuku from Monoma and the others. Enough, we need to get moving, said Shoto before looking at Izuku, who gave him a thankful look. This must have something to do with Izuku being some sort of experiment. His powers clearly work differently than others. Chances are something bad will happen if we let his powers get copied. He would die if he touches me, said Izuku quietly but loud enough for Shoto to hear. My powers aren't for regular people. Shoto gave a nod. I see. As he looked over to see Rin release Monoma as the boy started to yell at his classmate. He could be in trouble then. Don't, I'll deal with it. But first we gotta get to class, said Izuku as he took his gear out of his case and blinked as he saw something unusual with his hoodie. Who replaced my hoodie? Oh, outside the girls were waiting at the bus waiting for the boys. I wonder what's taking the boys so long, asked Gyro. Kendo nodded her head. Yeah, I expected at least a few of them to be out here by now. Do you think something happened? Wondered Momo. What the? Said Vlad King as he and Aizawa made it to the bus. Where are the others? They should be here by now, said Aizawa as he turned to see them coming towards them. There they are. Though he noticed something with Izuku as he saw that he was wearing a tank top and holding his hoodie in his hand. He then noticed several of the boys also carrying their cases that they were supposed to leave in the locker room. Is something wrong, Mr. Aizawa? We bring terrible news, yelled Ida as he held up his case. Someone has broken into our hero cases. What? What do you mean someone broke into your cases? Asked Vlad King, now concerned. Izuku sighed. Someone broke into our hero cases. All the locks are broken, and since I was the only one you had their costume tempered with, chances are they were looking for my stuff. What they do? Asked Aizawa. Izuku held up the hoodie. They replaced my hoodie. It might look the same, but it's heavier, and for some reason there's a cartoon Tanku face on the front and Tanku ears on the hood. As Izuku flipped up the hood showing the ears, Aizawa had to pause for a moment. What? They also replaced my hero belt with a different one that also had a strange box device or something with it. As Izuku showed the box, Aizawa held up the box. So let me get this straight. Someone broke into the locker case just to give a slight costume change. I think the new hoodie is kind of cute, admitted Ochako. Don't say that, said Setsuna. The longer he's in a tank top, the better. This caused the girls to take a closer look at Izuku, causing all of them to blush. Okay, said Vlad King as he examined the broken cases. Why and who would go and break all of these cases just to give you new equipment? I did. Izuku turned his head to the voice. Meihatsu. That's right, said Mei as she skipped towards Izuku. So what do you think of my new modifications for your outfit? Izuku's eye was starting to twitch. Where's my hoodie? Oh, that old thing, I tossed it. It was just a regular hoodie after all, totally useless. I'm surprised a vigilante like yourself would walk around with something so basic. Izuku looked like he was about to explode. That was my hoodie. Well, now you got something even better. Your new hoodie is now 10 times more durable and nearly bulletproof. It even has a hidden visor in the hood and radio in the ears, she said, completely unfazed at Izuku's rage. Also, I made you a new automatic launcher for your Beyblade. You mean this thing? As Aizawa held up the box, Mei nodded. Then faster than anyone could see, Tenku flew through the box, destroying it. Whoa, my baby, yelled Mei as she turned to Izuku holding his launcher. How could you do that to my baby? You tossed out my hoodie. I'm your mechanic. I am supposed to make you the best equipment for your hero work, yelled Mei. Mei, yelled Power Loader walking towards. Why'd you suddenly run out of the classroom? Aizawa and Vlad quickly brought him up to speed. Mei, he then bowed to Izuku. I am so sorry. I'll find your hoodie and you Mei are going to detention. What? Why? Asked Mei, not understanding at all why she was in trouble. Power Loader then began to start lecturing her. Hey, Izuku, said Aizawa, getting his attention. I know it's not your regular hoodie, but could you put it on? We need to get on with class. Izuku sighed before putting the hoodie Mei made on, along with the belt. Hey Mei, can you at least tell me why you're going to such lengths to be my mechanic? Because I want to know more about Beyblades, she yelled suddenly before slapping a hand over her mouth. Beyblades, said one of the students. Bakugo narrowed his eyes. Plural as in more than one. Well, there has to be more than one. Unless you're going to tell me you're responsible for the assassination for that American congressman 10 years ago, said Mei as she looked at Izuku. No, that wasn't me, said Izuku. I don't know who it was, but I have a few ideas. Wait, are you saying that there's more of those things? Asked Vlad King. I never said I had the only one, said Izuku without hiding anything. I doubt we'll be able to keep that part quiet for long. Mei ran right up to Izuku's face. What are they made of? How do I make one? Why is it a secret? Is it true only assassins use them? Izuku didn't say anything for a second and just stared at the girl before saying one word. No. Oh, come on. The most I've got are piecing together stories I find on the dark web, yelled Mei in frustration before getting picked up by Power Loader. Enough of that, young lady, said Power Loader as he carried her away. Come on, leave them be and tell me what you did to Izuku's hoodie. Everyone on the bus, was all Aizawa said as he got on the bus. Soon everyone was on the bus heading to the USJ for rescue operation training. Oh, on the bus Izuku was sitting between Ochako and Momo, with Kendo sitting across from him with several other students looking at him and asking him questions, especially after they heard about what happened in the boys' locker room thanks to Monoma shouting. Look, can we please change the subject? This is getting crazy. Well, we're just curious, said Gyro, playing with her earphone jacks. A lot of crazy stuff has happened because of you. Izuku looked down. Yeah, I know. It's because my life is a lot more complicated than others, and it's a life I'm not exactly comfortable sharing just yet with others, he said as politely as possible. It seemed to work as a majority of the other students stopped asking him. Monoma hummed for a moment. Then how about you two? Shoto, Rin, are you two more willing to? Monoma stopped as Shoto's glare was enough to lower the temperature of the bus by a few degrees and his left side already had frost on it. Rin didn't glare, but it was clear he wasn't about to say anything anytime soon. Bakugo was not done yet. What the hell was that bit about assassins using those things? Izuku looked at him. I told you I never said I had the only bay out there and I can't control what other people do with their own bays. Bakugo smirked. I wonder how good I'd be if I had one of those, as he imagined himself crushing Izuku if he had one. Izuku gave him a look that screamed he was crazy. Rin snickered. Yeah, right. You're an idiot, said Shoto. Even though he was new to Beyblades, even he could tell they were trouble, a lot of trouble. What'd you say, icy hot? Growled Bakugo. Yeah, I wouldn't want to see that, said Gyro. With how you acting during the training session, I don't think you should have anything like that, said Tori, with how Bakugo almost blew her up, still fresh in her memory. Shut up, I quote, I'll kill you, yelled Bakugo. Momo put a hand lightly over her mouth. How vulgar. Ochako turned to Izuku. You had to grow with him. Unfortunately, yes, said Izuku, unfazed by his childhood friend's actions. You have my condolences, said Yui, who was sitting next to Kendo. You bitches wanna go, yelled Bakugo, getting out of his seat. As your class president, I'm telling you to sit down, said Izuku. Bakugo was about to argue when Kendo enlarged her fist. Sit down, we're almost to the USJ. Bakugo wanted to protest, but the glare he was getting from Aizawa was enough to tell him to shut his trap and sit down. Oh, before any of them knew it, they were at the USJ with the Hero 13 waiting for them. Hello children and welcome to the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, greeted 13. Oh my god, it's the Rescue Hero 13, whispered Ochako as she fangirled over one of her heroes. Izuku couldn't help but smile at how happy Ochako was. Aizawa walked up to 13. Hey, where's All Might? He was supposed to help out with training today. 13 scratched her helmet. Well, a villain held him up today, and I think he was fighting a villain last night cause he seemed exhausted. This caused Aizawa to raise an eyebrow. What is that supposed to mean? Asked Vlad King. Izuku's face was slowly turning green as he knew what happened last night. Izuku, are you alright? Asked Momo. You're turning green. Thank God for noise-canceling headphones, he mumbled. What? Nothing, let's get class going, said Izuku as the heroes lead them into the USJ. Inside, everyone was amazed at the size and variety of different areas inside the USJ. Here at the USJ, we'll start training you all in rescue operations and first aid, so that when you see someone in danger you can react correctly and with minimal damages to the civilians. Hey Aizawa-sensei, what's that? Asked Kirishima as he pointed down below. Izuku followed the finger, seeing a black spot near the fountain. Izuku was about to say something to his classmates before a chill went up his spine. It felt as if the gates from hell had been opened up and the most foul sinister being was closing in. He couldn't help but shake in fear. Ochako noticed this and was immediately worried. Izuku, he's here, he said slowly. He's here. What? Said Aizawa without taking his eyes off of the villains filling the central area of the USJ. He's here, screamed Rin in shock. Who are you two talking about? Asked Vlad King. 13, get the students out of here, said Aizawa loudly. Me and Vlad King will hold off the villains. Okay, said 13. All students calmly make your way to the exit. Wait, we can help, said Kirishima. Yeah, we can't just leave you two behind, argued Testesu. No, said Vlad King. You all need to leave. He's right. Everyone turned to Izuku, who stopped shaking. You guys need to get out of here. You also need to get out of here, said Aizawa as he put on his goggles and readied his bindings. Izuku ignored him. Rin, Izuku looked at the boy directly. Right now we don't have a choice here. To get everyone out safely, I'm going to need your help. Rin started breathing fast as he put his hand in his pocket and held Rock Sarafa. Holding it calmed him down a little bit, reminding him of his training. Taking one last deep breath. Okay. What? No, yelled Vlad King. Both of you go with 13 now. Sorry, that ain't happening, said Izuku as he dashed forward, jumping down the stairs. Look, it's the top kid, yelled a villain. Let it rip. As he launched Tenku down into the crowd of villains, knocking a first few down. Izuku then landed on the head of a villain before jumping off, kicking another in the head. Come on Vlad, let's go, sighed Aizawa, jumping into the fray. Right before Vlad King joined in, Rin ran past him. Rin, stop, Rin. Rin jumped into the air above the villains, getting some of their attention. Rin quickly took his launcher and bay out of his pocket. Let's go, Rock Sarafa, launching Rock Sarafa into the crowd, blasting several villains away. The sight stopped the two pro heroes and the villains. There's two of them, yelled a villain before Rock Sarafa landed and bounced off the ground, hitting a villain made of solid rock, sending him flying into the other villains. Rin landed on the villain before firing several scales at nearby villains. A villain tried to charge Rin, but Rock Sarafa hit the villain, and before it landed, Rin kicked the bay at another group of villains, taking out at least 4 villains out. Nice try, but you're fighting over 3,000 years of Chinese martial arts. Soon both bladers were joined by their hero teachers as they cleared out the area in the center. Vlad King knocked out a villain as Aizawa captured and used a villain as a wrecking ball. Izuku was jumping between villains, hitting each one with his tonfas, while Tenku knocked around several villains. Rin quickly joined Izuku as they fought back to back. Above them, their classmates watched as they fought. Are you fucking kidding me? He has 1-2-0, yelled Bakugo as he watched Rin work with his bay to take down villains. That's bullshit. All of you move away from the stairs and make your way to the exit now, ordered 13. Hell no, yelled Bakugo. I'm going down there and kicking ass. Kendo then grabbed Bakugo with her enlarged hands. Alright, let's go. Oh, well shit, said Tamura Shigaraki as he watched the group of 4 going to town on the villains in the central area. This isn't good, but what's worse, All Might isn't here. Shigaraki, do you want me to continue with the plan? Asked Kurogiri. The students are about to make their way towards the exit. Shigaraki turned to a hooded figure. Hey, you wanted to tag along. Are you going to do anything? The hooded figure didn't say anything at first, but stepped past Shigaraki, looking over the scene. Tell Kurogiri to keep the students here and send the big guy in. Shigaraki got close to the figure. Why the hell should I listen to you? Better pick your answer carefully, cause at this distance I can kill you before you make that base spin. The hooded figure kept his eyes on Izuku. For both of our sakes, we must know how strong he is. Shigaraki thought about it for a moment. Fine, we'll play it your way, Hades. For now, NOMU. A giant muscle monster with a bird-like head slowly turned to Shigaraki. Kill them, Nama roared, getting everyone's attention. The students fleeing stopped and looked at what was happening, and the villains got out of the way as the massive giant rushed forward, not caring who or what was in his way. Namu knocked aside several villains before jumping and landing in between the group of 4. Holy shit, yelled Mina as she and the other students looked down to see the fight. Oh crap, yelled Gerudo as another portal opened up at the exit, sending villains through. We got incoming. Finally, said Bakugo, jumping out of Kendo's hands and attacking the villains. Izuku landed on his feet with a skid. He looked up and saw what it was. A Namu. This thing is Namu. As Rin looked at the creature, but this thing looks nothing like the one back in China. Wait, you know what this thing is? Asked Vlad King. Any weaknesses? Asked Aizawa as the Namu stared back at them. No, said Izuku, dashing their hopes. All Namu are different. No two are the same. It's a genetic monster made up of several different quirks. It's not living, so don't hesitate to kill it. Namu rushed forward with blinding speed, grabbing hold of Aizawa's arm and swinging the man into the air. Before it could slam him into the ground, Tenku flew through the Namu's arm, severing it. Aizawa reacted quickly, using his capture tool to bind the Namu and pulling it down. Enough for Vlad King to give it a blood punch to the face. The Namu reeled back before Rock Surafa slammed it into the ground. Did we get him? Asked Rin before the Namu jumped out of its crater. Oh fuck. The Namu stood up before its arm grew back. Are you shitting me? Said Izuku before he came up with a plan. Aizawa, Vlad King, get up close and hit it. Me and Rin will cover you by cutting the arms off. Before he turned to Rin. Focus on using the bear axe attack. Break the ground. Rin nodded as he ordered Rock Surafa to come down and use the bear axe to cut off Namu's limbs. Aizawa and Vlad King moved in close and started hitting the Namu. For a moment it looked like the heroes had the Namu taken care of, as each time it tried to hit either Aizawa and Vlad King, its arms would get cut off and the Namu didn't have enough thinking capacity to think of a new strategy. Let it rip. A dark ball shot between the heroes and the Namu, sending the two heroes back to Izuku and Rin. It looks like I'll play a little bit, said Hades as the hood and cloak fell down to the ground, revealing a dark full-face helmet on his head, a black jacket with dark black gloves and pants. Izuku glared at the man. Hades, who's that? Asked Denki from above. I have no idea, but he looks edgy as hell, said Siro. Hey, can you guys stop and help us with these guys? Yelled Sen before hitting another villain. Izuku, said Hades before pausing. You know, this is the first time we are meeting, but it feels like we've known each other for years. Tenku moved in front of Izuku. Well, I can't deny I have been waiting to kick your ass for years. The dark ball moved in front of Hades, showing it to be a pure black bay. Hades chuckled. Fascinating, you and I are so much alike. We are nothing alike, said Izuku as he looked around. I got to stall. I don't think I can beat him. I need to keep him talking until the others get out of here. Nothing alike, you say? Hades couldn't help but give a dry laugh. Let's see here. We're both experiments of Hisashi Midoriya. We're both designed to be killing machines. Weapons of choice are Beyblades. And if memory serves correctly, you've already killed with yours. What? Said those who heard it. Izuku was frozen as he remembered. It was something he could never forget. The body, the blood. He was only 7 years old at the time. Izuku wept in front of a body in a deserted alleyway. The tears wouldn't stop. He didn't have a choice. Maybe if he was stronger. Izuku, said a voice. The boy turned to see a man in a red coat with red spiky hair. Sakayo. I didn't. Sakayo looked past Izuku and saw the body and realized what happened. He quickly went to Izuku and put his coat around him. Izuku. The man paused, trying to find the words. We need to get out of here now, okay? Izuku couldn't say anything. He was in shock at what had happened. He couldn't even make a physical response. Sakayo saw this and quickly wrapped the boy up before picking him off the ground. He turned to see his friend Takanosuke looking at the scene. We need to go now. Takanosuke nodded before they ran far away from the scene. They kept running until they found a nice bench to lay Izuku on. How is he? In shock, but it looks like he's resting now, said Sakayo, but he was wrong. Izuku was still awake. I can't believe it. What type of monster would put two little kids against each other like that? Said Takanosuke. That kid Izuku was fighting couldn't have been older than him. One that must die. Sakayo. I don't care what society or Zyra would say. If I ever find that bastard Hisashi, I'm going to kill him, said Sakayo with rage in his voice. No child should have to live like this. That boy's blood is on his hands and I'll make sure he gets what's coming to him. That was the last thing Izuku remembered before his exhaustion got the better of him. Izuku shook his head, bringing him back to the present. He tried to kill me and I tried my good damn best not to do it. But you still did it. There is blood on your hands just like mine, said Hades. Izuku laughed. Your hands are drenched in blood. You killed several without any remorse. Hell, I doubt you had any hesitation when you killed Hisashi. Hades was silent for a moment. That man was denying what was mine. He kept saying it would go to his masterpiece, that you would be his gift to his master. He wanted to give all that power to someone destined to be a mindless puppet. Izuku put on a smile. Let me guess, he didn't like it when he found out his puppet cut his strings. It doesn't matter anymore. You and the other runaways will die, said Hades as he raised his hand, as it started glowing with a dark energy. Let's cover this place with blood. He threw the energy at his bay, which spun faster before shooting hundreds of energy bullets into the air that changed directions like homing missiles. Izuku instincts told him to dodge, but with his kinetic vision he could tell none of them were aiming at him or any of the other heroes. What the? He and the other heroes watch as the bullets hit the villains that circled them, blowing the heads off each and every single one. Huh, none of you will get in the way of our fight. As Hades Bay flew around the field killing every villain, sliced several, shooting through them like a tiny buzzsaw. No, stop, yelled a villain as they saw the bay coming towards them. Rin jumped between them with Rock Serafa. Solid iron wall as the bays collided. Rock Serafa was pushed back to Rin, who raised his arms and covered them with his scales. The dark bay blasted Rin and Rock Serafa back. Rin, are all right? Asked Izuku. Rin breathed for a moment. Yeah, I'm still good. Oh, as Hades analyzed Rin. You must be from that temple in China. Well, this makes things interesting. Before they could continue, Shigaraki came up from behind Hades and kicked him in the head. What the fuck are you doing? Hades put a hand on his head. You have 3 seconds to apologize now. Shigaraki didn't back down. Have you forgotten who's in charge of this operation? Me, and how dare you kill our soldiers? We need them to kill All Might. Time's up. As Hades' Beyblade jumped at Shigaraki at high speed, Shigaraki's arm then glowed with dark energy as he hit the bay out of the air. You're not the only one to have an arrangement, moron. With a quick swipe of his hand, the ground between them broke into chunks of rock. Stop, both of you, said Kurogiri as he appeared between them. The master wants both of you not to fight. We are here to fight the heroes, not amongst ourselves. The heroes watched as the villains fought amongst themselves, and with the two arguing, the Namu was too confused as to what it should do next. Well, this worked better than I thought. Hang on to something, said Izuku to the others. Tenku began to glow a bright green. It took a while to build up, but it's now or never. The villains looked over at Tenku as they watched it glow. What is he? Hades stopped as he felt something on his boots. He looked down and noticed that there was now a layer of water over the ground. Water. The bear axe attacks. They were breaking the ground to rupture the pipes underneath. What? Asked Shigaraki. I can't beat you yet, Hades. Even I can admit that, but I can at least blow you away, said Izuku as the water began to rise. Tenku Draciel style. Big kahuna. The water suddenly burst from the ground, flooding the building. Everyone panicked for a moment as they all were suddenly submerged in water. Relax, breathe, yelled Rin, making them all realize even though they were underwater they could still somehow breathe. What? How? Asked Vlad King. More importantly, what the hell is that? Asked Aizawa as giant shadow appeared behind Izuku. The shadow was massive and almost appeared as if it wouldn't fit inside the building. Hades eyed the creature as it made a sound similar to that of a whale, the legendary bit beast. Draciel, time to blow you away, said Izuku as he pulled his arm back and the shadow mimicked his movements. Wave crash as both he and Draciel swiped their hands, causing a massive current to send the villains flying towards the ceiling of the USJ. Kurogiri, yelled Shigaraki. The portal man opened a portal, grabbing both Shigaraki and Hades. Namu, kill him, he said before disappearing. Hades watched Izuku as he disappeared in the portal. Well done, Izuku, but don't think it will be that easy next time. Everyone watched as something smashed into the ceiling. Eat shit, assholes, said Izuku before the water receded, leaving Izuku laying on the ground next to a very wobbly Tenku. Izuku, are you alright? Asked Rin, who went to check up on Izuku. I'm not really all that injured, but that last attack took a lot out of me, admitted Izuku. Aizawa blew a sigh of relief before looking at Izuku. Hey, problem child, no more bullshit. After this you need to tell us everything. Vlad King looked up at the other students. Are you kids all right? He yelled. Yes, sir, yelled Kendo. The villains that we were fighting gave up when they saw that Hades guy kill the other villains. We've secured them, thanks to 13. Good. UA should have noticed something wrong and send help by now. Izuku pocketed Tenku before pulling out his phone. Mercy. The authorities have been contacted and the heroes are on their way. In fact, I was able to send a message out right before my connection was cut, so someone should be here now. Smash. The four looked to see the Namu had jumped back inside the building and rushed at Izuku. Before they could defend Izuku, something flew over their heads, punching the Namu. I'm sorry I'm late, but have no fear, for I am here, yelled All Might. Took you long enough, said Izuku as he looked up at All Might. Sorry about that. I guess I'm running a little slow in my old age. Ha, said All Might, making a slight joke before getting serious as he looked at the Namu. Izuku is the villain that attacked all of you. One of several, said Izuku, standing up and dusting himself off. We can handle the small cannon fodder, just deal with the big guy. Izuku looked around and only saw only a few villains still wanted to fight. Not like we have a lot to deal with now. Very well, I will entrust the rest of them to you, said All Might as he squared off against the Namu. This one is mine. The Namu roared and charged at All Might. Throwing powerful punches at the hero, All Might returned the blows. Strong, but not enough. As All Might started putting more power into his punches, slowly pushing the Namu back. Izuku then turned to Vlad King and Aizawa. Come on, we should wrap up the other villains while All Might is dealing with the Namu. As All Might tossed Namu across the central area of the USJ. Rin, can you still fight? Yeah, said Rin, rubbing his arms where he blocked Hades' Beyblade from killing another villain. Me and Rock Sarafa are still able to continue. Aizawa sighed. As a teacher, I should be telling you two to go back with the others, but right now we could use the help. Just this once though, said Vlad King firmly. Don't expect us to be so lenient after this. Let's move then. As Izuku loaded Tenku into his launcher, as they ran towards the group of villains that still had the will to fight, All Might was going blow to blow with the Namu. You are a tough one, I'll give you that, but you aren't enough to take me on. The Namu didn't respond and kept trying to punch All Might. Though All Might noticed that the Namu was slowing down, I see you have the ability of shock absorption, not shock nullification. You're slowing down. As All Might realized he was running out of time. I need to push it myself. I need to go beyond. As All Might cocked his fist back and threw one massive punch. Plus Ultra. United States of Smash. Everything stopped as they all turned to see the Namu get sent flying again. This time being sent through the ceiling of the USJ, but this time it was clear that it was sent flying miles away. Izuku turned to see All Might standing victorious and couldn't help but smile. Nice job, old man, he shouted over to All Might. All Might laughed. Thanks, and I hate to admit it, you're right. Back in my heyday I would have ended that fight in only a few blows. But this time it took well over 100 mighty blows to defeat this villain. Hey, you think you still got a few blows left? Of course, young Madara. You hear that? As Izuku turned to the remaining villains. You still want to fight us, now that All Might is good to join in, or are you going to do the smart thing and surrender with your bones intact? The villains hesitated for a moment before everyone heard a gunshot near the entrance. For a moment Izuku thought a villain had a gun. But then he saw it was Snipe, with the other teachers from UA along with Principal Nezu. Have no fear everyone, said Principal Nezu. The cavalry is here. Many villains surrendered at the sight of the other teachers. Those that still wanted to fight were quickly dealt with. As the other teachers went to work, Aizawa caught up with Izuku. Okay kid, when we get back to the school, you're explaining everything and no bullshit this time. Izuku sighed. Fine, let me just make a phone call first. As Izuku pulled out his phone. Kai is not going to like this. Oh, Kai arrived at UA with Natsu in tow, along with some people hauling equipment inside. For a moment Natsu was tempted to look around. Come on, said Kai. Izuku is waiting on us. Right, said Natsu as he followed the old blader inside. As Natsu moved through the halls he saw that new windows were being put up after Zeus Cerberus destroyed them. After that, they made their way through to a series of small presentation rooms, and in the big one, all the teachers and the students of classes 1A and 1B were gathered. Shoto turned to see his brother, Natsu, before he noticed Kai, Mr. Hiwatari, as he gave Kai a bow. How are you? I'm doing fine, said Natsu. Mr. Hiwatari, on the other hand, I'd rather not be here, but it seems that someone couldn't keep a secret. As Kai looked at Izuku, who was sitting at the front of the room. I thought you wanted this to stay quiet. Oh, trust me, I did, said Izuku honestly. But I made the agreement with Principal Nezu and All Might, and I'm going to hold up my end of the bargain. It's time. Izuku, who's the old guy? Asked Kirishima. Izuku was going to respond, but Kai stepped forward and glared at Kirishima. Care to try that question again, young man? Kirishima shrank under his glare, but he didn't answer. Momo did. You're Kai Hiwatari, one of the richest men in the country. That is correct, young lady, said Kai. And I am here to shed some light on the situation. But before that, I am going to warn you now, this information should not be spread carelessly. Yeah, we know, geezer, said Bakugo with no respect at all. The mouse and All Might just got done telling us how important this information is, so can you hurry up? Kai eyed Bakugo. You must be the brat Tyson told me about. You're even ruder than he described. Bakugo flinched at the mention of Tyson. You're friends with that shitty old man. The temperature in the room began to rise, as did Kai's anger. Tyson might settle with simply knocking you around, but I assure you, I won't be so lenient, you brat. Bakugo was ready to jump out of his seat, but Kirishima and Denki grabbed him and pulled him down. Izuku stepped between them while Natsu gave an apologetic bow to everyone else on behalf of his new boss. Nezu, seeing this, clapped his hands. How about we move on, shall we, on why we are all here? The principal's right, said Izuku, directing Kai away from the Bakugo into the front of the room. But before that, let me ask you all a question. Where do quirks come from? Does anyone have any theories about that? The room was silent. What the fuck kind of question is that? Asked Bakugo. No one knows where quirks come from, Genis. Well, if Izuku is asking, then he might know, said Ochako. It should be human evolution, right? Asked Kendo. Many in the room agreed with this answer. That is the best theory so far, said Yui. But it's going to be something ridiculous, isn't it? Said Aizawa. Wait, it isn't going to be something like magic, suggested Present Mike. Magic isn't real, is it? No, said Izuku. That's close to the truth, but we aren't telling the absolute truth today. Setsuna laughed at Present Mike's suggestion. Yeah, right, if magic exists. Then what gave us quirks? Some dark demon. Impossible, said Ida. It has to be something grounded in science, some form of mutation. Is it the star theory? Asked Pony in her best Japanese. Star theory? What's that? Asked Vlad King. It's a theory about the falling stars giving us quirks. According to my grandpa, years before the first quirked person was born, several shooting stars and meteorites fell from the sky giving us quirks. Monoma burst out laughing while pointing a finger at Pony. That's utterly ridiculous. I never knew Americans had such a stupid idea. Izuku leaned forward to the idiot. Hey, Monoma, she's right. Huh, come again. Quirks came from space, said Izuku before pulling out Tanku. And these are the proof of that. This just made some more looks of confusion from the room. I'll take it from here, said Kai. I guess I should begin with my grandfather, Voltaire Hiwatari. He was obsessed with power and trying to uncover where quirks came from, to control them. That's when he discovered the origin, meteorites, very special meteorites, ones that would react to people's quirks. Oh, I get it, yelled Mina jumping out of her chair. Those top thingies are made from the meteors. That's correct. As Kai signaled Natsu to hit a button on the computer, turning on the boards behind them and showing a picture of a meteor being turned into a Beyblade. Beyblades were forged out of the same meteors that gave humanity quirks ages ago. Whoa, seriously? Then why is it a top? Asked Tesu. That doesn't make sense to me. The meteorite reacts to quirks in a person's quirk factor, said Izuku. When that happens, the meteorite begins to generate energy to the point that it might explode. To make sure it stays stable, they had to change its shape. The screen behind them then changed to several pictures, a metal ball, a wheel, and a prototype Beyblade. At first my grandfather tired a ball, said Kai as the screen played an old video of a ball bouncing around destroying everything. It kept the metal from combusting, but it was unstable, uncontrollable. Next they tired a wheel. The screen then showed a wheel circling a scientist. It worked quite well, but there were still some issues keeping it steady for study. It's only when it fell on its side did they get the right idea. A top, said Momo without realizing it getting their attention. If the top feeds off of someone's quirk factor, then it can gain and burn power simultaneously while it spins. And since it's a top, it can stay in place. Correct again, young lady, said Kai. With the correct shape, they were able to fully examine the powers of the meteorite. They soon discovered that not only does it feed off of someone's quirk factor, but it also gains powers of its own. To be honest, there is still much we have yet to uncover about the power of the meteorites. As the others digested the information, Ochako slowly stood up. Okay, but what does this have to do with Izuku? As she looked at Izuku directly. How do you connect with all of this? Izuku let out a breath before looking at Kai, who nodded. Hisashi Midoriya. Before he died, he succeeded where my grandfather failed. In the end, my grandfather couldn't harness the power of the meteorites. But he did pave the way. One way or another, his research got out and bays slowly made their way out around the world, to those who were compatible with them. One thing you all must understand is that Beyblades can't be used by anyone. There are only a few people on the planet that are compatible with each of them. Kai then took out Dranzer and showed everyone. I am the only one in the world that can use this Bey. If anyone else tries to use it, either the quirk factor will bounce back and harm the individual, or it will spin like a normal top. Wait, go back, said Aizawa. Hisashi Midoriya is Izuku's father, right? What do you mean he succeeded? The arrangement, said Izuku. That's how. Oh, arrangement, said a very beat-up Mirko who was resting against a tree. For the past few days she has done nothing but try to attack Ryuga with almost no success. That's what made you. Ryuga, who was sitting up in the tree eating an apple. Yeah, it was originally designed to improve one's controls with their Bey. But that bastard Hisashi found a way to use it to alter someone's quirk to fit a Bey. So more people could use Beyblades. That and to alter people's quirks and their quirk factor. As he took a bite out of the apple. So he could just make it so anybody could wield a Beyblade. Even yours. No, the thing about the arrangement is that it's deadly and the pain alone could kill someone. You have to be one tough bastard to survive. Even then there wasn't a very high chance it would work. So you would have to be crazy as hell to agree to it. As Mirko thought it over, who the hell would be crazy enough to accept that? Ryuga threw the apple core to the ground. Some didn't have a choice. The thing about the arrangement is that the odds of success improve the younger the subject is, and with no volunteers, he had to make one. Oh, me, said Izuku looking at his classmates and friends. With no one crazy enough to accept it and his boss telling him to get results. He made a test subject all on his own. A few weeks after I was born, my father took me away claiming I was having breathing problems and I had to be taken to the hospital. In reality, he put me through the arrangement, altering me for his sick experiment. Achako looked on the verge of tears after hearing this. Kendo looked like she wanted to punch something. Momo looked sick to her stomach along with several others who had similar reactions. I was his prototype to making the perfect blader. As he looked down at Tanku, he tricked my mom just so she could give birth to his perfect weapon. Wait a minute. Bakugo got everyone's attention as he looked at Izuku. What about your quirk? No, you've never used a quirk. You're quirkless, aren't you? Izuku smiled at him. That's right, I'm quirkless. What? Shouted a few. I think they need a demonstration, said Natsu as he showed a strange machine with 2 hoops on the top. Shoto, would you mind coming down here for a second? Shoto got up and went to his brother. This machine right here is Quirk Factor Scanner. You put your arm in like so. As Natsu put his arm in, the machine beeped before a hologram showing Natsu's Quirk Factor appeared, 616. And it tells you how high your quirk factor is. Shoto then put his arm into the hoops, getting 520. Is that good? Not really, it depends on the quirk. Before Natsu looked to the crowd. You can have a quirk factor of 1000, but if your quirk is just having zoomed vision, it doesn't do much for you. Izuku then stepped forward. But Izuku's a special case. Izuku put his hand through the hoops. As he did, the numbers started to rise and keep rising. Error, error, error. Quirk factor unreadable, quirk factor unreadable. Izuku quickly pulled his arm out before jumping back. After a moment he did nothing but stare at the machine. It didn't explode. No, as Kai put a hand on the machine. After the last few machines blew up, I made sure to invest in some safety features. That's a nice change of pace. I was getting annoyed with how much those were blowing up in my face, said Izuku before turning back to everyone else. So pretty much I am nothing but quirk factor. I guess you could say my body was turned into a raw quirk. That means you stay far as hell away from him. Monoma, said Rin to the copy boy. Monoma raised an eyebrow. Why ye? Izuku shook his head. Monoma, I am raw quirk. You copy quirk, meaning you scan a fraction of someone's quirk factor. I make these machines explode on the regular. The last time someone with a copy quirk touched me, they literally explode. Monoma then began to sweat as he realized what would happen if he tried to copy Izuku's power. And since it isn't a stockpile quirk, all that power might flood him, and without that right body, it would kill him. I see. Please stay away from me. Wait, so you're a human quirk battery, said Minta. That doesn't sound so bad. What the hell, I thought we were about to hear some sort of tragic backstory, but you're just fine. You were experimented on so long ago. You don't even remember it, and thanks to that you can wield a power almost no one else can. Why are you complaining? Almost instantly everyone glared at Minta. Are you serious? Screamed Kendo. Izuku was robbed of his quirk and made into a weapon by his own father. Minta looked nervous before trying to hide behind his hands. Yeah, but it's not like his father can do anything now. He's dead, right? So everything should be good. Aside from the fact that there are now several people out there with the power to wield Beyblades, said Aizawa. And I doubt many of them are on our side. That statement is very true, said Nezu. With Hisarshi's experiment, many of the Beyblades that were collecting dust have users now. With the knowledge alone of the arrangement and the meteors will cause trouble, more will arrive soon like Midoriya. Principal Nezu is right, said All Might. Hisashi used Izuku like a guinea pig for much bigger experiments. He may be gone, but his experiments still live, some of which are as young as you. As he pointed at the crowd, earning several surprised looks. I was just the start. That guy you all saw earlier today. Hades is the same age as. He was born into Hisashi's program, like several others I fought. Before he died, he found other ways to expand the project to include others that were younger than adults. Natsuo looked away for a moment as he knew he was one of them. I've fought quite a few of them. Why didn't you go to the police? Asked Ida. You've clearly known about this for a long time. Why didn't you go to the police or a hero to handle this? It's complicated, said Izuku. And while my secrets are coming out, it's All Might's place to talk about all for one. How is it complicated? You could have found someone to handle this. Your father has done several heinous acts of villain, and you should have reported it to the proper authorities. Ida, you have no idea how big this situation is, okay? Said Izuku, getting agitated. I didn't want to get any of you involved in this. Then why are you here? Asked Ida. If you're the one Hades is after, then you're doing nothing but endangering the rest of us. I had no idea he would show up, Izuku shot back. I didn't know any of this would happen. I thought I would die before meeting him. Wait, that would be the sound strategy, said Nezu. But it seems that Hades isn't one to be patient. Patient? What are you saying? Is someone else trying to kill Midoriya? Kid, there's several people trying to kill Izuku, but age will most likely get him first, said Kai, earning more confused looks. The arrangement does give one power, but it heavily damages the body. Izuku will most likely die before he turns 20. This realization rocked the room as they turned to Izuku. The Namu, he said, a genetic weapon made from a human being. Hisashi's original plan was to wait until my body started to break down before turning me into a mindless puppet, a Namu for his master. That is what I was supposed to become, and several other kids that got the arrangement at a young age. That's their only choice for survival. That's also another reason why UA and the government have tried to keep this quiet. As the principal stood up on All Might's shoulder, many of the experiments and criminals that we're talking about don't have much of a choice because they are kids just like most of you here. Ochako looked horrified. Then is there any way to save Izuku and the others? Because this all started with my grandfather. I have been working to find a fix for those like Izuku, said Kai as he turned to Izuku. I even have a new drug that might help stabilize their condition. It will at least take the pain away and might add 5 years to your life. Cool, said Izuku unenthusiastic. I'll try it. Less pain sounds great. Aizawa stepped forward. I know Izuku's condition is bad but how many experiments are we talking about here? I'm the first, said Izuku, so as many as he could make between my birth and roughly 4 years ago, when Hades killed him. You have no idea then, as Aizawa feared the worst. So there could be an entire army of people with modified quirks that can use those Beyblades. Not quite. While there are several Beyblades out there, the art of making new ones is very limited, explained Kai as several other pictures appeared on the screen. Finding a meteorite is one thing, but you have to make it stable and forge it into the correct shape. The process of all this is quite extreme. As Kai was explaining everything, Momo noticed a picture of the atomic structure of the finished Beyblade. Curiosity got the better of her and she activated her quirk, though activating her quirk got the attention of those around her. Hey, Momo, what are you doing? Asked Gyro. Momo opened her hand, revealing a finished Beyblade. Whoa, did you just make a Beyblade? Asked Toru. Momo, shouted Izuku as he saw the Beyblade in her hand. Momo looked at him for a second before looking back down as the top began to slowly spin in her hand. It was at this point she felt something very wrong. Her body felt a painful sensation. Before she could figure out why, she coughed up blood that hit the Beyblade in her hand, splattering her blood on those around her. Momo heard their screams but couldn't say anything as she fell out of her chair, her body spasming as she felt her quirk activate. She began making several small objects from all over her body at an uncontrollable rate. Spoons, dolls, pens, and other objects came flying out of her. As all this was happening, she noticed that the Beyblade she made was picking up speed. Dranzer, shouted Kai as his Beyblade flew through the crowd with precision and hit the out-of-control Bey into the air before Dranzer slammed it into the wall above them in a small, controlled fiery tornado. Momo quickly regained control of her quirk as she curled herself in the fetal position as Izuku and her friends checked on her and sat the girl up. Izuku whipped the blood off of her mouth with his sleeve. Calm down, it's all right. Rin ran up to the wall where the Bey Momo made was stuck. I don't get it, he said as he grabbed the Bey and ripped it from the wall. She made it and she wasn't compatible with it. Compatible, said Midnight, confused. Aizawa was starting to understand. Is that what happens when someone uses a Beyblade when they're not compatible with it? Yes, said Kai before turning to Natsuo. Secure it. Natsuo nodded before taking the Bey and putting it into Kai's briefcase. It's locked. Don't underestimate the power of a Beyblade. Principal Nezu. They are made of the same metal that gave humanity quirks. They must be treated carefully. This is insane, said Denki as he looked at Momo. So aliens gave us quirks, why? Izuku turned to Denki and gave him a look that asked if he was crazy. Aliens? Natsuo put a hand on Denki's shoulder. Kid, we're talking about meteorites, not aliens. But these things came from space, right? How do we know that aliens didn't send these rocks to Earth in the first place? Natsuo opened his mouth but shut it as he didn't have an answer. He turned to his boss, who shrugged. That is a theory, I guess. Let's leave the conspiracy theories for now, said All Might. We should focus on the here and now. From the sounds of it, we have a secret war that's about to be not so secret, said Aizawa. It's going to be the next big news, said Present Mike. Nezu gave a nod. Modified quirks, weapons made of quirk metal, and human experimentation. We are telling you all this today to not only explain today's events but to also warn you all about the dangers to come. The world is about to go through a massive shift, so you have to ask yourselves if you can step up to this challenge. Either way, we ask you that you all stay quiet about this, said Kai. The fewer people that know about all this, the better. People can be incredibly stupid at times and we want to keep the peace. Oh, Ryuga looked down at Mirko. Just stop, you're beaten up. We can spar again tomorrow. No, said Mirko as she slowly pushed herself up. If what a fraction of what you just told me is true, then I need to kick it up a notch. I got to be ready for what's coming. Ryuga couldn't help but smile. I like your spirit. I wish more your drive. Mirko smiled. I'm a hero. To be a hero you got to know when to push it. Ryuga's smile disappeared. What's with that look? I've seen many heroes, but a lot of them are more interested in a paycheck than actually holding up the law. Then look forward to the next big fight, cause it will show the real heroes from the other. When faced with adversity, the real heroes will push forward no matter what. Plus Ultra, huh? Oh, Natsuo was taking a look around UA when he saw Shoto walking towards him. Oh hey bro, how are you doing? Any of your friends thinking about quitting? Shoto shook his head. No, it seems that they all are agreeing to keep things quiet for now and none of them are leaving the school. That's good. Even though Shoto barely showed emotions, he could tell something was off. What's wrong? Shoto was quiet for a moment. The arrangement that shortened Izuku's life, is that same for you? Not to the same extent, but yeah, said Natsuo, confirming Shoto's fear. Izuku had his whole quirk altered so he can be nothing but a giant quirk factor. I just had enough adjustment to improve my connection with Gemios, though my chances of living past 60 are slim. What about Rin or Mr. Hiwatari? They're both naturally compatible with their bays. They won't have any issues like me or Izuku. As Natsuko comforted his brother. Don't worry, Kai has been working on a way to help Izuku for a while now, and I will have lived a full life by the time I'm 60. So don't worry, I'll be just fine. Natsuko then noticed Izuku walking away from the building. And someone else needs a lot more help than me. Shoto understood what Natsuko was saying. He has worse than us. Natsuko nodded as Shoto walked towards Izuku. Izuku, where are you going? Izuku stopped and turned to Shoto. I'm heading home. We got an extended weekend cause of all this, and I've spilled enough of my guts for one day. You have internal injuries. What? No, it's just a saying for that you've just talked too much. Haven't you heard it before? No, I haven't. I see. There was a long awkward pause between them. Is there something else you need? Are we friends? Izuku blinked for a second, making sure he heard right. That's a stupid question. Of course, we are. Why do you ask? Sorry, I never had friends before. Holy shit, dude, said Izuku before thinking what to do. How's your hand-to-hand combat? To be honest, I have none. He said honestly. For most of his life he would just use his quirk and nothing else. Let's fix that. I meet up with Rin at Tyson's dojo if you want to join in. Sure. Alright, then I'll see you this weekend after I deal with some stuff, said Izuku before leaving. We need to get stronger before our enemies do. Though, what the hell was that? As Shigaraki threw a chair at Hades, who simply blocked the furniture. Shigaraki then used this as a chance to get close to almost touching Hades before his Beyblade got between them. Shigaraki batted the top away but opened himself up as Hades kicked him in the gut. Tamura skidded back but took destroyed part of Hades' pant leg. My pants, you son of a... Enough, roared Kurogiri, getting between them. Move, I need to kill him, seethed Shigaraki. You are the one that will die here, replied Hades. That's enough, said a new voice, causing the two to look over a TV screen. Both of you will calm down. While today might have been a failure, you two got a chance to see your opponent, Midoriya's boy. In time I want both of you to prepare. He will not sit idle, he will get stronger, and so will both of you, and you will do it together. Am I understood? Yes, master, they both said with a bow. Good, said all for one. Soon both of you will have the power to destroy. Izuku sighed as he looked out over the sea, feeling a little bit bad about what he was about to do, but he knew it needed to happen. Izuku was currently at Dagoba Beach waiting for a few others to arrive. Izuku then looked over and saw the three girls he called, Ochako, Momo, and Kendo. Hey, how are you three doing? Said Izuku, greeting them with a smile. The three stopped and looked at him. Izuku, why'd you call the three of us here? Asked Ochako. Izuku sighed as he looked at each of them. He could tell that each of them somewhat knew why he'd called them here. Okay, I'm going to get straight to the point. I'm not an idiot. I know you three like me, and I mean like me more than just a friend, but that can't happen. We can't be more than friends. Why not? Said Kendo, clearly heated and hurt by the statement. I'm dying, said Izuku, staying calm. He had predicted that he would be angry with him. Before Kai brought me his new medicine, I was going to die in 5 years. Even with the new stuff, 10 years is almost going to be impossible for me. I was born to be a weapon, and anyone who is near me is a target. Being in love with me will only bring you all pain. Momo stepped forward with a single tear in her eye. Just because you are dying doesn't mean you can't spend the time you have left with others around you. Izuku was quiet for a moment. Momo, I can't do that, and can you really say you love me? All I did was save you, years ago. Can you really call the love? It's more than that, said Kendo as she stepped forward. Sure, it may have started like that, but we care for you. I saw how amazing you were. I want to know you better. Look, Kendo, I can't. I would just bring pain to any girl I date, not just you. They would be targeted and eventually they would be left alone, said Izuku, not backing down. I couldn't do that to you guys. Then you do care about us, said Ochako. Of course I do. It's why I have to keep you guys away so you don't get hurt, said Izuku. Honestly, the more I think about, I should have just stayed out of UA altogether, he added, hoping it would drive his point home. Ochako thought for a moment. Then what if you dated all three of us? Izuku's brain ground to a halt, with a wrench jammed into the gears. Kendo turned a bright shade of red as she stared at Ochako. Wait, what, you want all of us to date Izuku? I like you, girls, as friends, but I don't think I can do that. All three of us date Izuku, Momo repeated as the thought ran through her head. That would be a perfect idea. Izuku's head started spinning. What? Think about it. If we all dated you, then we wouldn't be on our own, not to mention it might even throw off those who are after you. It would also mean that if you do die, which is something we are going to stop, but if it does happen, then we can all comfort each other. That ... you can't. I mean, Izuku's head was full of too much steam to properly think before he looked at Kendo, who was looking at him with a fully flushed face. Look, if I can't date one of you, what makes you think I can date all of you? He looked at Kendo, hoping she would back him, but that wasn't why she was looking at him. She was looking at him because it seemed to be breaking through to him. It was such a shocking idea. It may actually get through to him. Kendo gave the best flirting smile she could. Oh, what's wrong? Does the big bad top not think he can handle 3 girls? Izuku could believe what he was hearing. It could be real. There was no way this was actually real life. I have to be dreaming. That was the only conclusion he could come up with. Right. Oh, so that's what happened, said Izuku as he recounted today's earlier events to Tyson, Rin, and Shoto, who came by to train in hand-to-hand combat. The 4 of them were currently sitting in the middle of Tyson's dojo. They all looked at him wide-eyed. You are so lucky that Mei is out with Mrs. Granger, or else she would be giving you a huge earful, said Rin, as imagined how his mentor would react with her prior history of dealing with a womanizer. Well, I can't really say I've ever had that problem myself, said Tyson as he tried to come up with some sort of advice to help out, but he was drawing a blank. My wife was really the only woman in my life, and I doubt Hillary would be okay with such an idea. To be honest, I don't think I would even want something like that. Really? Oh yeah, my wife is one hell of a woman. I doubt I could handle any more. Those early years were exhausting to say the least, as he remembered when they first started dating. Don't get me wrong, I loved those days, but her fiery temper was something else. That did not help Izuku as he looked at the last person in the room. Shoto had no idea what to do. I got nothing. I've never really been interested in having a girlfriend. Seriously? Rin couldn't believe it, with the number of girls that he's heard talk about him. Don't be too surprised, Rin, said Tyson. There's several youngsters out there more focused on their goals than getting a relationship. I know a few people who started like that. Ain't no shame focusing on your goals while you're young. After that, there was a brief pause. So any advice or ideas to my dating problem? Not really, said Rin. I'm afraid not, kiddo. My expertise is in battling, not romance, said Tyson. Shoto just simply shook his head. I have no idea. The best I can say is call someone who might know a thing or two about dating. Do you know anyone our age that has dated multiple girls before? Izuku's face twisted as only one person came to mind. I don't wanna. Not him, anyone but him, please. Oh, the butler moved lively as he walked through the halls of the European mansion, with a cell phone on a fancy tray as he entered one of the many parlors of the mansion, where a young man was playing the piano with 2 others watching. One was a piano instructor, the other an elderly gentleman. The elders, an old-looking gentleman who despite his age still had a full set of hair and good skin for his age in a casual suit, noticed the butler and signaled for the boy to stop. Yes, Mario, what is it? The butler bowed. Forgive the intrusion, Master Giancarlo, but your grandson has a phone call. Oh, is it a lady? Asked Enrique concerned. No, young master, said the butler, dashing the boy's hope. Then tell them to forget it. As the boy got ready to start playing again. I ain't interested unless it's a pretty girl. The young man said that you would say that, said the butler, getting their attention. The young man on the phone is an Izuku Midoriya from Japan. The boy Tyson trained, said Enrique Senner as he remembered his old rival/friend from Japan. Enrique Jr. paused for a moment as he thought for a moment why Izuku would call the manor directly instead of just calling his grandfather or uncle, and that only left one conclusion as he jumped out of his chair and snatched the phone from the tray. Okay, Izuku, what's her name? Izuku didn't say a word as he already regretted the call. This was a mistake. Oh, come on, buddy. Don't be like that, said Enrique, overjoyed already by this conversation. Come tell me all the details, brother. By the way, is your mom still single? No, my mom has a boyfriend now, and stop fucking asking about her, roared Izuku over the phone. Okay, relax, said Enrique. What do you need, my friend? Izuku took a deep breath. How do you date multiple girls? Enrique froze as he slowly removed the phone from his ear and checked the caller ID, making sure it was indeed Izuku's number, before returning it to his ear. Who the fuck are you, language boy? Said his grandfather as he also leaned close to the phone, curious. It's me, moron, Izuku. Yeah, but Izuku wouldn't say something so strange. A lot of crap has happened and I need some advice. Enrique Sr. pulled the phone towards him. How about you start at the beginning? Izuku then told them a quick summary of the events earlier today. After they heard his story, Enrique Jr. smiled. Izuku, you dog, I knew you had in you, I just knew it. Hey, you want to make it a competition, see who can get more girls. That just made Izuku feel worse. I fucking hate you. I accept your challenge. So how many do you get right now? I can start from scratch if you want. I'm hanging up now. Wait, Izuku, said Enrique Sr. as he took the phone from his grandson. He put the phone to his ear before letting out a sigh. For starters, let me apologize for my grandson. I'm afraid he was born with the same amount of talent his uncle and I were born with, but haven't learned any manners yet. Yeah, I know. Anyway, back to your problem. I can safely say I know somewhat of what you're going through. In my youth, I was quite the charmer, just like you are. Like me. Oh yes, Izuku, like you. I knew the moment I met you that you were the type of man to stand above others, to be unique. Unfortunately, you were too caught up with your demons to see it. Back when I was your age, I already had 2 girlfriends, and Tyson met both of them when we first met, and I eventually married both of them. You did? Wait, why are you telling me this? Simple. Unlike my grandson that clearly needs to learn that women are much more than objects. Hey, I know that, yelled Enrique Jr., genuinely offended by the statement. The point I'm trying to make is that it is okay to love more than one person. Relationships like that have been successful before. The important thing is that all of you are happy and that your hearts are full of love. Izuku thought over his words. But what if you don't love them, or you're not sure? Enrique was silent, waiting for Izuku to explain himself. I mean, I've known for years I'm not going to live a full life like everyone else. I'll be lucky to live to see my 30s. Enrique's eyes widened as he overheard the call. Hey, what's he saying? Is dying or something? He asked his grandfather, who gave him a grim look, confirming what he'd heard. Oh yeah, I guess. He didn't know that, did he? Said Izuku, realizing that information hadn't been passed on to those in Europe. Yeah, tell him that with my body how it is, chances are I'm dying in about 10 years. I'll pass that along, said Enrique Sr. But back to our previous conversation, I'd have to say you will need to figure out those feelings yourself, and while it may be true that you don't have long to live as others, that doesn't mean you can't be happy, and it also doesn't mean you can't enjoy that time you have left. Izuku was silent. Thanks, I'll think what you said over. You are welcome, Izuku, said the elder before noticing his grandson storming away. Where are you going? Your piano lesson is not done yet. I'm going to Japan, stated Enrique Jr. Mario, call the airport and have one of the private planes ready to leave. After the boy had left, Mario turned to the senior. Do as he says. It might just be time to go visit some old friends. Oh, so, how'd that conversation go? Asked Tyson. It's given me some ideas, but a few more questions, said Izuku. I think I need to go home and talk about it with my mom. Makes sense to me. Izuku then turned to the others. Sorry, I know I said I would train with you guys, but I can't not like this. It's okay, said Rin, giving him a reassuring smile. Go and clear your head. It's fine, said Shoto. I'm sure I can learn plenty from the others. Oh yeah, said Tyson, getting pumped up. Me, Rin, and Ajiro will whip you into shape in no time. Ajiro, as Izuku didn't see him around. Was Ajiro supposed to be here? Yeah, he was supposed to be here, but I don't know what happened to him. Then suddenly the dojo door slid open, revealing an exhausted-looking Ajiro who had bruises all over. I'm here. He then fell on the floor. OJIRO. As the others rushed to his side. Hey, dude, what the hell happened? What happened? Look outside. The others looked outside past the gate to see several young high schoolers standing outside of the dojo's walls. Oh, not them again, said Tyson with annoyance clear in his voice. Oh, who are they? Asked Rin. They all have wing quirks, said Ajiro as he laid on the ground. They're from all over Japan. When I told them I was trying to get through because I train here, some of them attacked me, saying if they beat me, Mr. Granger would have to take them as a student. Tyson screamed in annoyance as he scratched his head in frustration. They've been coming around here every day. Ever since that stupid lady put up that news report about Ryuga, I've had non-stop calls and several weirdos coming to my dojo and a lot of dumb kids asking me to train them. But you're training us, said Shoto. I only train those who get recommended to me. Wait, what news report? Asked Izuku. Tyson's shoulders slacked as he looked at Izuku. Come on, I'll show ya. As he led them all to the living room, where he turned on the TV and patched Ajiro up. The TV showed the new network as Chitos began to lead the next news segment. As you all know, the other day we had an incredible incident with a man who was able to push back the sea. They then showed the picture of Ryuga. This man named Ryuga astonished the world, but he isn't the only one that did. Two other men appeared that day on the beach, Kyoya Takegame and Tyson Granger. Both of their pictures were shown. Kyoya was able to make several tornadoes that stopped the massive tidal wave that Ryuga caused. But Mr. Granger pulled off a feat even greater. After the tornadoes dispersed, it revealed that every ocean vehicle that day were saved and no one was injured, and it's all thanks to Mr. Granger. Thanks to my recorder, he gave a verbal confirmation that he was the one who had done this, and this statement is backed up by the other two men who were present that day. Mr. Granger was able to pick up every single boat that was in the pathway of the tidal wave, keep them in the air for several minutes, and we did confirm with the boat's GPS that he lifted them above into the sky, and the workers on the boat confirmed that as well. They were up in the sky for minutes unaffected by cold or thin air. He then placed them down very carefully on the water without breaking a sweat. This is a feat that is unheard of. Even his grandson, the American hero Windblade, has never shown to have an ability this powerful. In one short day, these men have shown to have power even greater than All Might. Izuku paused the footage at that point before turning to Tyson. Well, that sucks. Ever since that crummy news network told everyone, I've had little shit for brains coming out of my ass asking me to teach them. The police and reporters were bad enough, but these brats are persistent. Well, you are the guy that can rip the fabric of space apart if he wanted to. Wait, what? Said Rin and Ajiro as they and Shoto just stared at Tyson in shock. Tyson could just feel the headache coming on just looking at the three boys. Izuku, you better get out of here before I knock you into the next dimension. Izuku smiled. Alright, I'm out, see you guys later. Oh, Izuku sat down across from his mom and All Might and told them his dilemma. So that's what happened today, and I got to be honest, I don't know what I should do. Toshinori hummed for a moment. Well, that is an interesting issue, one that I've never experienced myself. I'm sorry, young Midori, but I don't know if we can help you with this one. I say do it, said Inko suddenly. Izuku's eyes went wide. You want me to do this? Yes, said Inko as she locked eyes with her son. Izuku, when you had told me that you were going to die before me, I was torn. I felt like I had failed as a mother. A good parent only wants what's best for their children, and right now, all I want is you to be happy. I don't want you to spend your remaining years on some mission. Inko began to start crying. I want you to be as happy as possible. You've spent so much of your time keeping me in the dark to keep me happy, and all I want is for you to live your life to the fullest. As she started sobbing, Mom, as Izuku went to comfort his mother, as he hugged her, he felt guilty for all the lying, but he knew it was for the best. But he couldn't deny he still felt guilt for all of it. While still hugging his mother, he signaled for All Might to come over and give her a hug. Inko quickly collected herself as she hugged her boys. Thank you, both of you. I don't know, came over me right there. We went through this already months ago. Like memories, certain emotions are hard to forget, said Toshinori as he too remembered the loss of his mentor. Though a good meal can fix that up. Oh right, dinner, I'll get right on that, said Inko as she stood up only to be stopped by Toshinori. I meant we should go out and eat, my treat, explained Toshinori. Oh, sure, said Inko. Izuku, sure, I don't mind, maybe some BBQ, suggested Izuku. I'm down for that, said All Might, liking the idea. Okay, let me go get ready, said Inko as she went to her room to grab her things. Hey, All Might, said Izuku, if you and my mom are still together when I go, will you take care of her? Of course I will, but you better not give up on living anytime soon, said Toshinori. You're stuck here in the land of living until your mom says otherwise. Izuku smiled. That's a nice sentiment, All Might, but in our line of work, you know we can't exactly make that promise. Toshinori was silent as he knew that was indeed the truth of the work of a hero. You never know when your time will come. Oh, Shoto returned to the new house he and his sister Fayumi lived in. It wasn't as big as the last house he lived in, but in his opinion, it felt better, less of a sad atmosphere over the house. I'm home, said Shoto as he walked into the house. He noticed that there were several sets of extra shoes. Fayumi, who's here? Asked Shoto as he entered the room, where he froze as he saw a lizard guy, a guy with a small flame on his head, and a thug-looking guy eating a snack with a spike on the edge of his finger. Ice instantly covered his right side while a bit of flame came out of his left shoulder. Who are you and what are you doing in our house? Wait, as Koichi slid in front of Shoto. They're with us. Shoto blinked for a second, recognizing the man. Wait, you work for Mr. Hiwatari? You work with my brother, right? Yeah, he does. Shoto then turned around to see his brother standing there with his sister next to him. Hey, bro, how's it going? He said nervously. Natsu, said Shoto, not sure what to say. Oh, good, I guess. Good, said Natsu, trying his best not to be awkward and failing immeasurable. I heard you were hanging out with your friends today. Yeah, Izuku introduced me to some people that could help me with my hand-to-hand combat, said Shoto as he instinctively shrugged his strained shoulder. What are you doing here? Natsu then sent a glare past Shoto towards Koichi. Someone convinced me it would be a good idea. Sorry for showing up suddenly. No, it's fine. If Fayumi is okay with it, then I'm okay with it, said Shoto, surprising Natsu, who expected some level of anger from his brother. I'm okay. That's nice, said Natsu, truly not knowing what he was supposed to do next. Kazuho then stuck her head out from the kitchen. Oh, for the love of, just hug already. Who's she? Asked Shoto. She kind of works with me, said Natsu, scratching his head. So are they. As he pointed at the thug trio in the living room. Mr. Himawari is hiring them. Apparently they all work for a hero called Knuckleduster, and he helped him and Izuku out a few years back. That's why we're here, said Soga. We need to talk. And where the hell is Izuku? He was supposed to be here. Oh yeah, said Koichi as he took his phone. He sent me a text saying something came up and he needs to talk to his mom. According to the last update, he is currently getting some BBQ. What? He's getting BBQ? Why aren't we getting BBQ? Complaining rapped. Do you want food or not? Roared Kazuho from the kitchen. Dude, shut up. We're getting a free meal out of this, said Moiru. I think I should go and help her, said Fayumi as she went to help Kazuho. So what's going on? Asked Shoto. If you're all here and asking for Izuku, then that means something big is going on. Well, first, Koichi here wanted to make sure that our new friend Natsu was doing okay, said Soga, which caused Koichi to smile and Natsu to groan. Second, we need to talk to Izuku about the USJ and Hades. You think he'll return soon? Natsu shook his head. Hate to tell you, there's more than just Hades out there. Oh, a young man wearing a hoodie watched as the sun began to rise in the east over the mountains and over the small town he calls home. You know you should have gotten some sleep last night, said the young man. You're one to talk, said another young man as he came out of an old country house. Why are you up so early, Mercury? You heard the same news I did, Hermes, said Mercury. They met. Hermes tilted his head. Yeah, what about it? I think it's time to return to Japan. Izuku felt a weight on his chest as he opened his eyes, seeing a raccoon on his chest holding his phone that was ringing. Thanks, Sly. As he took the phone without looking at the caller ID. Hello. Good morning, young Midoriya, came All Might's voice over the phone. Hey, All Might, what's up? Asked Izuku as he slowly got out of bed. Oh, Principal Nezu called me in early today to help prep for the sports festival. I'm here at the school and some of the teachers were wondering if you could come a little early. We were hoping you would allow us to calibrate our security to detect if anyone is going to be spinning a bay at the festival. Izuku got out of bed and stretched. Oh, sure, I can help with that. Excellent. Then I'll save you a few donuts when you arrive. All right, just give me a minute to get ready and I'll be on my way. Take your time, no rush. Okay, see you soon. As Izuku ended the call. Better tell Mom I won't be needing breakfast. As Izuku quickly got dressed and left his room only to be stopped by several raccoons that were standing outside his door. Hey, guys, what's wrong? The raccoons then pointed to the kitchen. Izuku quickly walked over expecting his mom to be making breakfast. She had been getting up early to make snacks for the raccoons recently, but instead, she was just sitting at the dining room table, surrounded by several raccoons that looked worried. Mom, everything okay? No response as Inko was just looking off into the distance. Izuku put a hand on her shoulder and gently shook her, getting her attention. Mom, you okay? Oh, Izuku. I'm fine, said Inko as she stood up from the table. You probably want some breakfast, right? Well, that's what I wanted to tell you. All Might called and asked me to come to school early to help with some security stuff, explained Izuku. Toshi. Yeah, Toshinori, said Izuku, getting a little worried. Are you sure you're okay, Mom? Yes, I'm fine. So you don't need breakfast? No, I just need to brush my teeth and grab my stuff. Great, I need to call Mitsuki, real quick, said Inko as she walked into the living room and dialed Mitsuki's number. Okay, that is definitely weird, said Izuku before leaning down to the raccoons. Keep an eye on her, will you? The raccoons all nodded. Izuku then went and grabbed his bags and then went to brush his teeth only to realize he was out of toothpaste. Hey, Mom, can I borrow some toothpaste? Inko put the phone down. Oh yeah, sure thing, sweetie, as she returned to her phone call. Sorry about that, Mitsuki. Izuku was just asking to borrow some tooth. Oh no. Izuku walked into his mother's bathroom and grabbed his mom's toothpaste. When he froze, he saw something. Something he never expected. It made his mind freeze then go into overdrive as the plus confirmed it. He broke Rule 3. Though, Toshinori was feeling out some paperwork at his desk, humming a tune as he did, which didn't go unnoticed by his co-workers. Hey Yagi, what's got you in such a good mood? Is it because you go an extra box of donuts? Asked Present Mike. Oh no, these aren't for me. They're for young Midoriya, as thanks for helping with our security system, explained Toshinori. Other than that, I don't know, for some reason it just feels like a good day. Midnight gave him a mischievous smile. Oh, did you and your girlfriend have a good night last night? Toshinori went red. What girlfriend are you talking about? All Might, said Aizawa, getting his attention. You don't need to hide it from us. If I can see it, then everyone else can. Toshinori blushed. I know, but can we please try and keep it quiet? So who is it? Asked Midnight. Is it another hero, or an old acquaintance from America? Neither. Look, she isn't a hero and I don't want to tell anyone cause it might be dangerous. As he justified his argument. Dangerous and hot, said Midnight. Midnight, stop. It's his personal life. We all got one, and if he wants to keep it private he can, said Aizawa as Midnight gave him a look of not listening. Mike, back me up here. But got no response. Mike, who pissed off the raccoons. Everyone turned to the windows where they saw several raccoons all heatedly staring in their directions. Oh, this can't be good. As they all backed up from the windows. Good thing we just got those windows installed, said Present Mike. Did one of you call them squirrels or something? I didn't. All Might, Midnight asked. All Might look at her confused. What, no, why would you think I did anything? Just a feeling, as she pointed to the far window. 4 raccoons were holding up a cardboard sign that had red letters that spelled out All Might, with a skull and crossbones below it. Okay, so I may have something to do with this, said Toshinori as he bulked up into his All Might form. Stand back. I don't know why the raccoons are acting like this, but I'll stop this. Aizawa grabbed All Might's arm. Hold it, we should just call Izuku, he's the one that can talk to them. Oh right, as All Might took out his phone. What the? All Might then had several messages that were a bunch of angry emoji faces. Why is Izuku sending me a bunch of angry texts? As the others looked over his shoulder seeing the messages. ALLLMIIIGHT. All the teachers stepped out into the hall. Young Midoriya. Izuku was running at them like a madman before jumping and kicking All Might right in the face, knocking the giant man into the ground. What the hell? Yelled Izuku as he grabbed All Might, the suit standing on top of him. We had a deal. What the fuck? That should have been one of the easier rules to follow, you dumbass. All Might was dumbfounded as he had no idea what the hell was going on. Young Midoriya, what are you talking about? What is the meaning of this? Izuku, stop. Everyone turned to see Inko breathing heavily as she put a hand on the wall for support. Too much running. A raccoon was next to her with a bottle of water. Oh, thank you. As she took a sip of water. Much better. What in blazes is going on here? Asked Nezu, riding on Snipe as some of the other teachers came by to figure out what was going on. It's his fault, said Izuku as he pointed at All Might. You'd better take responsibility for this. What are you talking about? Asked All Might as he stood up, forcing Izuku to move off of him. Why'd you kick me? You kicked him, yelled Inko in surprise. You were freaking out, countered Izuku. You didn't have to kick him in front of everyone. I was going to drag him back to the apartment. I didn't think you would run after me. Stop, yelled Aizawa as he got in between the Midoriyas. One of you better start explaining right now. Inko glanced at Aizawa, then at Izuku, and then the other teachers before looking at All Might, who was still very confused. She took a deep breath. And I'm pregnant. Aizawa blinked. What? He then turned to All Might. Oh, you've got to be shitting me. That's what this is about. Midnight was grinning from ear to ear, and Present Mike was giving the big man 2 thumbs up. Nezu hopped off Snipe and stepped forward. Toshinori, I would recommend taking this somewhere private. All Might didn't move. Toshinori, All Might, the #1 hero in the world. A man who has stared death in the face countless times without so much as blinking, was as frozen as a statue. A raccoon climbed up the giant man and waved its hand in his face before using its bushy tail to tail whip him in the face. It wasn't effective, though the raccoon quickly jumped off as he felt All Might lean back until timber, said Mike as All Might fell back onto the floor hard enough to crack the floor. Toshinori, yelled Inko. Midnight put a hand on Inko's shoulder. Congrats, girl, you just knocked out All Might. Nezu sighed. Couldn't he have shrunken down before falling? Now we have to repair the floors. I'll get him right on that, said Izuku as he bent down and grabbed All Might's nose and squeezed. Rise and shine. Toshinori shot up into a sitting. What just happened? I had just the most wondrous dream in the world. His words caused Inko to blush heavily. Yeah, that wasn't a dream, said Izuku, causing All Might to look at him, then at Inko, then back to Izuku before pointing at himself. Yes, you idiot. Now stop acting like a fool and say something to my mom. All Might stood up and put his still giant hands on her shoulder. Inko ... Are we really having a baby? Inko nodded. We're having a baby. We're having a baby. As he lifted her off the ground and spun her around very fast in excitement. Toshi, please put me down, asked Inko as it was a bit much for her. Oh, sorry, said Toshinori as he put his girlfriend down. I'm going to be a dad. You're going to be a mom. Izuku cleared his throat. I mean, you're already a mom. You have a son, but this is a first for me. All Might gasped. Is it going to be a boy or a girl? Inko laughed to put a calming hand on him. Calm down, it isn't even that far along. We still have a long way to go. I still haven't really told anyone yet, well, besides everyone here. As she turned to the other teachers. How about we give the Mites some privacy, said Present Mike. What, wouldn't they be the Yagas, not the Mites? Asked Midnight. Why are we giving them privacy? Asked Aizawa. They're the ones who did this in the middle of the school. Eraserhead does have a point. This should be taken elsewhere, pointed out Nezu. Feel free to talk in one of the meeting rooms. I still want to watch, complained Midnight. Nezu ignored that. Also, the floor will be coming out of your pay. As he pointed to the floor. Toshinori then noticed the floor he was standing on was cracked. Oh, I am so sorry, sir. I'll get that fixed up right away. Now you have more pressing issues to handle right now, and while you deal with that, the rest of us will go back to work, said Nezu, directing that last part at the teachers. Show's over, nothing to see here. Leave the family be and get back to work. The students will be here soon. Inko. What was that? Asked Nezu. They all turned down the hall to a woman running towards them. Mitsuki. Yelped Inko in surprise as she saw her friend running towards them with Katsuki in tow. Mom, what the hell are you doing? Yelled Katsuki. Why did you drag me here so early? I needed you so I could get in here and give a man a good smacking, Mitsuki said to her son as she pulled out a frying pan out of her purse. All right, which one of you put a bun in Inko without my say-so? What the hell? Asked Katsuki, slightly confused. Now which of you put the moves on my friend? As she pointed her frying pan at Snipe. Was it you, cowboy? What, no? As Snipe put his hands up. What the hell is going on? I'm so sorry. As Inko gave an apologetic bow. My friend has just been a little protective ever since the truth about my husband came out. Well, you tell me that you started dating some hero, but you don't tell me who because of security reasons, and then you tell me he gets you pregnant and I haven't even met him yet. Then the second before you tell me anything you yell that Izuku is going to UA to hurt him. He better step up or he's going to get my frying pan right to the face, said Mitsuki, waving her frying pan in the air. Oh, I like her, said Midnight. Cementos nodded in agreement. A true friend. She's going to need a bigger frying pan though, said Ectoplasm. Oh, we'll see about that, said Mitsuki as she readied her swing. I'm sure I could take out the blonde twig over there, as she pointed at present Mike. Hey, no arguments there, said Aizawa. Hey, Nezu face-palmed. Can you please just hit him and get this over with? I will, the second I find which one of you did it. Several teachers then pointed, causing Mitsuki to spin around pointing her frying pan only to freeze as she realized she was pointing her frying pan at the number 1 hero All Might. She immediately dropped her frying pan to the floor as it rattled for a moment before turning to Inko. Inko gave her friend a nervous smile. Yes, Mitsuki. That's All Might. Yep, that's All Might. All Might, she repeated. Are you telling me this, as she gestured to All Might, is what you've been with for the past few months? Yes. Are you shitting me? Said Katsuki in disbelief before being elbowed by Izuku. Hello there, greeted All Might. Mitsuki then gestured to the still giant man. This is what put a bun in you. This made Inko turn a bright red and Izuku grimace. Midnight's jaw dropped. I didn't think about. That's a good question. Did you do like that? Was it good? Midnight didn't finish as Aizawa used his capture tool to shut her up. Okay, enough of that. Thank you, Aizawa-sensei, said Izuku as he felt disgusted by the question and really didn't want to hear it. He then noticed Katsuki was staring at him. What? Your mom is banging All Might, said Katsuki, still surprised by that fact. Izuku glared at Katsuki. Don't remind me. Excuse me, yelled a very annoyed Nezu. Can you all please take this somewhere else? We have work to do and school is going to be starting here in an hour. Yes, sir, said All Might, bowing to the principal. I know work just started, but can I go home early? You can take a half day. I still need you for the morning, said Nezu, and you boys better not think about ditching school for this. Don't worry, this shit ain't my business, said Katsuki as he felt a feeling of dread. I just get the feeling that things around the house are going to be annoying, as he imagined his mom screaming like a schoolgirl. You have no idea. Izuku groaned as he imagined the first awkward breakfast. I hope it doesn't get worse than that. Katsuki looked at Izuku as if reading his mind. Wait, is that why you're suddenly tired all the time? Izuku just gave him a side glare as both Inko and All Might blushed. Not another word, as he started walking to class. Have fun, Mom. I'm going to class. Going to take a nap before it starts. Aizawa keeps a spare pillow under the teacher's desks, yelled present Mike, earning a jab from Aizawa. Katsuki followed Izuku, figuring he could get a head start on the day in the classroom. Inko gave Mitsuki back her frying pan and agreed to have a girls' day as they had a lot to talk about. Mitsuki even called out of work. They left right after Inko gave All Might a goodbye kiss that left him with a goofy face for the rest of the day. Oh, alright class, let's get things started, said Aizawa as he double-checked to make sure Izuku didn't touch his pillow. Sensei, as Tenya put his arm straight up, why is the floor cracked near the teacher's hall? Aizawa turned to Izuku, who shook his head. Yeah, don't worry about that, Ida, said Aizawa. Moving on, we gotta have more pressing matters to talk about, he said, causing the room to tense up a little. The annual UA Sports Festival. His words caused the students to cheer. All right, yelled Kirishima. I am pumped. This is going to be so exciting, said Toru. All you calm down, said Aizawa as he activated his quirk. The sports festival is a major event not only for this school but the country, and it will be a great chance for all of you to show the hero community what you can do. Depending on how well you perform, some of them might even reach out for the internships. This is a big opportunity for all of you, so don't screw this up. I want all of you to do your best. Yes, Aizawa-sensei, said a majority of the students as they started to psych themselves up for the upcoming competition. Excuse me, sir, I got a question, asked Ajiro. Yes, Kaminari, what is it? Well, can we bring support items to the competition? Yes, if you fill out the correct paperwork you can bring support items as long as they are cleared by the teachers and the principal, explained Aizawa. That also includes Izuku Beyblade. I'm still not sure if I'm even going to use it, stated Izuku, shocking the classroom as they expected him to use it. Some of them even wanted him to use it. Don't even think about leaving it behind, said Bakugo as he gave Izuku a fiery glare. I want to kick your ass at your best, so you better bring it and be prepared to lose. Izuku gave him a small smile. All right, if you think you're up for it. No, don't do it, screamed Mainta. I still have nightmares about that dark, creepy Hades guy going through those people with his top as if they were made out of butter. Man up, midget, yelled Bakugo. Yeah, dude, said Kirishima. Do you really think Izuku or Rin would do anything like that to us? In fact, I am a little curious if I could handle something like that. Yeah, Izuku wouldn't do anything like that, said Ochako. He's nothing like that monster, said Momo. Izuku stayed silent. Aizawa activated his quirk again. Okay, that's enough of that. We still got the rest of class to get through. Oh, the rest of the day went quickly as they had resumed school as normal. The only odd part is when the other classes decided to pay Class A and B a visit to declare war. Izuku ignored this and let Bakugo handle the other students. Izuku was about ready to leave as he checked his phone to see the new group chat for him, Ochako, Momo, and Kendo. I've fought hordes of enemies before. Coordinating between 3 of them shouldn't be that hard. Izuku. He turned to see both Rin and Shoto. Oh hey guys, is your class as excited by the sports festival as our class is? Rin chuckled a little. Oh yeah, they are pumped, and even though Monoma ego is somewhat in check about you, he still wants to show that Class B is better than Class A. That's a little ridiculous, said Izuku before he noticed their faces. But I'm guessing you guys want to talk about something else. Rin and Shoto looked at each other before Shoto nodded to him to go first. Well, I just wanted to make sure if you were okay to use Tanku for the sports festival. I know the principal told us it was okay, but I'm just not sure. Admittedly, neither am I, said Izuku, being honest as he remembered the conversation he had with the principal. What? You want us to use our Beyblades at the sports festival? Asked Izuku as he and Rin were sitting in the principal's office. Indeed I am, said Nezu. Whether we like it or not, the truth about Quirk Metal and Beyblades will be revealed to the world. I know how hard all of you have tried to keep them a secret, but at this point, it will be impossible with villains such as Hades using them. Is there another reason you want us to use our Beys? Asked Rin. Showing the public is one thing, but using them against our own classmates is another. Fair point and an excellent question, said the principal. I want to show people without actually giving away all the details that 1, other people with quirks can use them. 2, what to expect when seeing one fight. Heroes must prepare themselves if they face villains with one. 3, I don't want people to panic when they see someone other than Izuku have one, and right now you're the only other one this school has. Izuku and Rin turned to each other, not sure about the idea. I'm still not sure about the idea, but I can't deny the logic of it, said Izuku, though it would give us a huge advantage. Good, said Shoto, surprising the other two. Personally, I see it as a challenge. Oh yeah, does that mean you want to fight one of us? Somewhat. But I also want to fight alongside my brother, said Shoto as he realized he was slowly but surely repairing his relationship with his brother. But that aside, I just want to know what exactly is going on today. Today, Izuku was confused by this. As far as I know, nothing is happening today, aside from something personal this morning. I don't really have anything planned for today. What do you mean? My brother said they were messaging you, your vigilante friends. What? Said Izuku, now alarmed as he quickly took out his phone. Mercy, have I got any messages from Koichi today? None, said the AI. But Koichi and Natsu are currently on their way to the airport right now. Wait, why are they at the airport? Asked Rin. They said they got word from Kai Hiwatari that a blader was showing up at the airport today. What? Mercy, call Koichi now, ordered Izuku. I've been trying but no answer, and I just double-checked the others' phones, and Rapt was texting you about the situation, but he's been sending it to the wrong number. That idiot. Izuku, is this a problem? Asked Shoto. I'm not sure, said Izuku. Don't worry, said Rin. I'm sure your brother is fine. Izuku, do you know who the blader is? Izuku looked at his phone. A young man in a hoodie stepped off the plane and set foot in Japan. It's been so long since I've been here, and yet it hasn't changed in the slightest, said Mercury as he walked through the airport. He stopped when someone caught his eye. Interesting. Come on, sweetie, I want to confirm a few things before we make it to the hotel, said a grown man. Coming, Dad, said a blonde girl as she ran after her father holding a case in her hand. My gut is telling me that girl is a blader, but who is she with? Thought Mercury before his instincts told him to freeze. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Mercury turned to see Natsu standing not too far away with his jacket open, revealing his launcher on his hip. I don't know who that was, but you better think twice before starting anything. Mercury then turned to see that others were around him. Rapt was pretending to read a magazine. Moiru was drinking a coffee. Spike was pretending to be on a phone call, and Koichi was that farthest away sitting on a chair. But with his speed, he might as well be on top of him. So I'm surrounded, said Mercury. Is this airport going to be our battlefield? Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.